auto. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome from Voorburg for the third List Day international match between the Netherlands and Zimbabwe. There was a bit of rain this morning, causing a delay in the start of the match. But Zimbabwe have won the toss, and for the third time in this series, the Dutch will bat first. We are in Voorburg today, at the home ground of VCC, one of the big clubs in the Netherlands. Voorburg, for those who don't know, is a bit of a suburb of The Hague, but has a proud and long history of its own, going back over 2000 years and Roman times. A warning, the weather might be a factor during the day, with more showers in the forecast. Zimbabwe have made 4 changes for today's game. Obviously, they've won the series 2-0 already. Tendai Chatara, Craig Irvine, Sean Williams and Graham Kramer are out. Chamunarwa Chibaba, Tarisai Musakanda, Donald Tiripano and Richard Nagarava come into the team. The Dutch go in with basically the same lineup as earlier in the week. Only Tim van der Guchten has gone off to join his county in England. This means a debut for VRA seamer Fred Klaassen. With me again today is injured Dutch international Pieter Selaar. Peter, what can you tell me about Fred Klaassen?
Well, first of all, good morning, Joep. Good morning to all the viewers. Fred Klaassen has come over to Holland last year, where he suffered a horrific injury when the Dutch A side played Guernsey. There he sustained the injury and was out for pretty much the whole season. So I can kind of relate to Fred. So, but this year he has stayed in Holland over the winter, trained hard, worked on his alignments, and worked very hard to become a part of the national setup. And at the start of the year, it takes a lot of wickets. Fred is a genuine wicket taker, swings the ball, and I'm interested to see how he goes today. He was not that nervous actually in the morning, and he's ready to fire.
All right. The game will start with a minute's silence for Roger Bradley, who passed away recently. We'll talk a little bit more about him later, but we will respect that minute silence too, of course. I hope that was audible for you at home. That was former Dutch skipper Steven Lubbers, former World Cup captain even, and he knew Roger Bradley well. Peter Sela, you told me you grew up watching this guy. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Yeah, Roger played for my club, Hermes DVS. He was quite known for sort of his old school mentality. He's quite a rough nut, and he was a very good player indeed. It's a shame to hear about this. It's actually been quite a while now, but I suppose because he has played for VCC, this moment of silence has been chosen to do it here instead of at VRA. So yeah, sincere condolences to his family and everyone who know Roger.
The Zimbabwe team in a huddle before the game, fielding first for the third time in the series. You had a look at the pitch, Peter. What can you tell me about the pitch?
Oh, it obviously looks a lot different than the one at VRA. It looks like a bit of a used wicket where it's patched up and used for today. I'm not quite sure if it would have the same kind of carry as it would have had at VRA. And I see now Wesley Baresi walking into bed with a arm guard, and he's probably a little bit circumspect of the innings today. So we'll see how it plays within the first 10 overs, and we'll go on from there.
The opening partnership for the Netherlands is the same one as we had in the previous two games, Wesley Baresi and Stefan Meijburg. The umpires Pim van Liemt and Huub Jansen. And the new ball will be taken by Chris Mpofu. In the interview, the post-game interview on Thursday, Captain Graham Kramer told me there were not going to be too many changes to the team because they wanted to win the series 3-0. Well, that changed a bit during the last 2 days apparently, because there's 4 changes to the side, and the absence of strike bowler Tendai Chatara is one thing that will be noticeable at the start of the game. But you Peter, thought this guy is a more impressive bowler in the series.
Well, his first game is very consistent, and you could feel the chance of him getting wickets pretty much every ball because he put it in a good area. And then Zimbabwe decided to go with Solomon Mira. The second game, which didn't work out as well as they would have planned. Doesn't look like Mpofu will start proceedings off. It's the new man in, Richard Nagarava, if that's right. Left arm seamer, so it's always nice to see left armers. I always feel that left armers are they're just slightly different, obviously, than right-handers, and a good wicket taker option. I haven't seen much of him, to be honest, so we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, we will struggle a little bit with the names every now and then, but I'm sure we will get used to them during the upcoming hours. Solomon Meyer is the acting captain for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it looks like the Zimbabwe team wants everyone to get a bit of game time ahead of their departure to Sri Lanka on Monday, with a couple of the experienced guys getting a bit of rest and expose the new guys to some unfamiliar conditions, probably. So it will be interesting to see. It's quite a tall man, probably looks to hit the deck, and he will start off proceedings.
So the first delivery. Well, that came through nicely.
Yeah, it actually was quite nice. It looks like hitting the deck quite hard. Not too much sea movement there, and Wesley Baresi lets the ball go through the keeper, Peter Moore.
Well, we should really discuss the little incident from 2 days ago. Photo evidence suggests Ryan Burl overstepped the boundary while taking the catch of Steven Meiberg's innings as the Dutch get off the mark.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener, wide down the leg side, and Peter Moore lets it go for 2 more wides. Actually, looks like this ball seamed in a little bit, so there's probably a little bit of help for the bowlers early on. But bit of a sloppy start here. First ball was quite nice, and this was just a ball down the leg side, so the Dutch get off the mark.
So how did the Dutch respond to the Ryan Burrow situation? Oh, that came up a bit. And the misfield.
Well, as I said, Wesley looks to bed with the arm guard, and this ball seemed to have popped a little bit and hit him on the gloves. Looks in a little bit of discomfort. That's part of the game. Hopefully Wiz will be alright here, but looks like he got hit on the wrist for a bit. Yeah, yesterday at practice there was quite a long discussion of a recap of Thursday's game. It was obviously a lot better performance by the Dutch, and some things were discussed. Mainly the start of the innings was a lot better than on the game on Tuesday, where the Dutch faltered with 40 for 8 inside 15 overs, and a lot of better start on Thursday, and look to replicate that now here at VCC.
I understand Ryan Burrell did send a bit of an apology to the Dutch team for his catch, which I think is a nice gesture, but it was quite an important moment in the game. The Dutch were in full flow with their opening partnership, and the wicket of Steven Meiberg did change the momentum in the match.
Yeah, it was good to see he apologized. I think he also, even on the social media, put out a apology, and Dutch skipper.
Oh, that
look
jumped.
at that.
Well, there is a bit of carry, I think.
Oh, but that's a bit horrendous actually. That's just of a good length and just moved past Stev's shoulder.
Let's have a look at it again.
Sure.
Yeah, that jumped off a length.
And they will put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind with bounce like that. And Nagarava is looking to bang away on a length probably from now on. There won't be much in the batter's half, I assume. There you go. And that looked a bit slow. It hardly reached Peter Moore. So from now, probably looks like a little bit too paced if we can judge it by the couple of balls being bowled. And the Dutch will have to cope with it and see how they go about their business now. A little bit of a French cut there. Stefan Meiberg, and adds another run to the total. It's looking like Meiberg is betting on off stump to take away the danger of LBW. So every time he gets a stride in, he will get hit outside the line. And looks to work her way to the left arm seam bowling of Nagara.
That's the end of a busy first over. 5 runs on the board for the Netherlands, no loss.
Yeah, quite an entertaining over, to be honest. The wicket is quite alive, if that's fair to say. But, yeah, hopefully the wicket will play its part and look to play nicely.
What do you think about the overcast conditions? Do they influence the bowling?
Well, generally would help the seam bowling a bit with a bit of moisture in the air. We'll look to swing the ball, but evidence has showed that it's just a bounce that in this first over they will look to play its part and not so much the overcast conditions.
Donald Tiripano takes a new ball from the other end, with Stefan Meiberg facing.
Yeah, once again Zimbabwe not starting with Christopher Mpofu. I haven't seen Tiripano play.
Very experienced bowler. It's been a part of the Zimbabwean setup for a long time, in and out the team, but very dependable seamer.
Starts off a bit too straight and Marburg just works it away in the backward square area for one run. And yeah, it looks quite a nice action, but probably will look to do the same and hitting a back of a length. And we haven't seen ball really pitched up yet, so not quite sure if the ball will move in the air. Yeah, good start. Mm.
29 years old, Donald Tiripano, born in Mutare, Zimbabwe. With a couple of test matches and ODIs, but has been a steady presence in the first class game in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, these last two balls seem to have stopped in the wicket for a bit. Baresi struggling for timing on this occasion. The ball just not really reaching him, so looks to be slightly too paced. The Dutch have to get used to that quite quickly. It was a great opening stand on Thursday, where the batters looked to leave and looked to be in a positive frame of mind. And that's the first ball we've seen pitched up, but not too much movement in the air for now. Wesley Baresi still to get off strike, and Stefan Meiberg on 2. Conditions very different than the last two games.
Yes, we had genuine tropical weather, but that massive thunderstorm we had during the game on Thursday seems to have changed the weather for now. It is not very cold as Tiripano gets a wide in. There's also a bit of wind. According to the weather forecast, there are some rain clouds on the way from the north of the country, but whether they will actually carry real rain is over. It will only be soft rain. There's no heavy showers expected. Hopefully we get a lot of cricket in today. Of course, Zimbabwe have already won the series because they're 2-0 up in this 3-match series, but I'm sure there's still a lot of pride to play for, and Zimbabwe will want to travel to Sri Lanka in an upbeat mood.
It's a great shot. It's a little bit of width outside the off stump, and Wesley cuts it away, and a bit of excitement for that second run, but they take it quite comfortably in the end.
The Dutch take 2 runs there. It's the end of the second over. 4 runs from it. The Dutch are 9 for no loss, with Baresi on 3 and Meiberg on 2.
Yeah, it's been a great start here with Baresi looking to be positive in his feet movement. It's always great signs to see when a batter is looking to be very positive in his foot movement from the word go. Something we've talked about at length at the team discussion, and yeah, it's 9 without loss after 2 overs, and here it's Nagarova back for the second over.
Well, both batsmen will have gotten some confidence from what were very well constructed innings in the in the second match. The Dutch middle order sort of could not carry on the momentum. The big hitting didn't start again until they were later in the order, and the Dutch were sort of 10-20 runs short of a very good total. I think most people will agree by now, and I'm sure the Dutch would have learned from that experience. That's a good line.
And a good leave to go with it. Looks like these two balls carried through normally. The Garava still happy to hit away back of a length and bang that ball in. Yeah, Stefan Myburg looked to be in great touch on Thursday, where the ball was a little bit too straight and looking for two, and Myburg comes back and quite comfortably make it 2 runs off the thigh pad into the fine leg area, and just a little bit too straight by Garava there.
There will be a bit of a change in the bowling for Zimbabwe. We've already seen 2 new bowlers, but they also lost the slow bowling of Sean Williams and Graham Kramer. The man who took all the wickets for them last game is still there.
Oh, there we go.
That's a beautiful
glorious straight drive. With Nagara over pitching on this occasion.
Outfield is a bit slow, it appears. It is the...
looked to be quite a tight third run there with Stefan Myburg putting in the dive, but makes it home. Yeah, the outfield doesn't... well, obviously there's a bit of rain around, and this morning... obviously that's why the delay happened, because of the wet outfield. So that looks to be a little bit slower than it was on the other 2 days.
The wet outfield was the reason for the delay. It was actually and had been dry for quite a while before the official start time. But the umpires were of the opinion that the outfield was too wet for a start at 11 o'clock local time. Well, sent back in time.
There was a bit of confusion there with Baresi looking for a tight run, but sent Myburg back in time. He got back, so there was just a little bit of excitement from the Zimbabwean side. But oh, look at that!
That is another one that travelled well.
It jumped a bit. Yeah, Garava doesn't. He looks to bang the ball in, and doesn't appear to be too slow. It's quite nice. But this one seemed to have jumped just a little bit, with Wesley Baresi being a little bit disappointed with himself that he had a little waft at it, so to speak. But in the end, just another dot ball, and takes the score on to 40 for no loss after 3 overs.
5 runs off the over, with Myburg on 5 and Baresi on 3, as we return to Donald Tilipano for his second over. 4 runs off his first.
Looks to be a little bit of a thick edge through the gully area. Just 1 run added to the total. Yeah, interesting to see two new bowlers first up.
Well, there's a lot of bowling knowledge in the staff for Zimbabwe, not just Heath Streak, who is of course the leading wicket taker in Zimbabwean cricket history, but also the South African Ntini, who is a very experienced bowler with a lot of success at the international level. It does help to have a lot of knowledge there. We've met head coach Ryan Campbell on Thursday. What does the rest of the coaching staff for the Netherlands look like?
Well, at the moment there's not too much. Zimbabwe has taken a single defined leg with a flick of the pads. Enoch Quay was involved with the Dutch setup over the winter. He is not involved anymore. I'm not quite sure why that has happened, and I think like at the moment Jeroen Smits is here today. He was helping out, and Jonathan Vendiar, who plays his cricket at HCC, was in the coaching staff for the first 2 games. But no one has taken up the role as assistant coach, and I'm sure Ryan Campbell will look to add some people in those areas, some expertise. Spoke to Ryan on Thursday, and he mentioned the Zimbabwean staff, with also Lance Kloosner being here, who's played a lot of cricket for South Africa. So like his expertise lies in the batting and in the keeping, and he would like to have a bowling coach involved with the bowling stocks in Dutch cricket now being quite good. A lot of pace in the Dutch national setup. Not only the 4 seamers on show on Tuesday and Thursday, but Fred Klaassen obviously making his debut today. Viv Kingma injured. He's also part of the bowling stocks, and Kerijn Gunning, who plays his cricket at VRA 2, is also in there. Got it's a glorious shot with a bit of room given by Tirapana, and Stef Meiberg obliges with a hard cut shot in front of point, which is the first boundary of today. And well, with the ball struck with that force, it will be 4 on most occasions.
Lance Kloosner, of course, World Cup all-rounder, involved in a pretty famous incident during the World Cup, but a quick bowler who could hit the ball miles. One of the guys who could hit the ball the furthest that I remember in international cricket. If he hit it, it stayed hit, and it usually ended out of the stadium.
Yeah, and if you have got the wealth of the experience that Zimbabwe has and the coaching staff, I mean that's obviously very helpful for the players. They got someone to feed their thoughts to and see how they went about their business back in their day. And yeah, right now the Dutch setup doesn't seem to be as stocked as it has been, with generally people coming in on an interim basis, so to speak. So when we tour, there will be people traveling with us, but not at the moment. But I think Ryan is still looking where to go and who to appoint. Well, obviously he would like to have a bowling coach into the support staff, so I wouldn't be surprised that either during the course of this summer or with the important games being played in October and November, that we will look to add a bit of experience for the bowling unit. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what will be in store for us.
Nagarava in his 3rd over, 8 runs against so far, and that's a wide.
Yeah, 3rd wide of the morning. It's when you elect to field first, you would like to get the bidding or the opposition, the bidding team, on as much pressure as you can by bowling a disciplined line and length. And so far it's been 3 wides in the first 4 overs. Not an ideal start for Zimbabwe. On this occasion, Weziburezi far forward and very positive in his feet movement, which is good to see. It's a sign of a batsman in good touches. From the word go, gets his front foot out there and right over the ball, and try to cope with the bit of extra bounce we've seen from Nagarava so far. Scored 21 for naught. It looks to be a decent start for the Dutch. And there was the first short ball of the morning.
pulled well, but the slow outfield stops the ball before it reaches the boundary, but the batsmen take 2 runs.
Yeah, Wesley Baresi is very good on the short ball. Obviously grew up playing his cricket in South Africa, where the pitches are bouncy and the ball gets up to your chest or helmet area, so to speak. So generally players from the southern hemisphere are able to cope with the short ball very well.
Quick single there.
Worked away nicely, backward of square for a nice run, and takes the total 24. Wesley Baresi on 5 now of 13 balls, and Stefan Meiberg on 6 of 9. Sorry, he was on 10. That 4 actually missed.
Not a short pitched delivery, this time left alone by the batsman. That's a positive start, 24 for no loss.
Yeah, if you look at the wicket, like halfway down, there's a bit of a green patch where Nagara looks to bowl the ball into. See if he can get that bounce that we have seen on a couple of occasions. Rest of the square looks to be a bit brown, and it's been used and redone. Like, quite interested, and I haven't spoken to the groundsman actually, but it's a side strip. It's not the middle one, which generally is used for games like these. But so far, just a couple of balls that popped a little bit. The wicket looks to be playing alright, and not much lateral movement in the air of the wicket.
We're back with Donald Tiripano starting his third over. 0 for 10 so far. The Dutch are on 24 for no loss, with Baresi on 7 and Meiberg on 10. The rest, of course, are extras, which is quite a lot already. These bowlers, of course, first time they're in action on this leg of the tour. I'm not sure if either of them played in the Scotland matches, and I don't think so.
Nope. No, it's actually their first go on tour, so I'm sure they're raring to go, and
but maybe
show
a little bit rusty.
Yeah, but they want to obviously impress the coaching staff and make a claim for a spot in the starting 11, although the Zimbabweans have been quite good on the tour so far here in Holland. 2 very professional performances by them, and that's why they are 2-0 up in this series. It looks to be a change into the field with the man who's been spoken about quite a bit, with Ryan Burl now catching at short cover. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised when he comes into bed. The Dutch will have quite a bit to say.
At least he's not fielding anywhere near the boundary this time. But as mentioned, it is good that he publicly apologized.
Yeah, it's never nice when you're in the controversy of stuff happening, but yeah, he did the right thing afterwards. But before this series started, the captains and coaches came together and said there was a gentleman's agreement. So when the ball would have been 4 or 6, that the players would play their part and be honest about it, and that's why there was a bit of negative attention towards that part. But yeah, looks to be done and dusted now. New day, obviously, for both teams, so shouldn't have too much of an impact today.
Yeah, you don't get away with that in most one internationals, because there will be TV reviews, and even though we do have cameras here, they're not allowed to be used for reviews. Maybe something for the future if we get more cameras involved. We have 3 today, one at each end and one on the side. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the KNCB, the Dutch Cricket Board, the Royal Dutch Cricket Board, and made by sportsbroadcasting.nl.
Yeah, Dotter finished the 6th over.
Score maiden.
24. And yeah, there was a bit more cautious this over with Tiripano hitting a good length, and mainly the line, not a lot of width on offer, so it's well bowled. Saw that on the 5th ball where Wisberese looked to advance and looked to change the line and length of Tiripano, but he was up to the task, so yeah, they looked like they've shapened up a little bit.
And Garava up for his 4th over, sorry. 12 runs again so far, and that is run number 13.
Yeah, well worked away into mid wicket. Let the ball come nicely and just worked away for a single. Yeah, these two, like I mentioned, had a very good opening stand on Thursday. Especially Myburg short of runs of late, and was a welcome back to form for him and the national team. A well constructed 80 odd, and hopefully he can do that again today.
Would the weather forecast have an impact on the way the Dutch bat in the first innings?
No, I don't like to think so, and they still look to bat 50 overs and play their normal game, and obviously when interruptions come, changes will be made, but so far I think they will look to bat just to the regular 50 overs and stuck to their game plan, which was executed quite well on Thursday. We spoke about it yesterday at length, that we were just about, I would say, 75 to 80%, with just in the middle where the Dutch got a bit stuck by the off spin of Sikander Raza. As discussed then, they look to play straight, whereas the Zimbabweans look to negotiate the spin with their sweeps. So we'll be interested to see how that goes today with a different wicket. That's way too short. Surely that's a wide.
Yes. Björnse gives the wide, the umpire at this end. Pim van Liemt, the other umpire, got hit on Thursday by quite a good shot that changed direction a bit. But he told me this morning he's feeling fine.
It's always good. Yeah, he got his flush on the on the shin. I'm sure he's got a little bit of a bruise, but as in cricket he was just walking it off and showing no pain or anything like that, so that's good to see. Bowled by Nagarova. Yeah, the bit wayward. We just had a maiden by Donald Tiripano, who bowled just an extra line and length for one-day cricket, and Nagarova looks to. He's bowled a couple of wides now, so he's not hitting quite his strips. He's bowling with good energy though.
He's only 19 years old, Richard Nagarova, and he's from Harare. Played 6 one-day internationals so far. He picked up 8 wickets at 34 and a bit.
Oh, leading edge. Oh, just falls in no one's land. This occasion, Razi probably turned his bat a little bit too early. That's probably the nature of this pitch, a little bit too paced. This ball didn't come on as quickly as he thought it would be.
2 runs off the over. The Dutch are 26 for no loss after 7 overs, with Meiberg on 11 and Baresi on 7. He's been stuck on 7 for a while. Wesley.
Well, there's been some good bowling in the last couple of overs. With Tirapana just finished off a maiden just before, and looks to probably replicate that with field. Change in the field. There's a boundary. There's someone patrolling the point boundary there. It's obviously one of Meiberg's strength, the cut shot. So they look to take away the boundary option there. So they're not going to leak too many runs there. So bowled. Scored away through point.
4 over for Tiripano, not for 10 so far with that one maiden.
Yeah, I see some Zimbabwean supporters here, which is good to see, with a little bit of a flag, and they had a couple of pictures taken just before the game, which is nice to see, and Heath Streak thanking them for supporting him here in the Netherlands. And yeah, obviously with the weather, I wouldn't expect too much of a crowd here.
It is a very nice location to watch cricket. You can sit down in the grass, on the banks, on the side of the ground, and have your little picnic while the game is going on. There's some houses around the ground as well.
Yeah, with the church in the background, it's sort of reminds me a bit of Taunton in Somerset.
Yeah, I was watching the game from there yesterday. That has a similar type of church.
Yeah.
England lost to South Africa in a 2020 game there. Great atmosphere. And also an umpire that had to jump for his life as a ball was struck hard and hit the wicket on the other end. But he was safe in the end. It was a very attractive game of cricket.
I think there was a slower ball here by Tiripana, who yeah, he's zoomed in on his spot. He obviously they don't want to give a lot of width to Meiberg, and it's nicely onto that top of off fourth stump area. You look to bowl as an opening bowler, and there will be about 10 dots in a row now for Tiripana, and it's a glorious cover drive. On this occasion with 2 runs, nicely into the extra cover region. Very nice shot here by Stef Meiberg.
Meiberg moves to 13 on that shot. Run rate still not too high, about 3.71, but it might not be a ground with as many runs as we had on Thursday. Why don't we talk about the hashtag for a moment?
Oh yeah, as on Thursday, the hashtag Ask Piet is still in play. So for the viewers out there who've got questions, just ask them on the hashtag Ask Piet, and Piet is written with P-I-E-T, which is not very common for most viewers around the world, but that's just the Dutch way. So ask your questions on the Twitter, and it's a hashtag Ask Piet with P-I-E-T as shown on screen at the moment. And there's a first bowling change. Nagara bowled 4 overs and for 14, with Christopher Mpofu coming in from the pavilion, and it's Christopher Mpofu. It was I thought very good especially on Tuesday, but also on Thursday he bowled quite nicely. And yeah, he's probably looking to be then the first change bowler for Zimbabwe. If he would look to play and open the bowling, you would say he would open the bowling on all occasions. But interesting to see how he goes on this wicket. He bowls with a bit of a slingy action and a little bit, probably is going to bowl a little bit fuller than Nagarava did, who looked to bang bang away on a length. And Mpofu's got a bit of a nice slingy action and looks to shape the ball away from the right-hander with Baresi on strike, but only one slip in place.
Yeah, they just moved the gully to.
Yeah, and the scoreline suggests they could still be a little bit more attacking, and they got a backward square in place, but maybe that's part of the plans the support staff have plotted out for them. So sharp single to 45, and Wesley is off that 7th mark. He's now on 8. He faced quite a few deliveries and looked to be circumspect. A couple of balls bounced a bit on him, so he just looks to take a little bit more time to get himself accustomed to the conditions out there at VCC.
He seemed to be hit as well a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that ball on the wrist maybe has a bit of an impact. Mpofu, nice action. Just nice and straight. It worked away very well. Wesley with soft hand play. Oh, that's a flick of the wrist. Too straight on that occasion, and there will be second boundary for the day.
Yes, not much of an issue with the slow outfield with that one. Second boundary for Stefan Meijberg.
Yeah. Stef looks to have his timing alright here. This ball flew off his bat. With a couple of bounces over the rope. Mpofu a little bit too straight there. Moves the score on to 33. We've got a question here of Ryan Adams. Why is Michael Swart out of the squad? Ooh. Oh, that's a bit of a misfield. And
that ball makes it to the rope. It's another 4 to the Dutch score.
Back-to-back boundaries from Meijberg. But coming back to the question why Michael Swart is out of the squad. He actually got dropped for the World Cup 2016, where we went to India and play there. That's where he got dropped, and after that he made himself unavailable for the Dutch and played his cricket in Australia for Joondalup, and recently hung up his boots, so he won't be out on the cricket field for much longer. He was I thought a great servant for Dutch cricket. Played quite a few games from 2012 up until 2016.
There was a bit of a connection between him and the current national coach. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Ryan Campbell had a management company back in the day when he was still living in Perth, and he got Michael Swart over to play a bit of cricket, because actually in 2011 Michael Swart was supposed to replace an injured Peter Bourne at the World Cup, and Peter was a big shout, but Meijberg well forward and probably struck outside the line. But Michael Swart was supposed to replace Peter Bourne, who was injured, but the fighter here is. He fought and worked his way through a couple of fitness tests and showed his ability to play. And Michael Swart didn't come over, and came over in 2012, and it was actually I think the 4th ranked all-round in T20 cricket for a while. Shot, that's over cover for 4 rounds.
Well, that's a first real big over for the Dutch.
And Meijberg straight into his work on this occasion. Mpofu a little bit too full and powerfully struck over the cover region. It's a very nice shot by Stefan Meijberg, who moves on to 25 and is up and about now with a score of 41 with 1 ball to go in the 9th over. And, looks to take a bit of liking in liking of Christo Mpofu's bowling today. And again, that's edged, but only the slip and galleon plays, which means there will only be one run down to 3rd man. Concludes the 9th over and the score 42 for naught.
14 runs off that first Mpofu over.
Yeah, coming back to Michael.
The shackles a little bit.
Yeah, coming back to Michael Swart, he was a great team man. He's always up and about, and added a lot of experience to the squad too, and it's a shame that he is not in the Dutch squad anymore, but the squad has moved on. He was actually quite a lethal. They had a lethal opening partnership with Myburg and Swart. With Myburg looking to hit the ball and Swart rotating strike was a very had a very good partnership going on. But that's a little bit full on that occasion from Tiripano. Still gonna reach the boundary. What are we gonna see here? Did the ball bounce off the rope? Yeah. Yeah, that's another four. Almost had a bit of controversy there with Nagarova putting in the dive. The outfield just quick enough for 4 runs.
Tiripano getting his 5th over, 0 for 12 so far. And Myburg moves on to 30. And is back sort of in a strike rate of over 100.
And a few more questions coming in on the Twitter of Mohamed Bilal asking how is it possible that Holland didn't give a chance to Vizé and Sakib Zulfikar? Wouldn't it be ideal to give him some exposure? Yeah, not quite sure. It's like you said, with the series already won by Zimbabwe, could have been a great chance, but the Dutch sticking to their guns with just the one replacement, with Tim van Ruchten leaving back to England, playing for his county Glamorgan. And there's another single
push towards square leg.
Yeah, well, from a objective side of things, I would say it would have been a ideal situation to give some opportunities to the younger guys, but actually Tobias Vizé is not in the squad. He made himself unavailable due to work commitments, and Sakib Zulfikar has to wait a little bit longer for his anticipated debut. He skippering the A team at the moment and scoring quite a few runs domestically, but the Dutch with possibly Ryan Campbell and Peter Boren deciding to stick with the same team and possibly giving young Sakib a chance when the UAE come over.
His brother made quite an impact on Thursday. That's a really good debut for him.
Wasn't quite his debut. Obviously, he played on Tuesday.
Of course, yeah.
And he's played a couple of T20s. He looked to be in very fine form on Tuesday, striking the ball nicely, for which he's known. He's a very clean strike of the cricket ball. Obviously, bowling to him in the nets is not always as nice as he hits the ball hard and straight. And pushed away to cover. Sikander Raza doing the cleanup in the covers. Yeah, the older Zulfikars, actually. There's also Asad Zulfikar as a opening batter who actually we played some regional games earlier this year called the North Sea Pro Series. He looked to be in very good touch there. Very solid looking player. Bowled. The triplets, as they are called, they are, but also called they're all very handy cricketers, and I'm sure there's a bright future ahead for all of them. But not today. He's not on show today with Myburg and Wesley Barazi here on 49 in the 10th over. There's another glorious cover drive. A little bit of a misfield, but will only be 1 run. Malcolm Waller, I believe it is, there in extra cover. That brings the 50 up for the Dutch inside that first power play, and another partnership for the Dutch worth 50, which you always talk about. You want to have a couple of partnership in the innings and a couple of longer ones with mainly a 100-run partnership, which they had on Thursday, and looking to take that form into today. 54 not of no wickets lost, 10 overs. Marburg betting on 32.
And there's a signal from the umpire about the power play.
Yep.
What's going to happen?
Well, I think the Dutch will look to go on with the way they're playing, going at 5 and over. They look to be solid. Well, obviously just a leading edge from Baresi, which fell short of the bowler. But Marburg looks to be in great touch once again today, striking the ball nicely and getting his timing right. And Baresi is taking a bit more time, giving himself a chance, which is good to see. Wesley likes to play an attacking brand of cricket, and now it's looking very solidly, not playing too many shots, and he doesn't need to with Stefan Myberg and 32 of 30 balls, and with a run rate of 5 and over. I think the power play is in good hands by the Dutch. Pofu for a second over.
14 runs against in his first one, the biggest over of the match so far.
Old smells around the ground here. Another run out chance. Not out. Wesley putting in the dive. Throw from backward point. The man of the controversy, Burrell.
Zimbabwe looked sharper in the field than they did on Thursday in the early parts of the Dutch innings. A little bit sloppy.
Yeah, what a heave streak. Wanted an improved performance by his bowlers and fielders. He wasn't quite happy with the way they went about, especially the first 10 overs, where some loose bowling accounted for and was pounced upon by Baresi and Myberg. Right now, the bowling looks to be a little bit better with Mpofu. Got hit for a couple of boundaries in his first over and getting his act together here in the second one. Yeah, it would be nice if we can maybe get some Zimbabwean support staff onto the commentary later on today.
I would be very interested to talk to them. I think it would be very informative for the audience.
It's not a lot. Pofu's on the fuller side of today, which surprising. He had a good length the other 2 days and looks to be a little bit too full.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ball jump as
no, it was just the first couple of overs.
It would after the first 2 overs.
Yeah.
The wicket seems to have settled a bit.
Oh, well, there it is.
Well, yeah. That's what they call commentator's curse. Yeah.
And again on that right hand.
Yeah. Takes off his glove. Wesley Baresi.
The show no pain is out of the game.
It off. Yeah.
Now, it's never nice when you get hit on the anywhere on the body, but mainly on the hands, as you obviously hold your bat, and it just looks to be a little bit cautious. Looks to only have happened to Baresi so far. There they go, and positive stride out again. Hit off the stumps, and they take one. They take advantage of, who's it now? Malcolm Waller hitting down the stumps. But, one more run for Baresi.
Much better over from Mpofu. Just a couple of runs from it.
no runs there. The field is creeping in nice and tight, so the Zimbabwean looks to be nice and aggressive in that inner ring. It's actually good fielding. There's not much you can do about this. There's the second change of the morning. Captain taking responsibility and getting himself on. Salomon Mira acting skipper today.
A bit expensive on Thursday.
Yeah, where he surprisingly opened the bowling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bowling change and the Pelican Solomon Mira.
Looks to be a very strong man. He's a well-built athlete and actually played a very good innings opening the batting. With some powerful shots. And here he is bowling. Like you said, he was a little bit expensive on Thursday, so he'll look to
Couple of no balls.
yeah, which are criminal nowadays with the free hits in place. And the free hits also went to the boundaries, where I think the one ball went for 18 runs in total with a couple of sixes and a 4. So yeah, he looked to have a better performance today.
Baresi is the batsman facing, and he defends the first delivery. We seem to be on spot. Meiber strike rate 106, Baresi is on 30.
I've got another question here on the Twitter. Why Chatara and Pofu is playing actually, and Williams are not in the team. Well, I can't speak for the Zimbabwean support staff, but I'd like to think they would give.
That's a wide.
I'd like to give some other members of the team an opportunity and maybe give a couple of their experienced players some rest. With Williams having batted on 2 occasions and Kramer.
It is 2 of the main run scorers from Thursday. So in Irvine and Williams. Williams played some beautiful shots to take Zimbabwe to the win, and Irvine was in control for almost his entire innings.
Oh, that's a little bit short, and that's well fielded by Malcolm Waller at point. Cut shot of Baresi, who hasn't quite found his timing yet, but like Ryan Campbell spoke about, the Dutch team have got a lot of stroke players in the lineup, and the top order needs to protect him of coming in too early. And Wesley Baresi is taking a bit of responsibility here. It's hasn't found quite the middle of the bed yet, but it's good to see him giving himself an opportunity. Actually spoke. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up, and that's out. Oh dear.
That is the end for Stefan Meiberg. Run out on 33. Partnership of 53 for the Dutch, but that's where it ends. A bit of a misunderstanding in the calling. Means the first wicket down for the Dutch.
Side view looks to work it to him with wicket hesitation.
Yeah, the fielder picks it up nicely.
Fix it up, it is said.
And a direct hit.
Yeah, the Zimbabweans are very tight in that inner ring, and there's an example of that. Slight misjudgment by. Looks to be both of them. A bit of hesitation. Always, you're always in a chance in fielding side, and brings Ben Cooper to the crease.
The 25-year-old VRA player.
Yeah, this is a case now for Wesley Baresi, who now running your partner out. I'm not quite sure what they both will have to say about that, but it's never nice. Now it's time to get your thoughts together and keep playing your innings.
Settle down again, forget about it, and talk about it after the game. That at least is the case for the players involved. We as a commentary team can talk about it at length, of course.
Yeah, Stefan Meyer would
so
be fuming.
who is to blame?
Yeah, well, Wesley Baresi looks to there was a bit of hesitation, but Stefan Marbeck was going through with it. Yeah, well, it takes two to tango. But, there was a bit of yes/no probably, and now it's resulted in a wicket with Marbeck, who was looking in great touch and timing the ball very nicely out for 33. And, Wesley Baresi still there in 10.
And Ben Cooper takes the strike.
Yeah, there will be some chat about it afterwards, and well, you get each other a beer or wine and get it over and done with. Oh, it's edged first ball. Worked away through third man when Ben Cooper straight off the mark. And that's always nice as a batsman to get off that. You know, no one wants to go out for a duck. It's always nice when you off the mark early, and Ben does it here on his first nut. Well, that wicket came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yes, they seem to be pretty much in control. Haven't seen too many chances. That's
Worked away.
a safe single.
Yeah, it's a shame that power play was played very well. Wesley Baresi and Stefan Meiberg, and looked to be in control. There was no real danger. Worked away from third man by Ben Cooper. Nicely played. Concludes the 12th over. The score on 56 now for the loss of one wicket out of Stefan Meiberg.
4 runs off the first over by Meyer and the wicket, but he did not have too much to do with that. Stefan Meiberg, 33 runs off 33 balls with 5 fours for him. He was the batsman who was hitting the ball hard. Is Ben Cooper a hard hitter?
Well, the thing with Ben is because of his height, he can drive many balls that other people can't. He's got a good stride forward, but occasionally looks to play a little bit too many shots, if that's allowed to say. But when he gets going, he's beautiful to watch and can tear apart any attack. Obviously now I'm betting on 2, so defended it. Back to the bowler.
Younger brother of Tom Cooper, who was a very important player for the Dutch team in the past, but he is in Australia still, I think. But would walk into this team if he were available.
Yeah, Tom is obviously a very good player, playing his cricket in Australia for. So, look, there's that bounce again. Yeah, it looks to Tom plays his cricket for South Australia. Actually lost his contract. Was it? Last season. And didn't have the worst of season. Actually scored quite a few runs for South Australia. So still there, looking to win back his contract and extend his professional career at South Australia.
We regularly see him in the Big Bash as well.
Yeah, where he plays for the Melbourne Renegades. Opened the bowling this year with his off spin, and actually did an okay job there. And I think it's a bit underrated, his spin. He can turn the ball quite nicely. But yeah, he's still back in Australia, working hard, probably on his fitness and stuff. So he's ready for the next domestic Australian season. Oh, there will be a 4, Ben Cooper.
Nice deflection.
Nice deflection, and it's always a good sign when you get a ball just too straight and just leg glance it to fine leg for another 4 runs.
Takes the Dutch total to 60. And Cooper is on 6. Wesley Bracey on 11. And it's the 6th boundary of the innings.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the Zimbabweans are getting back to their disciplines and bowled a better area than possibly at the start. And there's been no wides for quite some time now. Even Pofu is his first over went for 14 and slightly got it back, but that occasion was just too straight and worked away nicely by Ben Cooper. Yeah, on Ben, like you said, is he a hard-hitting batsman? Like he's a powerful man. He can hit the ball a very, very long way, and it would be nice to see him giving himself a bit of time and get adjusted, or can adjust to the wicket here.
Averaging about 26 with 207 runs for VRA in the top class season. The top class is the highest domestic league in the Netherlands. The top of quite a large structure. It's a 50 over competition, and a 2020 league runs alongside the 50 over stuff. How far are you guys into 2020?
Well, my domestic club VOC plays. Ooh, wide ball. They played today. They played 2 2020s at home versus Hermes DVS, where Stefan Meierberg plays his cricket, and against Punjab Cricket Club, who promoted this year and have made a direct impact on the top class with some entertaining cricket and some good wins. So they look like they belong at that level. They've played a couple of good games. So the 2020 runs, there were some games yesterday and a lot of games today, which will conclude the round robin, so to speak. And I think next week will be the quarterfinals, and week after the 8th of July, that week the 15th, I'm not quite sure, there will be a finals day of the domestic 2020 competition, which will be good to watch.
If you want more information on where you can watch live cricket in the Netherlands, do tune in and visit the KNCB website. All the schedules are there. Also, Cricket Europe website is very well up to date with Dutch domestic competitions.
And there was a little bit of an edge here by Baresi with the ball falling short of slip fielder Hamilton Mazakatsa. The misfield allows him to come through for 1 run. Played very softly, so ball didn't carry. Short ball, but Ben Cooper just negotiated by dabbing it down into the gully area when Ryan Burrell does the fielding.
The flags on the side of the boundary are sort of waving, so it means that the wind is probably picking up. There's actually a windmill, a modern windmill I should say, not one of those old-fashioned Dutch ones, very close to the ground, and that's producing a lot of electricity right now. So, but we are much better protected in our commentary position than we were on Thursday, when it was genuinely cold at a certain point. Well, so we don't really feel the wind ourselves, but I'm sure the players feel it, and it is blowing across the ground from what you're watching right to left.
It's a good leave.
That's the end of the Meyer over. 6 runs from it. The Dutch are on 62 for 1, with Baresi on 12 and Cooper on 6. We have about 11 extras.
Jij het even gaan regelen?
Fourteen overs gone in the encounter.
Yeah, it's good to see from a Dutch point of view that they look to re-establish the partnership with obviously the loss of Stefan Myburg. As a fielding team, Zimbabwe would have looked to go bang bang, as they say in cricket, to go when you take one wicket you want 2 or 3, and it's up to the Dutch batting unit to not make that happen, which is renowned. Wesley Baresi works at one of his pads for looks to be 2. Look at that, comfortably worked away with his pads down to square leg, where Ryan Burrell does the cleanup. The man now back on the boundary, so it'll be interesting to see when the catch comes his way what the reaction will be like from the Dutch camp.
Bovu in his 4th over, not for 22 for him.
Yeah, the Zimbabweans have all got their sweaters on. They probably not be might as used to these weather conditions as the Dutch guys are.
So, was a bit of a risky second run, but it ends up well for the Dutch. They get the extra run.
Yeah, that's very good running, looking to put some pressure onto the Zimbabwean fielders with running the first one hard. It's in cricket, it's now spoken a lot about. You want to put the fielding team under pressure, and well, so far it's been working out, only with the run out, which is a mistake of the batters themselves.
Bit of a slower ball.
Yeah, look to shoot through a little bit lower. It's come to my attention that in a short while we will get Zimbabwean head coach Heath Strick onto the mic, which will be very good to hear some insights of Zimbabwean cricket and how a legend of Zimbabwe cricket goes about his business, and if he's happy to see what he sees, or he's got some comments. So he'll be on the mic shortly. And Joep, we've got a question for you on Twitter by Church Chisholm, I suppose.
Oh, Mr.
Question for Joep: with the recent retirement of Henry Blofeld, does he foresee a new career with the BBC? I'm not quite sure that's cricket related, but
well, Henry Blofeld, of course, a long-term commentator on Test Match Special, the BBC radio program, and the Bond villain is named after a relative of his. And he's pretty well. A lot is happening on the pitch.
A bit of confusion out there.
Yeah, he's best known, Henry Blofeld, for his nice descriptions of buses that drive by in the background, pigeons that are on the pitch, and all sorts of things. As we have a look at what just happened.
Ooh, doesn't get hit in a very nice area. Doubt, no.
Yeah, yes, no, yes.
And a bit of a misfield, and Wesley Baresi went on his stomach, so some errors.
Burl
comedy of errors, actually.
Failed to pick the ball up, and we're heading for a drinks break. Yeah, Henry Blofeld, he will be missed. A classic commentator with a beautiful voice. I have always been a regular listener to Test Match Special. Unfortunately, it's geo-blocked nowadays by the BBC because of the rights issues. But you can still catch it if you have a radio that that receives long wave on 198. The reception in Holland is very good.
New players take drinks with the score 67-1 after 15 overs. Baresi betting on 17 and Ben Cooper, obviously just still quite new to the crease, so he's betting on 6. With bowling figures at the moment, Nagarava 4 overs for 14. Tiripano bowled 5 overs for 20 with the 1 maiden. Pofu just finishes 4th over for 25, and Mara just the 2 overs for 6.
Only 1 wicket down. That was the run out Steven Meijberg for 33. So far the batting pitch, although it does offer something for the bowlers, the Dutch have done well controlling the innings.
Yeah, it was just the all ball is kicked a little bit, and there was just one that shoot through, but Wesley Baresi struggling for a bit of timing, but Meijberg didn't have any problem with the pace of the wicket, but it doesn't play too badly. Just the all ball that kicks or shuts down low, but all in all it looks to be okay. The outfield not as quick as the previously 2 days, but still quick enough. When you hit the ball nicely, it will run away for 4 runs.
There's a little bit of a crowd in, well, what was I say, 80 to 100 people, nice and relaxed around the ground. VCC does have a very nice accommodation. There's an athletics track next door, 3 beautiful practice nets, and as mentioned, a nice church in the background. Voorburg, well, the heart of Dutch cricket used to be in The Hague and the area. I remember in the past, quite a long time ago now, that most teams in the top league would be from The Hague and the area. It has spread out a lot. Schiedam is a very prominent cricketing city in this country with Excelsior and Hermes. Amsterdam, of course, Rotterdam, all the big cities. The sport is centered in the west of the country. That's where all the teams from the top class are from. Last time a team not from the west won the title was somewhere in the 80s, I think, when Royal UD won the title under the leadership of Steven Lubbers, whom we saw earlier today, just before the minute of silence.
Yeah, spoke some nice words of the recently passed away Roger Bradley. Back in action here with Solomon Mira and into his 3rd over, and Baresi just turning this ball to fine leg for a single. Yeah, with Chitara not playing it, the attack of Zimbabwe looks to be, I wouldn't say toothless, but they miss a bit of spice with Nagarava, who just bowled with good speed. Oh, that's a great shot. Goes for 2 bounces over the fence, short and wide by Mira, and punished accordingly by Ben Cooper, who with that boundary moves on to 10. And Baresi betting on 17. And that's what the Dutch have done well. Every time they've got a bit of width by the Zimbabwean bowlers. They've punished it with well-struck boundaries. So it's what you want as a batting unit. Punish those bad balls. Another short ball. But it's the first one from the far end that seemed to have kicked a little bit.
It's a better directed short delivery as well. Meyer into his third over. On Thursday it was the Zimbabwean slow bowling that did a lot of the damage.
Yeah.
And that actually got the match back under control for Zimbabwe.
2 straight and worked way to square leg. It's well fielded there in the deep, which allows him for 1 run. Yeah, I'm interested to see when Zimbabwe will turn into the spinners. Obviously not missing out our Graham Kramer, who bowled quite well actually, and Sean Williams, who just looks to tie the batsman up there. But the main bowler for Zimbabwe on Tuesday was part-time off-spin. Well, I don't know if you can still call him a part-time. Sikandar Raza. He bowled quite tight lines on Thursday. He's still playing, and I think he'll be a handful once again today. But wouldn't be surprised if we see some spin in the next couple of overs and put some pressure back onto the Dutch.
It will be interesting to see if the spinners can get some grip from this wicket. As the Dutch take another single.
Yeah, that concludes the 16th over. 74 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Seven runs from Meyer over.
Change for Zimbabwe from the pavilion end. Looks to be Chabi Norwa Chibaba. Very exotic name.
Bowling change of the pavilion and Chambu Chibaba.
Yeah, question here on the Twitter on the hashtag Ask Pete. Baresi slowed down last match and today going slow, put some pressure on the others. Just think the wicket hasn't been as flat as it was on Thursday at VRA, and Wesley Baresi is just looking to anchor the innings and look to bat for a long time. And with the way I know Baresi, he will catch up later on in the innings, and he'll just look set to give himself some time and a good score on the board. Obviously now still betting on 19, but I'm sure as the match progresses he'll look to catch on. And this is the moment some people have been waiting for, with Heath Streak into the commentary, and he'll be joining Joep for a little bit. So I'll be out here for a little bit and talk to you guys.
See you in a bit,
later.
Peter. Thank you. So nice of you to join us for a little bit of commentary. You have recently been appointed as head coach of Zimbabwe. What have you done first up?
Yeah, obviously new to the realm, so just trying to get our guys together. We've got important series coming up, and of course next year is the World Cup qualifiers. So we're all playing for 2 positions that are left in that. So that's really, I suppose, my first priority is to try and get us to qualify for the next 2019 World Cup. we're trying to identify the players that are going to take us forward for that.
How important are these games? You were in Scotland before, now you're in the Netherlands. As the Dutch pounce on the ball and take another boundary of the new bowler.
Yeah, very important for us. Obviously, the more international cricket we can play, the better. Match practice you can't change for match practice. It's the best way for these guys to learn. We're looking forward to giving these guys a bit of game time. It's been invaluable, and hopefully we can take that some of that to Sri Lanka, albeit different conditions that we'll face there. But yeah, I think when you score runs and bowl well out in the middle, it's definitely not the same as in the nets.
And another good shot and another boundary.
Yeah, Chababa, who's just come on, and he's been put to the sword by Cooper. He's a pretty reasonable all-rounder. Chababa, he's hasn't bowled much this series. Didn't play in Scotland and didn't play in the first two games. So getting his first outing of the trip today.
They must be a little bit rusty despite all the practice that you guys put in.
Yeah, that's why I say that you can practice as much as you want, but it's hard to.
More runs. Expensive first over.
Yep, 4 boundaries so far on this over. So Chababa hasn't really had a good start. So he's going to have to pull it back. Yeah, it's been an interesting. The wicket looks a bit lively. There's certainly, if you hit the right areas, there's enough. It's a bit slow, but the occasional ball takes off and bounces. We've seen a couple of the batters getting wrapped on the gloves. Baresi once off Pofu, and early on, Myberg got hit by our opener, Garava.
Would have been a nice wicket for you to bowl on yourself.
Yeah, I'd love to have ball on this wicket. I think it's one of those where if you just if you hit your areas consistently, there's always enough in it, and I think the batters always feel that something's going to happen off that length. So I think these are good conditions for seam bowlers.
It is not meant in a bad way, but Zimbabwe has gone through some difficult times with the cricket in the last, say, 5 to 10 years. Would you say you guys are recovering?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. We've there's been a lot of changes back home in terms of our cricket board. We're trying to rebuild. We've got a few young players. We're trying to get some of our players who are overseas and playing in the UK back into Zimbabwe. Solomon Mire, who scored the 80 the other day and who's captaining the side today, as he's been playing in Australia, and we've got him back there. So that's been a good. That's Solomon Mire there, number 27. So he's been a good addition to us, and hopefully we can get one or two of our former Zimbabwean players back into the fold, and that'll really help us and strengthen us a bit more. Yeah, it's been well noted that we've had our fair share of issues, and one of our big problems is the lack of cricket that we've had. It's difficult, and I'm sure Netherlands as an associate country would also have the same problem, not playing enough cricket and consistent. And the more cricket you play, the better you get, and the more easier it is to play at that elite level. So obviously tours like this have been really good for us, given recently we haven't had a lot of cricket, so playing in Scotland and playing here against the Netherlands has been really good for us to give us some game time.
Your captain on Thursday, Graham Kramer, mentioned that he was really happy that Afghanistan and Ireland have been given full status within the ICC, because that he hoped would mean you guys would get a lot more meaningful cricket to play as we get another bowling change. Your captain is turning to your main strike bowler.
Yes, Sekunda Raza did a fake bowl. The umpire had forgotten to give him the ball. A little bit of a comedy, yes. Sekunda Raza has been good for us with the ball so far. He's a very clever clever off spinner. You know, he reads the batsman well. I suppose being a batter himself, he understands what the guy at the other end holding the bat's looking to do, and obviously that's an advantage. But again, you've still got to execute the skills, which he's done really well, both in the previous 2 games and in Scotland as well. He was superb.
How do you look to the elevation of Afghanistan and Ireland?
I think that's really great. You know, well deserved. You know, they've been asking questions all the time, and I think that, you know, them getting that status will allow them to retain their players, you know, and be able to look after their players and pay them better, and hence will be able to raise their level of cricket even more than where they are already. So I think it's good for the game of cricket to continue to grow. I think the sport needs more and more countries playing. If you look at little lucky inside edge there by Cooper, yeah, if you see the other sports, if you take soccer for example, you know, they continue to grow. Their World Cups are having more and more teams. There are more and more countries playing at a higher level, and I think cricket needs to shake off that elitist you know, sport, you know, and be able to continue to grow. And it's good to see, you know, it's good to see. There's a wicket.
And your strike bowler does strike. It's the end for Ben Cooper, who scored 27 runs.
Yeah, and pretty fast one. Yeah, looking to play the slog sweep and missing out, Raza bowling him out right there. So yeah, good wicket, because he was going really well for Netherlands. And at 92 for 2, that's a good start still for the Netherlands. They'll be happy with that, only after 17.4 overs.
Yeah, it was a case of he misses, I hit for the bowler. The World Cup qualifier, how are you guys going to prepare for that? Have you guys got a good schedule towards that?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we've got you know, obviously this Scotland, Netherlands. We then go to Sri Lanka. We play 5 ODIs in Sri Lanka, a test match. We return back to Zimbabwe, where we have a South African emerging team that will be playing our A team. A lot of our younger national players will be playing and involved in that series. We're hoping that Netherlands are looking to reciprocate around September time, late September, in preparation for some of your one-day tournaments. Then we have the West Indies in October. Some of our boys are then going on to play in the Bangladesh Premier League in November, whilst our domestic stuff is happening. January, February, then we have a series in Bangladesh, a tri-series with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and then Scotland coming to us, as well as West Indies. That's all prior to the World Cup qualifiers, which will be probably somewhere around April, May, June next year.
So pretty busy schedule for you guys.
Yeah, and one that's well needed. You know, some of our players, we've got a lot of younger guys in our squad who need that exposure, and like I said, that playing at that elite level consistently definitely makes or raises the bar of cricket, yeah, for us.
With so much attention to the one-day game, with the World Cup qualifier coming up, which I suppose is very, very important for you guys, how important are the test matches for Zimbabwean cricket at this particular time?
Yeah, I think test cricket is a really good grounding. I think, you know, for anyone who wants to play cricket at elite level, if you can be successful in the longer format, you know, it definitely, you know, in terms of learning and evolving and getting better at the game of cricket, long format cricket does help you. You know, although there are a few specialist players, but you know, if you look at the best players in the world, play all 3 formats. If you look at guys like Ben Stokes and Davey Warner, AB de Villiers, you know, the list goes on. They're all capable of playing in all formats of the game. So, yeah, I think just the long format, because it gives you so much more time at the crease. You know, you bowl that much more, you're playing that much more. It certainly helps you evolve as a cricketer, just by virtue of the fact that you're spending more time out on the cricket field.
18 overs gone here in Voorburg, 92 for 2 the Dutch. Leslie Baresi is still there, he's on 21, and the new batsman is Michael Rippon. He is yet to score. You are active with cricket academies in Zimbabwe. How would you say the grassroots is developing?
Yeah, we're lucky. We've got a lot of young cricketers. Our schooling system is exceptional in Zimbabwe, in that the schools actually have cricket as part of their curriculum. So sports, in fact, all sports like soccer, cricket, rugby, tennis, swimming, athletics is all part of the sports curriculum. So, and we've got really good facilities. A lot of the top government schools and private schools have a high level of coaching staff, and they also have good facilities. So, yeah, we're very blessed in that respect. Our biggest challenge has been retaining our young players. For example, if you look around the world and people playing in other countries that we were unable to retain, the likes of Gary Ballance, who's played for England. One of the current boys is Tom and Sam, who's just debuted for England. There's Colin de Grandham, who's playing for New Zealand. We've got Kyle Jarvis, Brendan Taylor, and Sean Irvin, brother of Craig, who's playing here. All three highly successful in the county circuit at the moment. So if you look at those sort of players and a number of other younger guys who've played in under-19 World Cups, who've now gone on to and emigrated to and living in the UK and in Australia, we definitely have a big problem trying to retain them. So, being able to play more cricket, definitely makes it easier for us. If these guys, if there's more national team cricket, more A-team cricket, more representative cricket, it makes it easier for us to be able to retain these players and not lose our players to other countries. In fact, you have one of our Zimbabweans in Shane Snarter as well.
Yeah.
He's another one who's playing, in colours other than Zimbabweans.
Are you? You're obviously one of the biggest names in the history of the sport in your country. Is it possibly easier for you to stay in touch with these guys and to motivate them to play for Zimbabwe?
Yeah, look, it's definitely something. The former captain and teammate of mine, Tatenda Taibu, who is the wicket keeper, and he's taken on the role as the convener of selectors. So both he and I are working closely to try and stay in touch, identify some of these guys who may want to come back, that's something we're working really aggressively towards, getting 3 or 4 of those guys back into Zimbabwean colours and back into, even just to bolster our domestic circuit. Obviously it's the same with Dutch cricket. If you've got a strong domestic competition, it raises the level of the players who filter through into the national team.
Yeah, Mr. Taibu himself had been away from Zimbabwean cricket for quite a while, and that's probably also a priority, to get all these people who have a lot of knowledge about cricket to back involved with the game.
Yeah, and I think kudos to the new board in Zimbabwe. They've really aggressively gone out and sought ex-players, the likes of Tatenda Taibu, Dougie Hondo, Wayne James. I've come into the fold, Stuart Matsakanyeri, just to name a few former players, who weren't involved.
And gone. Well,
yeah,
what happened there?
Second wicket in 2 overs. Yeah, another batsman looked like he thought it stayed low. A little bit surprised by that, but Raza's really proving to be a bit of a handful for a little bit of turn. I don't think it did as much as the batsman thought it did. It did turn a bit, but
if I were a Dutch club, I would have a look at this bowler, because he loves Dutch conditions.
Yeah, he might get a thing. Some Zimbabwean supporters who've come out today to support their country. Well. So all residing in the Netherlands. So it's good to see a few home supporters.
Wesley Baresi, bowled Raza, 22.
It is Wesley Baresi who makes his way back to the pavilion, scored 22 of 52 balls.
Yeah, Baresi fought hard there. He he didn't score as freely as Myberg or Cooper did, but definitely anchored it and set that platform up. Obviously, this is an important little period for both teams. I think if Zimbabwe can nip 1 or 2 wickets out here, then we're in a good position. And if Netherlands can get a partnership going, of course, they set themselves up, to get a really good competitive total.
There is a bit of rain in the forecast for the afternoon. Is that the reason why you guys decided to bowl first?
Yeah, just the wicket looked like it had a bit of live grass in it. I mean, if you see, looking at it from here where Raz is bowling from, there's that sort of green patch in the middle, and definitely we saw early on, especially with the new ball, some balls getting some really good extraction of movement out of that wicket. So we just felt that also, not knowing the wicket that well, the batters would actually have a little bit of an opportunity to see what works and what's good tactically to be able to use on this wicket. Yeah.
Roelof van der Merwe is the new batsman.
Yeah, Roelof, very busy man. He reminds me a lot of he's like one of those busy bees. He's if you watch him there, he never stands still. Always got something, always moving, never lets anyone settle. So you always know that action's going to happen when he's out there.
A lot of experience at high level.
Yeah, and had some really good performances recently. He had that extraordinary knock the other day where his team were, I think, 4 or 5 down for not many.
25 for 5, I think.
25 for 5, and they went on to chase down a massive score. So that was a serious thing. 165, and against Surrey, and those. Surrey has got some of our former Zimbabweans in the 2 current boys, one of which played yesterday, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Well, the Dutch could use 165 not out from Roelof van der Merwe now. Let's see what he can do with 96 for 3.
Well, with my Zimbabwean hat on, I hope not.
The conditions here, of course, very different from what you're going to face in Sri Lanka, but that is going to be a great challenge.
Yeah, I think just having had a look at the most recent series in Sri Lanka, actually the wickets have been very batter friendly, batting orientated. So I think these wickets here have been a challenge. So hopefully the batters, have had to work hard here for their runs. Will hopefully find batting a little bit easier. I think the challenge is probably going to be more for the bowlers, who probably not going to get much out of there. It just depends on whether Sri Lanka decide to prepare spinning wickets. But I very much doubt it, because the one thing we do have as a Zimbabwean outfit at the moment, we've got 3 world-class spinners. We've got Sekunda Raza, who's bowling exceptionally well at the moment. Graham Creamer, who's one of the best bowlers in world cricket, and also Sean Williams. So we've got some really good, we've got 30 overs of quality spin available to us. So I'm guessing that they'll look to play us on pretty flat wickets and back themselves.
The Dutch are inching closer to the 100 mark, but have lost 3 wickets now. You left out, you made a couple of changes for today, is that, or the captain and you together probably. Is that just to get the guys into action?
Yeah, a few of the guys. We also wanted to have a look at 1 or 2 guys. Sean Williams, a couple of guys needed a bit of a rest. Just we didn't want to risk them with small niggles, and we just felt that we would like to give a couple of guys a go. One of them is Jababa, who's bowling now, who's an opening batsman. Tarisai Musakunda, who's a young batter. He's exciting, still inexperienced, but as someone who I'm very much looking forward to seeing play a big part, and the more exposure we can give him, the better. The tall left arm bowler, he played 1 game in Scotland, Richard Ngarava. exciting youngster.
He's only 19 years old.
Yeah, only 19 years old, so a big boy. Good potential, and obviously, it's nice to have have someone of his ability. And then Donald Terapano, who's a bowling all-rounder. The guy opened the innings with the left armour. He's a very handy all-rounder. He contributes down the order with the bat. Good solid fielder and a very useful full bowler. He mixes it up. You'll probably see a bit later. He's very good at mixing up the pace. He's got a good out the back of the hand slow ball and cutters and stuff. So good piece of fielding there by Malcolm Waller and Raza working as a team in the covers and point area.
And Chipapa seems to have settled in after a bit of a difficult first over.
Yeah, I think that was the rustiness we were talking about. Too many times sitting on the edge, or you can't exchange centre wicket practice for nets.
And it is a bit of a cold day. Zimbabwe came about a couple of days late. We had glorious weather in this country for 2 weeks, but we had that thunderstorm on Thursday, and today is a bit cold compared to probably what these guys are used to when they play cricket back home.
Yeah, well, our first 4 days were fantastic. We really saw the best part of Holland when the sun's out. Here in the Netherlands, it's fantastic. We've loved being in Amsterdam. Where we're staying, and some of the guys have been out riding the bicycles and seeing what Amsterdam has to offer. Couple of guys, I think, did 30 odd kilometers in one day on the bicycles and along the Amstel River, and seeing lots of what's on offer. In
that
Amsterdam.
took us over the boundary. There's 4 runs, a welcome boundary for the Dutch that move beyond the 100 score.
Yeah, Roelof van der Merwe, he played that late cut. Like I said, we expect him to be very proactive. He won't allow the bowlers to settle to him. He's a highly experienced player. A lot of county cricket as well. He's played internationally, played a lot in domestic cricket in South Africa, so a very experienced player and a good asset to the Netherlands team.
When you gave up active cricket, did you immediately think that coaching was the way forward for you?
Yeah, I've always loved cricket, and I always knew that I wanted to stay involved in cricket. I come from a farming background at home, so that's sort of my second love outside of cricket. But when I finished, I always wanted to give back and stay involved. So that's something that another boundary
shot.
Used his feet and hit that one straight down the ground. So little flurry of runs for van der Merwe. So I always wanted to get involved. So got into did some of my coaching courses, got involved at provincial level in our domestic circuit, and then got an opportunity to coach the national team Zimbabwe as the bowling coach. So that was.
You have a very experienced staff with you on this tour when it comes to international cricket.
Yeah, ably supported by the former South Africans in Lance Kloosner. Everyone remembers him and what he did during his career, and especially in the '99 World Cup, where he single-handedly won 2 or 3 games for South Africa. And Makai Ntini, who's played a lot of cricket for.
Well,
van der Merwe, lucky. Or was that? No, sorry, that wasn't van der Merwe. It was Ripon, I think. Yep. And lucky not to get bowled there. Change of bowling here by the look of things. This is the previous ball. Backing away, looking to exploit that offside field which is up, and he's missed out on that. Luckily for him, didn't hit the stumps. Would have been the 3rd in 4 overs. So change of bowling here.
Bowling change at the
big Richard Ngarava coming back on, and he'll definitely his role will be to try and get us a wicket here. He's one of our breakthrough bowlers, so I'm guessing Solomon Mire, the stand-in captain today, looking to try and break this partnership. He understands how dangerous Rudolph can be, and I'm sure he's trying to get him back in the change room as quick as possible.
Does he have the mentality of a strike bowler?
Very much so. He's got some good aggression, which is nice to see. He's definitely had a few of those pills that they have to take for anger management. He's a good aggressive fast bowler, which is nice, and not shy to use the bouncer, not shy to use the slow ball. So often have to remind him not to overuse it. So it's a better fault.
How quick is he? That's a wide.
Yeah, he bowled in our last series against Afghan. He was probably bowling around the high 130s, around the 136, 137, 138 in his early spells. So, like I say, he's still young. He's only 19 years old. So his pace drops off to probably, the early 130s, around the 132, 133 in his middle spells. But early on, he's definitely got some pace. And as he gets fitter and stronger, he'll definitely, I think he'll eventually end up as a probably a close to 140 consistently bowler, certainly in the high 130s. So nice to have someone like him. He was a successful bowler for us in our under-19 World Cup a few years back in Bangladesh. Hopefully we can.
Is he your biggest bowling talent?
We've got others, but himself. We've got another kid.
It's a good shot.
Good shot out there, and sweeper. Young Tarisai Musakanda covering that. We've got another guy, youngster called Carl Mumba, who's played in our test team. Played in our last test series against Sri Lanka, and got a fifer and a fourfer. He's quick. He's also up in the 130s. Has bowled a few in the 140s. Young, fit, got a natural athlete, tall guy as well. So, both these two are probably our up and coming talent. We've also got someone who's played a bit, who was called for an illegal action, who's done some modifications. A guy called Brian Vittori, left arm quick, and he's been doing exceptionally well in domestic cricket. So hopefully we can get him back on track and into into the frame. So we've got a couple of nice young quicks in the wings that we're trying to develop.
Sounds like the selectors might get it more difficult and more difficult to pick the team because they got a lot of options. Well, that is a very convincing pool. 4 runs. That's the pool of players widens, especially if you can get some of these non-domestic players back into your fold.
Yeah, definitely. Garava there not getting it high enough for the bouncer, and Rudolph playing a very good shot there. He's going 16 or 14 balls, so he's getting himself in nicely. Much better length that.
Good follow through. That is the end of the over. The Dutch are 119 for 3. Rippon is on 4, Van der Merwe on 21. And it seems like we're going to get a nice competitive game. Let's hope the weather stays fine. The clouds are a bit grey above the ground here in Voorburg, but so far it is dry. And otherwise, Duckworth Lewis will get a say in this match. That's a good pickup for another boundary. You guys batted very, very professionally on Thursday, I thought, batting towards the target.
Yeah, I was very impressed how our openers went about their business. I thought Solomon Miro was, that's what he's capable of doing. He's a destructive batter and very hard to contain when he gets in. So that was a key for us to get a good solid platform and allowed Craig Irvin to play that anchor role, which is what he's accustomed to doing. So that was very good. And of course then the guys towards the end who batted and saw it through. So yeah, I was very happy with the manner in which they chased that down and made what was quite a challenging target, even with the DL revision, made it look quite easy in the end.
Your middle order will look quite differently today, I suppose.
Yeah, obviously a little bit different, but we've got a couple of guys who haven't had much opportunity, who will be given an opportunity today. PJ Moore, the wicketkeeper batsman's been in really good form for the A team, and in our domestic cricket hasn't had much of a chance. We've had Malcolm Waller, who in his 2 games in Scotland had a not out and also got a 92. So he's been in good form. This youngster Tarasai Musakunda, who's an explosive little batsman. So yeah, we've got some new guys there, but it's a good opportunity for them, and they're exciting. Young Ryan Burl, who's had a couple of not outs. It's also haven't really had the opportunity to spend some time at the crease and bat a long time.
A little bit controversial figure on Thursday, Ryan Burrow.
Yeah, and he had a look at some of the images afterwards, and he went and apologized to Marburg. He felt he had let the ball go before he stood down. He had actually asked a couple of the guys who were sitting outside, and asked them if they felt that the catch was okay, and they'd said yes, and that was on the basis on which I think the decision was made out. But he went to Stefan and the skipper and apologized. I know him. He's definitely not a guy who would intentionally do that. So, and certainly not something we would condone as a coaching staff. Yeah.
Malcolm Waller, of course, quite a famous last name in Zimbabwe cricket as well.
Yep. Yeah, his father's a former player and former head coach of the national team. He's got some boots to fill. He's had a really good successful domestic season. He seems to have really kicked on this year. So hopefully he can play more of a role for us when it comes to international cricket.
Runs are flowing at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Ngarava would want to keep persisting with the bounces when he bowls it on a good length. It looks like he's troubling the guys.
It's also of a good length that little bit of extra kick seems to be in the pitch.
Yep. And I think even with the 2 men back, I think Rulof is comfortable with it being short. He'd certainly want it there more often than he would want it on a good length.
He moves to 26 not out.
And that's what we're saying. Good length and difficult to score. And so I think these are some of the things that these youngsters have to learn is not to get too carried away. Sometimes keeping it really simple is what needs to be done.
How much time after the game do you spend discussing these things with the bowlers and batsmen?
Well, one of the things we have, obviously, when with the footage that we get at most of the games, we're able to do full reviews, and show them the footage, and review our game plans against the specific batters, what we wanted to do, how did we execute, what are we looking at doing the next time. obviously that may change sometimes depending on the conditions. But yeah, we do look at a lot of the footage, and it's more from a tactical perspective rather than too much of the technical stuff. The specialist bowling coaches will have a look a little bit at technical things, but at our level, it's more about execution of game plans and what are some of the options that we have. Yeah.
Okay. The Dutch move on to 133 for 3. Van der Meer is on 27, Rippen on 12. Last wicket fell at 93, so this is developing into a healthy partnership. The Dutch middle order did not perform as expected in the second game. After the Dutch got a good start, the scoring stalled a bit under the effective slow bowling from Zimbabwe. What are your slow bowling options today, apart from Raza?
Well, we've got Ryan Bill, who also bowls a bit of leg spin, and Malcolm Waller, who bowls off spin. So they are other options that we have as slow bowlers. Yeah.
Raza bowling his 5th over, 2 for 23 for him so far. So not a successful performance by him.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. I think it's pretty tough these days for spinners with that extra man in the ring. In the good old days, they were allowed to have that extra man on the boundary, so only 4 in the inner ring in the 30-yard circle, and certainly it's made it a bit more challenging for the spinners. And probably a good thing for cricket, though, that it adds a bit of excitement.
A bit of control back, a couple of dead balls in a row.
Yeah, we certainly need a little bit of a quiet patch here. So this, like you say, this little partnership trekking on nicely now. And the thing with Rulof is he's certainly one of those guys who bats quickly. He's always looking at going at least a run a ball. So whilst he's in, the scoreboard will continue to move on.
During the batting innings on Thursday, your batsman used a sweep shot to great effect. Was that something you guys discussed before the game, before the innings?
Yeah, we've been working on it a lot for our Sri Lanka series. A lot of spin is going to be faced there, and that's a very effective shot to use, especially in subcontinent conditions. So, yeah, it's something that all our batters have been working on, sweeping, reverse sweeping. I mean, we've got 1 or 2 players who've had exceptional careers, and have been very effective. Sean Williams is probably one of the best sweepers of a cricket ball, not just in the Zimbabwe team but in world cricket. Craig Irvin's also very good in the sweeping department. So yeah, it's definitely a shot, especially when the ball's moving a bit and spinning, that you can use to have an impact on the spinners and force them to either bowl quicker or adjust their lengths a bit, and make it a little easier for you to rotate.
So Sibaba
Bowling
is
team,
fourth. No,
Netherlands
yeah, he's coming back for his 4th over. 0 for 18 so far for him. Had a very expensive first over, but recovered later.
Yeah, his last 2 overs he settled in nicely, so hopefully he can find that. We need to get a little bit more control back. And see our skipper is on for somebody. I don't know who's off the field. Probably Richard and Garava. No, not sure who's off, but there's the stand-in captain, Solomon Mire.
Yes. Was he the vice captain? If he's the vice
No,
captain?
actually, our vice captain is Craig Evans, also off the field. So both our captain and vice captain resting today.
Well, there's a good chance for him. Does he have leadership experience in Australia?
A little bit. I don't. He doesn't at junior levels and at representative levels back home. He did a bit of captaincy. So just someone that we just want to bestow a little bit of responsibility to and see how he fares with it.
It's a big shot, but there's a fielder on the boundary. The Dutch run rate has risen a bit to closing in on 5.5. It was around 4 earlier on in the innings. All right, Streak, I'd like to thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah,
It has
thank you.
been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, and thank you for hosting
And,
us here. And we're really enjoying it, and we're looking forward to hosting, hopefully, the Netherlands back in Zimbabwe when we hopefully see them later again this year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Dutch 141 for 3 at the moment. Rolf van der Merwe is on 31. Michael Rippen on 16. Both players seem to have settled in well, playing their shots and getting the run rate up a bit. In the last 5 overs it's over 7.5, and I think the Dutch are aiming for a total that will be close to 300 or maybe even more. They are at the current rate going to about 260 to 70, and I'm sure they'd like to go a little bit more rapid as the second part of the innings approaches. Peter Selaar has joined me. It's a good partnership, this.
Very good. Roelof van Meer has come in and straight away showed his intent with running hard and pulling the ball quite nicely to the fence. So it's very nice that someone who straight away comes in, wants to take initiative and put the game forward. It's very good to see, and Michael Rippen looking in good touch as well. So after the loss of those couple of wickets where we spoke about earlier, Zimbabwe went bang bang, is that the Dutch seem in control of their innings at the moment. On the hashtag Ask Pete, I've got an interesting question from info correspondent Peter Della Penna, who asked about Tobias Vizé, who just made himself unavailable. And he's one of the Cairnsby contracted players, and he's still into his work up until the 1st of July. So that's he didn't get many more days off because of earlier trips where we played the Desert T20 in January and played Hong Kong in February, and where he had to take days off work, and he couldn't get more days now, and he'll be full-time contracted by the Cairnsby as one of 5 players, and that will start from the 1st of July. So
What type of player is he?
he's a very aggressive batsman keeper. He's a very natural looking keeper. He's very agile behind the stumps, and with the batting he sort of hits the ball in unorthodox area, so to speak. He likes to play his own shots where Ryan Burrow is into the attack. Yeah, just replaces Sikander Raza. But yeah, Tobias, he likes to play the scoops and the sweeps, and just hits him in areas which you don't really expect. So yeah, it's good to see him now full time on board, and hopefully he'll get his opportunity early, and possibly this summer when we play the UAE in a couple of weeks' time.
Sikander Raza continuing in his 6th over now. for 27. His coach Heathstreak was very positive about his performance, both on Thursday and today.
Yeah, and again, it's a spin that sets the Dutch back. Ooh,
Yeah,
sliding down the leg side, probably. It's the spin again that slows things down with a bit of a wild shot by Ben Cooper, I suppose. But now these two play the spin very well with a couple of chip shots over mid-wicket.
yeah, the leg spin of Ryan Burl it is at the moment. One of the options mentioned by Heathstreak also has Nathan Waller's off spin as an option to go to. We saw Burl bowl a bit on Thursday, leg spin.
Not too many of this over.
It was a pretty economical first over.
Yeah, we
Hope
got
you guys enjoyed the conversation with the Zimbabwean coach. It is a true honor to talk to a cricketing legend like him. He was pretty candid in his answers, and let's hope he and the rest of the people in the Zimbabwe Cricket Association can carry the sport forward in this country. As he said, cricket needs a global presence, and a strong team from Africa besides South Africa does really help in that regard.
So Chibaba to continue from the pavilion end, where Michael Rippon just works at the way past Hamilton Masakatsa mid-wicket. Michael Rippon now on 19 and Roelof van der Merwe were betting on 31. Yeah, he's made quite an impact now. He's looking to be aggressive, and the Zimbabweans have been short to him. And they've adjusted their length, going a little bit fuller to him now. But it looks to be in good touch. It's carved away through cover for another single.
You think 300 is an option is possible for the Dutch?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we spoke about it at length on Thursday. They were a couple of runs short, possibly 10, 20 runs short. Whereas now, the score seems to move on quite nicely, around about 5 and over. And the Dutch will look to capitalise that a little bit later on. But as we saw on Tuesday, it was probably a little bit too early, where they lost a couple of wickets towards the end of the innings, and it held the carnage, so to speak, at the end for the last couple of overs. And they want to keep their wickets in check, so they can start the onslaught, I would say probably about the 42nd, 43rd over, and really press on from there.
So far the weather has behaved. The wind has settled down a little bit as well. As mentioned, the clouds above the ground are grey, but no rain.
Yeah, and there's a quite good crowd that have come in. There's quite a few Zimbabweans on the sideline, which is great to see. And some of the Dutch supporters have made their way to Voorburg and settling down on the embankments on the side of the field. Which is a good sign to see, with a couple of people here watching this third match of the series. And what did Heathstreak think about their bowling? Was he happy, or?
He was reasonably happy. He thought the guys first up looked a bit rusty, but settled in later. I mean, this guy Chamu Chibaba, for example, he got seriously punished in his first over, but has settled in since. And that is important for the Zimbabwe. There's an appeal for caught behind, then he's gone.
Roelof van der Merwe looks to be very unhappy there. Doesn't want to walk away, but
yeah, doesn't have a choice.
When the umpire raises his finger, it means you're out, and that's exactly the wicket Zimbabwe was hoping for.
Let's have a look at it, see if we can pick something up. It was close to the bat for sure. The appeal was immediate and convincing, and the umpire raised his finger. That is the end for Roelof van der Merwe, who scored 32 runs. Gets a bit of applause as he reaches the boundary. Played a good innings, but as you mentioned on Thursday, when you get into the 30s, you want to reach 50. When you reach 50, you want to score more than that. So he will be a little bit disappointed himself getting out on 32.
And it brings skipper Peter Bourne to the crease. Very experienced and gutsy player. And he will look to contribute today. He didn't score runs on the game on Thursday, where he just got out reverse sweeping, which is one of his options against the spin, and he won't be facing first up because that was the last ball of the over, with Ryan Bill to continue.
33 years old by now, from Christchurch in New Zealand. How wide? What is he like as a leader, Peter Bourne?
Peter's he's a very aggressive captain in the way he likes to play his cricket. He's always on the money. He likes to think of himself as a student of the game. He's got a very, very good cricket brain, and he's very much of a fighter. Oh, that stays low. That skids on a little bit, and inside edge for 2 more runs. Yeah, the far end looks to be a little bit lower than this end here from the pavilion, where Zimbabwe have, in my opinion, doing the right thing, bowling spin from that end and keeping seam on from the pavilion end, which early on in the innings had a bit of extra bounce, and this end seems to be staying a little bit lower, so they will bring the spinners into the game a little bit more. Oh, there's an edge.
Yes, that ball was not supposed to go there.
Oh, and they decide against the run where Hamilton Mazakatsa does the cleaning up.
Ben Cooper seemed to complain a little bit about the ball keeping low in when he got bowled.
It's down leg side. It's poor delivery and wide, and they take the extra run, which will
the score forward. 150 up for the Dutch, 150 for 4. Marco Rippen is on 19. Peter Bourne is yet to score, and I think he would fancy one of them sweep shots against this bowler.
No, that's outside the line of stump.
Was his drop catch discussed much after the game on Thursday?
Well, he was obviously disgusted with himself, as Pete prides himself on his fielding. He's a very good slip fielder, and it was a dolly where he hates making excuses, but he said it's probably just a bit too much time. And I guess it happens from time to time where even Peter just misses a catch, and he was disgusted.
Because he is definitely among the best slip fielders in this country.
And there you go. That's one of his strengths. Sousa behind square for 4 more. Yeah, typically Peter Bourne. He where some players would be more comfortable playing with a straight bat, looking to hit the bowler over or to the side screen, and like I would say, his sweeps are a safe option. He used to be a very good hockey player, and this one he just drives out to cover for a single. Now, he used to be a very good hockey player, so that's why he's got those wrists and be able to maneuver the ball behind the wicket. It has got him in a lot of runs and a lot of success over the years. And with this last ball, it's the end of the 29th over. Oh, is it 29th? No, can't be right. I think they've started from this end, so it's probably the 30th. Oh, then this will be the 31st, but we'll see if that's
Yeah,
correct.
it's the 30th over.
Yeah, well, Peter Bourne just come to the crease. He's betting on 5, and Michael Rippon betting on 19 of 26 balls.
There's 10 runs off that over. So a pretty successful one for the Dutch.
And here's Chibaba continuing from the pavilion end.
1 for 24 of his 5 so far. Talented all-rounder. And he might open the batting for Zimbabwe today. Zimbabwe will try and get some of the players who haven't had much batting so far on this tour some experience before they head off to Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the Dutch will go on about it now. The 30 overs gone and 20 more to play. It's just a loss of that wicket of Van der Merwe will set them back a little bit.
The Dutch do bat long. It's a long batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Logan van Beek has been in good touch with it. 64 not out in the first game and 30 odd the next game, where he just hit the ball nice and clean and straight. And young Sikander Zulfikar coming in at 8, who can, as we saw on Thursday, can hit the ball quite a long way. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that's stayed nice and low, but obviously Peter Boring now betting, but he wouldn't mind to see that, with possibly the wicket staying even low as the game progresses. So, but he will look to have a bet first half now. So
Yes, he will first want to score some runs on it.
yeah, I don't know what a good total would be. Like the wicket is a bit too paced. The old one jumps up and the old one just skidding a little bit low. But, yeah, target of, I'd say, would still look to be 280, 300 will be around par. So it also depends on how the Zimbabweans go. They've been quite good of late, where they've just been tidying up their acts. Heath Streak also said at the start they looked a little bit rusty and a little bit, but now with taking the pace off the ball, is looking to be quite successful once again.
It's a good over by Shibaba. Just 1 run from that over. The Dutch have moved to 155 for 4 after 31 overs. Michael Rippon is on 19. Peter Boren is on 5. We still have our gorgeous hashtag at hashtag Ask Pete.
Yeah, we've got a question who calls the run out of Myburg, and it was Sikander Raza at mid wicket. As Michael Rippon edges the ball through first slip and run away for a couple. But it was Sikander Raza who held the balls into his hand, made sure he got nice and close to the stumps to make sure he hit them. And well, got Myburg short of the crease. And as commentators like to say, he wasn't even in the frame. It's a full toss. Hit away to a long off by Michael Rippon. This is another stage of rebuilding here by the Dutch. Still looking to score around about 5 and over to keep the momentum in the innings. It's a change in field, and mid-on's been brought up, and there's a deep backward square courtesy of that sweep. With a little bit of a misfield, but because he's up in the circle, that denies the an easy single down to long on. So good captaincy there. Yeah. Oh. And another miscommunication in the Dutch betting lineup. There's been quite a few actually today.
Followed by an overthrow that got the Dutch an extra run. But yeah.
Yeah, the batsmen come together now. Just make sure they get the communication and clarity. The glove punch, which Ryan Kibble is not a big fan of, didn't really work out there. Ryan Bill to continue.
Yeah, better over by him.
Yeah, 5 runs of it so far. Top ball to finish.
The Dutch 160 for 4 after 32 overs. Let's quickly recap what happened so far today. Zimbabwe won the toss. They sent the Dutch in. There's an opening stand of 53 before Stefan Meiberg was run out for 33 of 33 balls. Next man out on 92 was Ben Cooper. Bowled Raza for 27. 1 run later, Wesley Baresi was sent back to the pavilion. Bowled Raza for 22. And the last man out so far, Roelof van der Merwe, 32. Caught more, bowled Chibaba. And that brings the Dutch to 160 for 4. Marco Rippen is 22, not out. Peter Borren is on 7. We have 18 overs to go as the wicket gets a bit of treatment and the players take a drink. The Dutch lineup just one change. Fred Klaassen is making his debut in place of Tim van der Gugten. Zimbabwe has made a maximum amount of changes. Tendai Chatara, Craig Irvine, Sean Williams and Graham Kramer are all sitting this one out. And Chami Norwa Chibaba, Tarisai Musakanda, Donald Tiripano and Richard Nagarava have all joined the playing 11. And as I told you at the start of the game, we are getting more experience with all these names, and they are a bit easier to pronounce now.
Yeah, then if you want to ask any questions, use the hashtag AskPiet with the latest question just being answered. That the run out was by Sikander Raza mid wicket. So for those who don't see that on the scorecards, it's Sikander Raza took that run out with a direct hit from mid wicket. Yeah, what have the Zimbabweans got in store now with already used 7 bowlers so far? And it looks like Chibaba will continue from the pavilion end. He looks to bowl just a nice back of a length area, hit the top of off. Been quite consistent in what he does. And looks to be a handful on a wiggle like this. Figures of 1 for 24 of his 6 overs, so the 1 maiden. Yeah.
It's also nice to see a lot of young kids on the boundary playing cricket. I had a very brief chat with Roland Lefebvre, who coaches the Dutch A team, who just got back from a tour to Essex and Kent, and he has a couple of talented youngsters there, people that could make the big team in the next couple of years. It is, of course, important for Dutch cricket to have as wide a pool as possible to pick from. We discussed that with Heath Strick as well, as he's trying to get a lot of players back into the fold for Zimbabwe, guys who no longer play for the national team. And it must, he mentioned, of course, the Zimbabwean who's playing for the Netherlands, but also Tom Curran, who made his debut yesterday for England, Colin Grandhomme, who's playing for New Zealand. It tells you that Zimbabwe still produces a lot of quality cricketers. It's just a case of getting them to play for the national team. As play resumes here.
Yeah, Michael Rippon just working the to square leg, and the pitch looks to be lower and lower, where the ball occasionally bounced, especially from the pavilion end, and where he's now looking to seems to skid on a little bit more and target the stumps. And the Dutch won't be unhappy to see that as the game progresses, to stay nice and low, and if they can bowl nice and straight later on in this innings. But it's obviously quite some time ahead, and now 32 overs being played with Peter Bourne on strike. Just works that ball the fine leg for another single.
The Dutch run rate just over 5 runs and over. That would, as easy calculations prove, turn out to be about 250. So you would expect a bit of a rise of the scoring tempo.
Yeah, I think the Dutch will look to accumulate it around about 5 and over for the next, well, let's say 10 overs, 5 to 6 and over, and gradually build it up and see if they can keep wickets in hand and have a bit of an onslaught at the end, because there's a couple of guys who can hit the ball a long way. We've saw on Thursday Logan van Beek hitting a couple of sixes, and young Sikander Zuvako who can clear the boundary with ease. So we'll be quite excited to see them betting on later on in the innings, but there's a lot of hard work to be done. And on this occasion the communication is very good between Michael Rippon and Peter Bourne, where Sikander Raza again from mid-wicket has a hit, but obviously Michael Rippon was back in time.
Michael Rippon, 23, not out at the moment. Chibaba bowling an economical over. It seems just 2 runs so far.
Play by Michael Rippon. We're going to push hard. Something the Dutch have done very well today is run the first one hard. And, it has enforced a couple of misfields, so they were able to get a few runs, sneaking them in. Ryan Burrell looks to continue from the... What is the end called from? A couple of cows in the background. I don't know what the end is called. Looks
Is it cow or sheep?
sheep, cow, I don't know.
Let's not count them too actively. This a bit of a green patch in the suburbs of The Hague.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, it's very good to see some youngsters playing there over in the nets. Quite a few Zimbabwean supporters actually, which is very nice. A couple of flags hanging down there in the far end of the field. It's good to see a couple of people coming to watch these games in the Netherlands.
It is interesting though that in Zimbabwe playing cricket is part of the school curriculum. That must really help in talent development. There is school programs in the Netherlands as well. There's programs surrounding bilingual schools. So those are schools that teach in English and in Dutch. And it is of a lot of importance to get youngsters to play cricket. But here in Voorburg they have every age group, I think. It's a very well run club that has produced a number of national team players. Former captain Tim de Lede is probably the best known around the world.
Yep.
These days I think he sells cricket equipment.
Yeah, and actually still actively plays for VCC, which is... Peter Boren just works it away to mid-wicket. We said that ball before. Looked like it gripped a bit in the surface. It's the first ball we've actually seen it turn a little bit. So I think especially Michael Rippon would be not too unhappy to see that, as he will have an important role to play later on in the innings with his bowling.
34 overs gone, 165 for 4 the score. Michael Rippon is 25 not out. Peter Boren is 9 not out. Partnership is worth 20 runs now between these two.
Ooh. There's that extra bounce again.
Yeah, I'm sure if I were a Dutch bowler, I would be pretty interested in what's happening. If I'm the batsman, I look.
Yeah, it's it's been on the lower side for the last couple of overs, but this one seemed to have jammed. It's probably coming off that green patch you can see right in the middle of the wicket there, and just hopefully the Dutch bowler's going to take advantage later that innings, but the Zimbabwean bowlers seem to have it's a glorious cover drive. Work through mid-off and
bit of a
extra
chase
cover
on for the 19-year-old.
Yeah, the outfield isn't as quick as it was at VRA, but obviously it has been raining for quite a bit early on in the morning, so maybe that will just stops the ball from running to the boundary with ease. Still quick enough, I suppose. Every ball that's been timed really well still manages to roll for 4, so guess value for shots is still on.
Chibaba getting an extended workout in his 8th over. 1 for 27 of his first. He got the wicket of Roelof van der Merwe a while back, about 6 overs ago.
Yeah, Peter Boren just looking quite solid here. Just captain's innings is required, as they like to say in cricket, and takes his time now. And 9 of 21 deliveries. Ooh, there was a short ball by Chibaba, just had a bit of a stare, which is always great to see when a pace bowler just gets it up around the helmet area and just follows it up with a stare, a couple of words probably, a bit of aggression. And Peter Boren just getting out of the way of that one. It's not been called one of the overs, so still got 2 up his sleeve. Oh.
No ball.
Oh no. It's a free hit for Peter Boren here. I wouldn't be surprised if he would get on one knee and slog it over the mid-wicket fence, but
That is his favorite shot.
definitely is. But with this field Chibaba's got, he's got a fine leg, a third man, and a cover boundary, so you would assume he will bowl it into the deck. Yeah, still a weird thing in cricket where bowlers can't keep their foot behind the line. Something that at training at times, it's full and wide, and Peter Boren just slashes out to cover.
Straight to the fielder, so it's just 1 run added to the Dutch total.
Yeah, in trainings now, I think more attention has been towards the bowlers to keeping their foot behind the line, because obviously with the free hits coming off no balls, that it can hurt you pretty badly, and also for the confidence of the bowler. It's never good. So more and more attention is being paid to bowlers keeping their foot behind the line.
Yeah, we saw a number of big no balls during the Champions Trophy matches, and you do indeed wonder how very experienced bowlers can still overstep by that much. Of course, you as a slow bowler don't have much of a problem with that, but
No.
it is the end of the 35th over. The Dutch are on 169. Michael Rippen 25, 12 for Peter Borren, and we're approaching we're getting into the last 15 overs. And in old-fashioned cricket, they always say you have to double your score in the last 15, but that's probably a bit optimistic.
Peter Born down the track.
But I'm sure a score of 340 would make the Dutch management really, really happy.
Peter Born down the track there, just squirting the ball. There's that reverse sweep we've talked about. Just chips it over point. Is that running away for a boundary?
Nope,
No,
picked
it
up by
does.
the fielder.
No, and they take it 3 runs. It's good running. It's good running by the Dutch with Michael Rippen comfortably making it home.
Peter Bourne got a little bit of stick on Thursday for playing that shot very early on in his innings, but he's not. It hasn't scared him off playing the shot, and it is one he does normally control really well.
Yeah, I'm definitely not slating him off for that. He scored so many runs over that, so it's one of his strengths. So you talk about sticking to your strings, and he certainly did that. And when it goes wrong, it looks awful. But for him, it's quite a safe option. I mean, if he would have driven that straight into the hands of cover, you would have hurt anyone. And now, because it's a reverse sweep, but for him, it's quite a safe option. And you do tend to get out of that sometimes. I mean, that happens in cricket. So
Ryan Burrell being used a lot. He's in his 5th over already. Yeah, is on note for a 16 after 4. Filling up the gap that is there because Sean Williams and Graham Kramer are not in the lineup today, which means Zimbabwe have to look to different players to fill up the slow bowling overs. They also have Malcolm Waller as an option, his off spin.
yeah, by the look of this over, the Dutch look to play with a little bit more intent. They using their feet now a little bit to Ryan Burrell. It's white ball down the leg side. It's 15 overs to go. I'm still looking to play at 5 and over. The run rate had just
They claim a caught behind, but it is probably just
off the pad.
yeah.
Not many others seem to be quite convinced.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Yeah, probably hits the top of his pad.
Yeah. Gloves were close, but not. If the umpire's finger stays down, you're not out, so that's what it's all about.
One more look at it.
Nah,
I don't think the bat was
anywhere near.
no. It is 36 overs gone. Team the Netherlands 175 for 4. Michael Rippen 26. Peter Boren 16. From this end, it is still Chibaba in his 9th over now, 1 for 31 for him.
We've got another question here on the hashtag Ask Pete from John Sist, a former player and I think captain from VCC. Is now watching the game in Australia and looks to be like a slow ground field bounce, and score of 270 should be enough. I tend to agree with you, as the wicket goes lower and slower as the day progresses, which is a common thing in Holland. And
That's a big
great
shot.
Flicked away behind, backward of square by Peter Bourne, where Chibo on this occasion maybe a little bit straight. But yes, John, I tend to agree with you. 270 looks to be enough, especially with the Dutch bowling stock sorted, and hopefully they can learn from probably their mistakes on Thursday, where they tended to be a little bit on the shorter side and possibly a bit too straight, where especially Irvine was picking them off in the square leg region and running a lot of twos. Big shot.
Does it carry?
Yeah, it does. Sikandar Raza behind it.
Yeah.
Just plugs a little bit in the outfield. 2 more runs. And as said in the last over, is the Dutch look to up the score now, with Peter Boying taking a little bit of an aggressive role, pushing this ball straight over the top.
It's good to hear that so many people around the world that have a connection to Dutch cricket are watching the game this afternoon. Well, for us it is afternoon. It is the second stream, and it comes to you courtesy of the KNCB, the Royal Dutch Cricket Association.
Yeah, great initiative. Another short ball. Bourne looks to be in trouble,
Falls safely.
but no one there.
Bit risky.
Square.
Got a lot of positive response after Thursday's game. That was really nice to hear for everybody involved. It was a good game to cover as well. Just like today, there's barely been a boring moment. Also very good on Thursday of the Dutch national coach Ryan Campbell joining us, and today we've had Heat Streak. So it is really good to hear their perspectives on this series, but more specifically on their team and the development of their team towards those all-important World Cup qualifiers. As mentioned on Thursday, these two teams are competitors in a battle for the last 2 spots in the World Cup. The setup has been changed by the ICC as we move towards the next World Cup. No more automatic qualification for all full members, and possibly a better chance for the associates to battle for a spot, but there are fewer places up for grabs.
Yeah, which is also quite interesting now, with 12 full members as of Thursday, with Ireland and Afghanistan gaining full membership. So obviously great news for them, and I think for the global game. See the ICC expanding the full members with 2 more, and it's great news for the entire cricket community, I suppose.
In the meantime, Ryan Burrell in his 6th over, not for 20. It's pretty economical, actually.
And there's the slog sweep. Yeah.
Yeah, you had been waiting for it.
Yeah.
And there it is, and very effective.
Yeah, they brought mid-wicket up, and had another guy here at points, and Peter Bourne takes full advantage and slog sweep this over the mid-wicket cow corner area, and yeah, it's one of his strengths. Yeah, I'm actually knowing Peter Bourne quite well. It's just leaving that gap open is a bit of a chance you take, but obviously with his wicket skidding on, you still feel you're in with a chance. But Solomon Mira, acting captain today, walking over to Ryan Bill, have a bit of a chat, see if they can change something, where mid-wicket is now out, and they have to bring someone up. Yeah, mid-on will be brought up. which I think is a better move for Peter Bourne, he will look to go over middle now. Knowing Pete, he will look to take the game in, or maybe a reverse sweep down the track. Ooh. Ryan Bull was up to the task, but just a single there to short 45, where Christopher Mpofu does the cleanup job.
The score moves on to 189, and both batsmen are exactly level at 28. Even
Yes.
strike rate, they're not that far apart.
There it is again with the lack of bounce. Hopefully the Dutch bowlers are taking notice of this.
Which bowler would specifically be licking his lips?
Well, I think Roelof van der Merwe will be quite handy. I would assume he will bowl from the same end as the Zimbabwean spinners have been operating from. He'll look to get the bolts and LBWs in from that end, skidding the ball onto the pads. And probably Paul van Meeken, with his bounce, but he's also very capable of bowling cutters, and if he gets one to shoot through and the other one to stay a little bit lower. But as mentioned on Thursday, where I was surprised Peter Bourne didn't get himself into the attack, where spoke to him after the game and after he dropped the catch. It's like it wasn't my day. Which I always think, well, if you're an all-rounder, you can. It's a good thing about cricket and being an all-rounder. You can come back and still contribute in a game with your bowling. But well, he saw it otherwise. But actually, we played a game against Scotland here 2 years ago, a 4-dayer, where Scotland looked to be in control of the game, and Peter Bourne just got himself on and took 3 wickets in 3 or 4 overs and won that game for us. Pretty much single-handedly at that stage, and also there was also coming from that end with the ball staying a little bit low and hitting the stumps, and very sharp stumping chance down the leg side by Wesley Baresi. So Peter Bourne with his leg cutters and bowling straight, bowling for LBWs and balls. Short and uppercut by Michael Rippon. It's a great shot. Does that make it? Yeah, that will make it to the fence. It's a great shot. For Chibaba. Just a little bit short, and Michael Rippon
Chibaba
onto
in
it.
his last over, his 10th.
Yeah. He's a pretty similar bowler to Peter Bourne, actually. I would think same pace-wise. But a bowler like that can't bowl it short out sort of. And Michael Rippon makes him pay. Then dabs it for another one in the point region. Good betting.
Rippon moves on to 34. Bourne is on 28. The Dutch are 195 for 4. Chibaba picked up the wicket of Roelof van der Merwe and is in general bowling with decent economy. Just over 4.5 runs an over.
And there's another one. Just glided down the third man. And a single added to the total. Yeah, Chibaba bowled had a nice good spell today. I think he bowled quite well.
Considering the fact that his first over went for I think 14.
Was it Mpofu?
Was it Mpofu?
Was it Mpofu?
No, he did.
Oh, maybe I'm trying. Oh. Ooh.
I'll just tell you that he did recover well. At least he was at the. He got punished by Stefan Mayburg, I think.
Yeah, well. Skipper Solomon Mire.
The partnership just passed the 50 mark between these two. So a pretty useful contribution from the middle order for the Dutch today, as we have another no ball and with it a free hit.
Yeah. It's the second one of today. I'm sure bowling coach and Kai and Tini not be too happy with that.
Well, I'm sure Lance Klusner can tell him a bit of story about bowling. He was people remember him for his long hitting, but he was a very, very effective bowler as well.
It's a free hit. Straight up in the air.
And
Just
it
falls.
drops.
Will they come back for 2? Yeah, no, and it stamps. Easy 2. For Michael Rippon, who obviously can't get out, only ran out to the free hit. So that's the end of Chibaba's spell. With a single wicket of his 10 overs. Costing 46 runs. Yeah, Salomon Mira has to make a change, and I think he'll stick with the pace from this end as another change is made, with Ryan Bull being replaced by opening bowler Donald Tiripano, by the look of things.
Yeah, he's got plenty of room in the bowling. He's only bowled himself 3 overs. Pretty economical as well, not for 13. Nagarava has got 4 overs left, Tiripano's got 5 left, Mpofu got 6 left, Meyer himself 7, and Raza's got 5 left, so plenty of options for these last 11 overs for the Zimbabwean captain. Always helps if you have a number of all-rounders in your lineup. That gives you a lot of choice.
Yep.
And if one bowler doesn't have his day, you don't necessarily need to bowl him out, like happened with Meyer on Thursday himself.
Ooh.
Good start for Tiripano.
Yeah, we look to bowl a little bit of a fuller length. Actually didn't bowl too badly. Figures of them for 20 or 5 with single and maiden. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Peter Boren is looking to do here with field up straight. Oh no.
That is in
That's
the air.
straight
There
up.
is a fielder under it.
Running around.
Ball is swerving
So-
a bit, but he's taking the catch, and it's a good catch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. He looked to be in good touch. And looking to be aggressive. But this is a case again of the Dutch going too hard too early. This is when I spoke to Ryan Campbell earlier this morning. He would like to see the Dutch take it a little bit deeper. And the wicket falls in the 40th over.
Good partnership though, but 54 runs.
Yep.
But it is the end of the Dutch captain. Scored 29 of 39 balls with 3 4s. And it is the first wicket of the day for Tiripano.
Yeah, they've all been small. There's a couple of 15 run partnerships with the opening partnership of Myberg and Baresi worth 53. Then another partnership of 40 between Baresi and Kupu of 40. Obviously the quick wicket of Baresi, and then Van der Meer and Rippon also adding 50, and now Borns the 5th wicket to fall. Also another 50 run partnership, but the Dutch are just lacking that one big partnership you always talk about. You would like to have the one partnership, the big daddy partnership, so to speak, of 100 plus runs, which the Dutch hasn't been able to quite get. And it brings Logan van Beek to the crease.
The man in form.
Yep. He's been hitting him very well
But
of
he's
late.
not on strike. The batsman did change over. So it's Michael Rippon facing. And just guides the ball down for a single.
Yeah, Michael Rippon will probably look to bet throughout the innings, because you want one of your top 4 to bet for probably about 50 overs, and he looks to anchor down with the score now 200 for 5 in the 40th over.
It's a bit of applause from the boundary as the Dutch crossed the 200 runs.
Yeah, they probably just one wicket behind. I think the wicket of Peter Bourne just probably falling a little bit too early. Now it's a case of rebuilding again before you can start to wallop the ball around in these stages of the innings. It's a good ball, nice and straight, making the new better play. Yeah, it's not a bad bowler, this Tirupana fella. Nice and straight, with a foot of a length. It's been good today. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Straight
Beautifully
drive.
played.
Oh,
That is a sign of a man in form.
and isn't it a great sight? It's a classical cricket shot. Logan van Beek full of confidence and hammering this half volley down, straight down the side screen. Yeah, it's very nice to have a guy like him coming in at 7 who just looks to be positive from the word go. It's got a nice shot. Oh, that's again another half volley, this time a little bit higher. The take on the arm. Oh, direct hit would have been close. It's again Sikandar Raza. Can't keep him out of the game. Wickets, run-outs, runs. Oof, how close would that have been? Can we possibly get a side look of that? Because there was some very good fielding with a strong arm. Don't think it missed the stumps by too much.
In the meantime, Christopher Mpofu takes the ball. I think.
And that's Huub Janssen signing the 3rd power play, which means 5 men can be on the boundary now. And you only need 4 guys inside the 30-yard inner ring. Yeah, Christian Mpofu was a bit wayward in his earlier spell.
Not for 25 in 4. He is the most expensive bowler in the lineup so far, in today's game at least.
Bowling change at the pavilion and Chris Mpofu.
Yeah, he didn't come back to bowl at the end on Thursday. Maybe just the one over where the Zimbabwean skipper then, Graham Kramer, just stuck with his spinners towards the end. And it's come to my attention that Graham Kramer will be in the commentary box in the 2nd innings, so it will be interesting to hear his thoughts. The captain of the Zimbabwean team, and see how he feels about his time in Holland, how his team has played, and obviously looking forward to the Sri Lankan series.
I must say it is really good to hear how the people cooperate with this stream. It is great professionalism, and hopefully the conversation with Graham Kramer will be as fascinating as the one I had with his trick. And of course, Peter Saylor has been contributing invaluable information throughout Thursday and today, and still answering your questions.
Yeah, don't forget the hashtag AskPiet with P-I-E-T if you want to know anything about the game involved or anything about Dutch cricket. Try to answer all your questions, where Logan van Beek just nudges this one down to fine leg.
I don't know the exact viewing figures, but people were pretty happy on Thursday with the amount of people who tuned in to watch the stream. It tells you that there is a lot of interest in both Dutch and Zimbabwean cricket around the world. There's of course a lot of cricket going on at the moment. There's a test match started yesterday in the West Indies, but that was hindered by a lot of rainfall. Yesterday there was a 2020 match between South Africa and England at Taunton in Somerset, a place not unfamiliar to some of the Dutch players. South Africa won that one in a pretty tight encounter. good finish.
Yeah, that was a very entertaining game yesterday. South African bowling unit led by Chris Morris were bowling with a lot of intent and hostility. It was great to watch, with words flying all over the place and demanding an extra over of the captain A.B. de Villiers. Was a great sight.
Yeah, South Africa included some extra strike bowlers, and that did pay off in the end.
Oh no.
And that is another wicket. A pretty simple dismissal.
A very soft dismissal here by Van Beek, who just chips the ball to mid-wicket.
20946. The score. Partnership just 10 runs. I'm sure Logan van Beek had other plans when he walked to the middle.
Yeah, just chipping that. It's probably just a little bit early onto the shot, and Salam Amira takes a regulation catch at mid-wicket. Quite disappointed.
That means Mpofu strikes for the first time today.
You mentioned Sikander Zulfikar.
Yeah.
And Sikander Zulfikar, the Dutch youngster, is the new batsman. Well, it isn't a good moment to come in, I suppose.
Yeah.
With just over 9 overs to go. He probably has a license to try and to play his natural game.
Yes, Sikander likes to play his shots from the word go, so he'll probably look to take a couple of balls to get into his work. And yeah, but now the Dutch have lost 6 wickets with 9.1 overs to go, so they'll probably look to rebuild just for a little bit, because these last 2 wickets will hamper the start of their onslaught, which as Thursday's game also cost them a couple of runs probably, and now they're in the same boat, so Sikander will probably look to play a couple of balls to play himself in, and hopefully will look to go big a little bit later.
The Dutch run rate.
Oh.
Ooh. Well,
how
that
costly is that going to
we're
be?
probably going to go down as a chance.
It's always difficult as a seam bowler following through and getting the ball in the right
Especially if you're tall as well.
yeah, coming down. It's a long way back to the earth.
The Dutch run rate has edged above 5 again.
Yeah, just that little period with Boren and Michael Rippen batting nicely with a good intent. But these 2 wickets will hamper that run rate a little bit, where I would say the Dutch will look to score 70 or 80 of this last 10 overs. As John Sist mentioned earlier, around about 270, 280. 280 would be about par, I think. But yeah, now you've lost 1 wicket too many. And it's still Donald Tiripana to bowl.
In his
big
7th
shout.
over and a big shout, but the umpire is not interested.
Probably hit him outside the line.
I think so.
stump.
Yeah. Donald Tiripano, 1 for 27 of 6.1. Let's have a look again.
Oh no, it's going down the leg side.
Yeah.
That actually
That
went
came
quite
back
a bit.
Yeah. Came back a bit.
Slow ball off cutter. Shot.
That's much better.
It's a great shot. Cut down to the 3rd man boundary.
Some work to
Stopped
be done
just
there,
inside the ring.
but well stopped.
2 runs added to the total. Yeah, Michael Rippen will look to bet throughout his 50 overs and be the constant factor. And Sikander will, I would say, have a couple of overs to get himself in, and then we'll look to capitalize a little bit later on. It's another single who's been using that option quite well and looks to take on 3rd man and another 2. That's good running.
Is there a rookie initiation system in the Dutch national team, or is that a topic that is not to be discussed?
Well, there actually have been earlier on we had a master class of jokes by Daan van Bungen, who used to play for the Netherlands. He was quite the funny guy. Oh, slow ball bouncer. Is it a white? No. Surely. Oh,
Yep.
They give it a white.
It is in the end.
It was very short.
Bodo was very disappointed.
Yes. Michael Rippen walked towards him. Great stories with Paul van Meekeren when we were in Namibia, whereas he forgot his. Well, we obviously took his bag and he forgot he actually had a handbag, travel bag with him, and by the time we got to Namibia, he realized he forgot his hand luggage, and Daan van Bungen wrote up a note saying that the South African Airways found his bag and made sure he had to travel down all the way to the airport in Windhoek. And, the name, it was signed off by K. Luns, which in Dutch means kluns, which is a bit of a like a
Klutz.
goofy bit of person. So he could have got there, and actually went all the way to the airport, and we actually managed him to get him go into his Dutch kit. And it was quite a funny one. And some other stories, but that lately hasn't been quite the case. As Sikander here gets off the mark with a pull shot. A bit of bent in the changing room has, to be honest, gone down a little bit. Those things, but maybe for Fred, who is a very nice guy and would probably believe anything you say to him, so I wouldn't be surprised if he would, and another hit at the stumps. Well, was that Malcolm Waller allows the Dutch to come through for another run. But with Fred, maybe because of being such a nice guy, could be taken well advantage of, but not quite sure if that will happen.
8 runs of that over as the Dutch move to 217 for 6. Michael Rippen, the mainstay of the innings, 43 not out, and Zulfikar is on 1. 42 overs gone here in Voorburg, as the weather is still holding out well. Hopefully we will get a full game.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised to see, especially the Zimbabwean supporters. Some of them rocked up in shorts. I was like, that's a bit ambitious, but they were dancing a little bit earlier on, but now they're just quite content to watch the game and relax there, as you can see on your screen right now.
Christopher Mpofu continuing. His 6th over, he's 1 for 28 and starts off with a nice slower ball.
Yeah, I think the slower balls are going to be vital later on into the game, and you can see now the experience of Christopher Mpofu tells with just rolling his fingers down the ball and taking pace off. As every ball that has been bowled with a bit of pace behind it looks to be easier to play. So signs for the Dutch team to take pace off the ball and see if they can. And the old French cut.
Yeah.
But 4 runs.
If you can play it, it's very effective.
If you can control it.
Yeah. I wonder where the name comes from, French cut.
Yeah,
there must be a story behind that.
It's Chinese cut, French cut.
Yeah.
Different French cricket, I know. Sort of
Richie Benaud was the protector of French cricket. I know that. He was of French descent, and when he was commentating in England, he would spend off weeks in the south of France, enjoying the nice weather. And a wide for Mpofu.
Yeah, it's good to see the scoreboard keeps ticking over.
Yes, double Nelson on the board right now, 222.
The run rate still a little bit above 5 and over, so the Dutch will look to capitalize on that. But possibly not the time right now, losing their 6th wicket. There's just a bit early. Ooh, there's that extra bounce again, randomly.
A little bit of movement as well.
Smile on the face of Christopher Mpofu. Seem to enjoy that a little bit of a delivery. Yeah, signaling to his captain that the cutters seem to work. And maybe he wants a change in the field, or looking to roll his fingers down the ball. Another one run deflected to 3rd man, which has been a signature shot for Michael Rippon this innings.
In the dreaded double Nelson off the scoreboard. It took me a long time at my own club to teach the person who changed the scoreboard to never put the 111 to 22, and on a very rare occasion 333 off the board. But of course, with electronic scoreboards, you don't have it. You don't have a choice.
It's a good single there towards cover. Sikanda just pushing that away into the cover region and taking a single.
Well,
it's safe. Peter Moore around the stumps.
Pretty agile.
Pretty
Peter Moore.
Well, he's been very good actually the last couple of days, and it looks to be a fine wicketkeeper there behind the stumps. We haven't seen him bat yet. As the Zimbabweans only lost 4 wickets on both occasions, so we've only seen the top 6 at work.
He will probably get a chance today if the head coach is to be believed. Well, there's 43 overs gone. The score is 225 for 6, with the Dutch batting first after Zimbabwe won the toss. Sulvikar is on 2, Rippon on 49, and we're going to get a bowling change as the captain brings himself on again. He has so far bowled 3 overs, not for 13, so this will be his 4th, as Zimbabwe use pace to finish this game. It looks like where they opted for slow bowling a bit more on Thursday, but with 2 of their main slow bowlers out, that does make sense.
And that single looks to be a single.
That's a 50 for Michael Rippon, and he will be very happy with that. Of 66 balls with 3 fours.
Yeah, very nice innings. He's looking to bat throughout this innings,
and he'll have some work to do in the other innings with his Chinaman deliveries.
Yeah, but as you say, at 50 the job is not done. Not sure if he can double up here, but it's a very important 50. Ooh.
Does he have the real big shots, and where are his favorite areas?
Michael Rippon he can score all around the ground, and he's when we've seen it now in the innings on a couple of occasions where he just uses the crease, walks towards the bowler, or backs away outside of stump and carves it through point. He's very strong in the offside area, but actually can play all around the ground. But he will look to use the crease. A short ball. Rear end.
There is some protection there,
Fine leg.
and the fielder will pick it up as the batsman come back.
Ooh. Yeah, not overly convincing, that shot by Sikanda, but just works it away for a couple runs. And on the hashtag Ask Pete, we've got a question here from Craig White, who is doing the development of cricket in Mexico. South America.
The former England player?
Ooh.
There was an England player of that name in the 90s. Yorkshire in England.
What I can do to help Dutch cricket? Well, let's put it this way: we wouldn't mind traveling to Mexico for a tour. Looks to be probably a very nice place to play cricket.
I suppose so.
I know there's a bit of cricket in Argentina.
Oh yeah.
High performance manager Roland Lefebvre has played a bit of cricket in Buenos Aires.
Argentina were here in 1990 in the ICC trophy as it existed. I do remember them well because they played some games at my club and I was behind the bar, and they all paid with 100 guilder bills, so I was out of change after the third cup of coffee. I think they actually played Zimbabwe at our ground, but I'm not 100% sure. I would have to check that. And for those who wonder, my home ground is in the city of Nijmegen, the oldest city in the Netherlands, and it has had cricket since 1888.
Yeah, Mira here, bowling another short ball to Sikander Zuvka. Wasn't quite convinced with that pull shot, but this ball just down the leg side, and umpire Pim van Liemt is just signalling one from the over there. And he hits the ball that one again. Oh, that looks to stay a little bit low, and just probably just a leg by for one. Concludes the 44th over and score 332 with 6 down.
7 runs off that Solomon Meyer over. Not for 20 of 4 for him. Michael Rippon on 50. Zulfikar on 6. And this is Sikander Zulfikar, as mentioned, part of a larger cricketing family. I noticed a photo on the wall from the VCC National Championship. His father was on that one, Ahmed Zulfikar. His brother Sikander is in the team. Sorry, Sakib is also in the team, but did not get a game today. And there is another child. Last 6 overs. And it is Sikander Raza back in the attack. So they do go back to slow bowling. First ball played off the legs for a single.
Yeah, I think the Dutch will wait possibly 1, maybe 2 more overs before they go real hard. Michael Rippon looking to bit through, and Sikander will fancy a bit of Sikander Raza off spin and let's hit it straight with a short.
Can you explain why Raza is so effective? I was
he's
asking his freak if he might be interested in playing for a Dutch club, as he seems to like the conditions. But why is he so effective?
He just, I think, while bowling around the wicket, and he hasn't given the Dutch a lot of room to play with, especially on at VRA on Thursday. He was very consistent with his length. Where that's a call for 2. He's probably going for 4. No, good fielding on the boundary.
On the boundary, yes.
2 runs. He's bowling with a bit of a wide arm, and ball stays a little bit low, and with him coming around the wicket adds another fielder into the leg side. So he's stopped a lot of balls there and creates a bit of pressure by bowling dot balls. Quicker ball. He's been, as I said, he's been very consistent. He has bowled many loose deliveries, and maybe the Dutch haven't played him as well as they could have. By just been like, he tossed it up nicely. Just worked away for one. Yes, it's the way he bowled with bowling a bit of back of a length off spin, and the Dutch keep trying to hit him straight. He was very effective with that, and every time they then try to play a shot, they got out of it. So I mean that's part of building a bit of pressure by bowling some dot balls, and the Dutch not really getting him away as much as they would have liked. And there's a field placement here with Michael Rippon, extra backward point. He missed out there with the ball being bowled outside the off stump, but missed it. So dot and brings the score. And
the end of the 45th over.
Yeah, it's only 5 runs coming off that over, so pretty well bowled by Braza, who mixed up his pace very nicely this over with the old slower one in there. And, but still looks to bang away, or bang. As an off spinner, just hit a big of a length. He's been quite good at what he does today, Thursday.
The last 5 overs, the Dutch 237 for 6. Michael Rippon is on 51. Sikander Suvikar is on 10. Moved into double figures in that last over.
Yeah, is this the moment where the Dutch are going to go hard with 5 overs to go and 4 wickets in hand? And it's definitely Sikander's role in the team to come in these last 10 overs and play some big shots.
Donald Tiripano in his 8th over, 1 for 35 for him so far of 7. And the Dutch start with a single.
Yeah, it was quite a nice Yorker length delivery, which Sikander just jams it back and signals to his batting partner on the other side. His roll his fingers, so the Zimbabwean definitely using the slower ball option.
I can't judge it 100% from our position, but I think the sun is very slowly showing itself.
Short ball. Pulled away from one out in the deep towards square leg. Just another run added to the total. Yeah, if the Dutch can manage another explosive end as they had on Thursday with the run rate probably around about 12 and over in those last couple, and then score would still be around about that 300 mark. But if the Zimbabweans can hold their nerve, and they seem to have good plans with bowling the ball into the wicket, taking the pace off the ball. Now third man is up inside the circle and mid-off being pushed back. Probably means he will bowl some slower balls or ride in full leg stump Yorkers. Oh. Straight, another single.
Yeah, no room for the second. The Dutch do need more than singles if they want to get the score up to what might be par or above.
I spoke to Siki after the game on Thursday and said he played a nice innings, but he wasn't quite happy with that last over where he probably looked to hit the ball a little bit too hard, and just Rippon moving his feet and flicking that away just behind square with 2 fielders. Christopher Mpofu just doing a good job there, sliding down and throwing the ball in. 2 runs for Michael Rippon. Yeah, that's what Michael Rippon does. He just kind of use the crease, and this one just nicely advancing towards the bowler and flicking in behind square, manipulating the field. So it's good to see. Still no very big shots. And again here, third man being brought up, which means he'll bowl either very full at the stumps or slower balls into the deck. Oh, that's cream. That's a great shot over mid-wicket.
Exactly what the doctor ordered at the boundary.
It's a great shot.
The Dutch move to 246 for 6. And Michael Rippon is now on 58.
And on the hashtag Ask Pete, we've got a couple of comments from Ashwin Kumar, who was talking about some decisions of the umpires, and
That could be close, but not out.
and some indifferent shot selection. Yeah, at times some wickets probably falling a little bit too early, which delayed the onslaught towards the end. There's a replay here. I think River got hit on the full. It's always close when you get hit on the full.
Yeah, I don't think the umpire gave a leg by, so it must have hit the bat, I suppose.
I didn't look from this angle.
No.
But what I think is a par score, we'll have a look at the invariable bounce of this wicket. I would say around about 280. It's still sort of nice. And what have we got? 4 overs left. Still looking to go at probably around about 10 and over. So they would get around about a 280, 290 mark. But I think, with the invariable bounce, 280 would be about par. Oh, that's for both. No, you can't give that out.
Raza into his 7th over, 2 for 32 for him. Not a successful outing.
And what makes Raza quite successful is that he's got at times balls with a little bit of a delay to see what the batsman's going to do, and wouldn't be surprised if he does it now with Sikandar looking to probably bang him straight back over the side screen. See what he does. There's that delay. Oh, awkward reverse sweep. I mean that's what I just exactly said. Just a little pause into his action so you can see what the batsman is trying to do. And it's been making him very successful. Quick one, down the ground, pushing hard, probably just for 1 run. Yeah, what is Michael Ripping gonna do here? They leave mid-wicket open for him.
He is the set batsman, so
That will be
that'll
wide.
be runs. That
4
helps
runs.
to score forward. 5 in total.
Yes, and these are painful as a bowler, you know. He's and you bowl that wide and you see it go past the keeper, and it's welcomed by any team around the world. 5 wides are just 3 runs, and this stage of the game, getting that extra ball. Just get it on the replay here. There was a very quick delivery by Raza.
Yeah.
He was trying to do, yes.
Yeah, missed his mark.
And then follows it up with a loopy delivery. And
Yeah,
Rippon
that's a
seems to
bit
have
of
hurt
an
himself.
injury there. That is not something the Dutch can use.
Well, just
He's
stamp
a
your
very,
feet into the
very
game.
valuable part of the attack as well.
Good shot. If it's left of mid-wicket, it's probably 2 runs. Michael Rippon needs to make a run for it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks to be in
Yeah,
a
he
little
looks
bit of
pretty
discomfort.
uncomfortable, yeah.
Maybe it's that ball that hit his toe.
Yeah,
yeah.
that could be it.
Yeah, if I look at him now, he's just feeling his foot.
He runs fast enough, but had a lot of trouble stopping after that.
Yeah, there will be a blue nail for him. We've all had them. And he won't certainly be the last to be hit by a Yorker. The old toe crusher.
10 runs of the over already.
And this is the final delivery with that wide. And it's a big shot, and it's straight down his throat. No, we can't see what's happening.
He dropped him.
He dropped him, I know. It's the second time Sikandar's been put down.
Yeah, well,
Gotta make him pay, as Irvine did on Thursday. Who was that here about? Was it Malcolm Waller? Former VCC player, came over here for a season to play as a pro.
so he knows this ground.
He knows his ground very well. And he'll want to do well. He was chatting to some of the VCC guys earlier in the morning. And there's a picture hanging up here in the pavilion. They became champions, or I don't know, just the season now. Don't really know.
3 overs to go. The Dutch 258 for 6. Michael Rippon on 61. Sikandar Zulfikar on 16.
Yeah, these are the overs where if they keep looking to go at 10 and over, 10, 12 and over. Would get that past at 290. It would be very nice. Because I think also the Dutch at times have been a bit, the wickets haven't been nice, but the partnerships have been okay in that sense, and they kept the scoreboard ticking where Sikander drives this out to mid-off. Long off and just for a single.
Still hobbling. Michael Rippon.
Yeah, surely he's been... the ball, I think I hit him on his toe. It's causing a bit of problems for him.
Terry Pano in his 9th over, 1 for 45 for him, so he can finish off at this end.
It leaves to be 1 over to be bowled from that side. I'm curious to see who Solomon Mira goes to. The experience of Mpofu or maybe Ngarava. Deep into his crease and shot over extra cover. That's a magnificent shot.
Yeah, that is very, very effective. Inside out and bang.
Yeah.
4 runs.
Making a bit of room. Just carving it away of extra cover.
That's the best way if you don't want to run.
If you can't run.
Just smack the ball across the boundary.
Yeah, Michael Rippon has played a very good innings here. Very sensible. Knows exactly what he's doing and is now looking to cash in towards the ends. His strike rate is around about 90 at the moment. And again, has he hit it well enough? Will they run for 2? Is he? No, he's
no, I don't think so.
No, he's limping on a little bit there. Yeah, it's that ball that hit his toe.
Would it be effective to get a runner in there?
Oh, it's not even allowed anymore. You can't have a runner. No. Either retired hurt and...
It's the only option, huh?
Wow. It's only a couple overs to go. Just guts it out. As many cricketers have done over their careers. And shot. Just 1 run.
Yeah, straight to the fielder on the boundary.
Yeah, and Sikander now advancing down the wicket. It's good to see the Dutch using a couple of options with Tiripano is looking the ball quite full, so haven't seen any of the fancy lap shots so far.
That's been pretty traditional. It was a pleasure seeing Sean Williams
with third man up, you can't bowl there.
That is a good shot.
That's a great shot over point.
If you get a bad ball, you have to punish it, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, and Michael Rippon, what an inning he's playing. Now betting on 70. Limping his way towards the end.
Yes, he will look forward to getting to the dressing room and getting some treatment.
Yeah, and that's what maneuvering around the crease does with now Tiripano dropping in short and covering away of extra point, and I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Rippon goes back into his crease now and see if he can pump it over cover again. And there he goes, full toss, 2 mid-wicket, 1 run. It's been very good betting. And score to 70 for 6 with 2 overs to go. Would be Raza again with a lack of pace on the ball. Possibly.
Michael Rippon is on 71, Sikander Sulfikar on 18, as the Dutch have moved to 270 for 6. Indeed, 2 more overs to go. And it is Christopher Mpofu who gets the final over from what is most likely the pavilion end.
Boxing pavilion end, Chris Mpofu.
ever so nice.
Behind us, everything is being prepared for the lunch, which is of course coming up.
Oh no.
And that is the wicket. The end for Michael Rippon.
Yeah, just carving the slower ball of Christian Pofu straight to the captain at cover. He's looking to back away and hit it through the offside, which was all up. Just hit it straight to the fielder, which is a bit unfortunate.
But a classy innings for the Dutch all-rounder.
Yeah, he will surely get a big hand from the crowd that's here at VCC and from his teammates who will acknowledge his
71
performance.
runs from 78 balls for him with 6 fours. A very, very valuable innings in the middle order, and he does indeed get the applause he deserves. And he will now hobble on to the dressing room, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe stick a needle into that nail, which will be pumping and throbbing, which is never a nice feeling, especially now with the shoe that comes off and the swelling about to happen. So there'll be ice and maybe a nail to get in there, maybe to get some moisture and blood out of there.
Shane Snater is the new batsman for the Dutch.
Yes. He's only faced a 1 ball so far in this series and top edged it straight up in the air, so see how he goes. He doesn't mind a big shot or two, so hopefully he'll get some going. There will be some quick running. There's 2 young fit men, so surely there won't be a problem. And there's a short ball again, and it hits it again.
Well,
that's his second ball, and second ball of the series straight down the throat of fine leg.
and Mpofu on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
The ball was up there to be hit,
Yeah.
but he didn't hit it far enough.
Yeah, at this stage of the game you can't let these balls go, and this one straight to fine leg, and good planning by Christopher Mpofu. This ball to his field with the whole leg side out and the offside up, so I guess playing sort of away, which brings Paul van Meekeren to the crease. Also not shy for hitting some strong shots, as tail-enders like to do. Their job, see if they can just, guess I have to say now, probably just get Bet on ball and get Sikander on strike, who's the recognized batsman and has faced about 20 deliveries, so you definitely want him to face a couple of these balls, but especially here at the end of the innings. And
There is a lot of room around the wicket for the single, I suppose, especially on the leg side.
yeah, and Pofu on a hat-trick as mentioned.
Yes.
Short or full?
No
Short again.
slips.
And just
Safely negated, and it's a single, and he does get Zulfikar on strike as requested by you.
well, you know, when you're betting at the end, it's either a case of hitting the ball over the boundary or getting the set batsman on strike. And now with Sikander on strike, I would say just get one. Obviously Shane just got a short ball and just pulled it, and it's quite unfortunate to hit it straight down fine leg's throat, who didn't have to move at all. And now it's Sikander on strike facing Christopher Mpofu. Ball's back of the crease and a strong shot towards long on. And does he dive? Oh no!
That's a bit unlucky for the fielder, but good for the Dutch.
Yeah.
The ball bounced a bit. It's a
Yeah.
valiant attempt at stopping it, but it is 4 runs.
And a nice strong
And
shot by
the first
Zulfikar.
boundary for Zulfikar.
Yeah, it was a very nice shot. With Pofu sticking with banging the ball halfway down. This time met with a strong pull way in front of square, so it's good to see. Oh. Feels like he probably missed out there, where he just gave a bit of room to the offside, with the offside up, and probably wanted to carve that over point, but missed it. Yeah, and Pofu using all his experience here, spelling cutters, and recognise that the wicket has slowed up, so just mixes up bounces with slower bounces, which is good variations and good planning. And now fine leg comes up and cover sweeper goes back. Wouldn't be surprised if kind of just walks across his stumps and see if he can flick it there. And this one is straight up. It's hit up high in the air. Ryan Burrell.
Ryan Burrell, nowhere near the boundary, takes the catch.
And it's a 9th wicket to fall for Holland. To score on 275.
And a very successful over for Mpofu. 3 wickets in it.
Yeah, and only 5 runs.
That's possibly even more important.
Yeah. Yeah, the wickets are
So
just basically at this stage of the innings just dot balls. I mean, they're good for your stats, but
Fred Klaassen, what is his batting like?
the man on debut.
22.
Yeah. Walks out to the middle. The nerves and the adrenaline will be rushing through his body. What's his batting like? He's well, he's no muck with the bat. He's you can hold the bats and just well, he's you know, just probably look to just get off strike, and you know, you talk in these situations, use the 50 overs. There's another 6 balls, so you just definitely would like 6 runs with the possibly even 1 or 2 boundaries would get the score nicely around about a 290 mark. 5 away of, I think, is around 280 would be around par with the invariable bounce. And is it Nagarava here bowling the last over from the far end?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Discussing tactics with Mira. Field, fine leg up in the circle.
Mpofu ending with 4 for 41 of 7.
Yeah.
A very, very successful over. The last over of the Dutch innings.
Bowling change back again. Richard Ngarapa.
And the new guy is facing Fred Klaassen, his first delivery in.
Oh no! Oh no! This
Ooh, risky single.
there's that nervy
Yeah.
single.
Well, off the mark. Strike rate 100 in international cricket. Good start for Fred Klaassen, but a little bit risky.
Yeah,
I
Freddie
Admit.
doesn't mind the running. Just gets pulled and strike here. It's just faced the 1 delivery so far. Oh,
That is, well,
ooh,
a
is it
wide.
a wide?
Yeah.
Oh, the
The
Dutch will
bowler
take him.
seems a little bit surprised as well. Moves the Dutch total up to 277.
That was way inside the
Five.
guideline for wides, but the Dutch will take him anyway, I suppose.
They are just guidelines. The umpires will then tell you.
Cheeky edge. 3rd man running quickly. But no way, there's 2.
278 with 4 balls to go.
Yeah, the Dutch would definitely want to use these 4 runs. 4 balls, sorry. Shot! Oh. Middle was standing next to the side screen. Oh,
There's a bit
running.
of
Oh, that's
running
rather
and he's
village.
out. That is the premature end to the innings. So Dutch leave a couple of balls unused in trying to get that second run to sneak in that second run on that shot. The ball came back and the run out was there.
Solomon Mira there, long off, and yeah, that's a very nice throw just above the
Yes.
stump. Yeah.
The Dutch finish their innings on 279, setting a target of 280 for Zimbabwe to win. Well, 280 was mentioned as the par score.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the Dutch will fancy their chance, especially with a couple of the big run scorers from Zimbabwe not in the lineup,
Yeah.
and a number of guys in their team who haven't had much of a bat
Yeah, and
so far.
it's gonna be that new ball is gonna be very crucial. We sold the Zimbabweans, got a bit of life out the wicket in the early stages of the innings with the ball bouncing a little bit extra. So that new ball with possibly Shane Snaden, maybe Fred opening the bowling will be quite nice and handy. So they will look to attack the Zimbabwean opening batters and see if they can get a couple of early wickets in the first 10 overs. And after that, Roelof van der Merwe will play an important role with his left arm tweaks. And Michael Rippon is walking past here with a big bag of ice on his foot and looks to be in great discomfort. Even forgot to take his arm guard off. So now he'll look to recover quickly and get onto the field after this lunch break.
Yes, with the Dutch scoring 279 all out in just over 49 overs. We are halfway through this encounter. We hope to see you all back later on for the second innings as the Dutch try and defend this total against the Zimbabwe team and make it 2-1 in the series. On behalf of Peter Zelaar, I am Joep Meijsen, and we hope to talk to you again in about 35 to 40 minutes. The Dutch captain, Peter Borren, are you happy with a total of 279?
Yeah, I think 279 is pretty good. It was pretty hard work for our boys up front with the new ball, and they managed to sort of graft through that, give us a platform to go, and obviously Michael Rippon also played really well with his 71. So 279 I think is competitive on this track. It's a bit up and down, and I think, you know, if we bowl good areas, we bowl straight and we hit a good length, then I think it should be enough.
What does the pitch play like?
Yeah, it's a bit up and down, as I say. So basically I think they, you know, we'll be trying not to give too much width, bowl nice and straight, and I think some balls are staying a bit low, some are popping through. So yeah, as I say, disciplined areas we should defend the score, I think.
News came out 2 days ago that Afghanistan and Ireland have gained test status, full member status. What is your reaction to that?
Good on them. I think obviously they've both been pretty successful over the last few years. I think Afghanistan have got a fantastic team at the moment, and Ireland have managed to put together some really professional structures and get lots more people playing the game with their first class structure there too. So I hope that they get the opportunities to play a few tests. And I think it's obviously good to grow the game. I hope that they continue the ICC and looking to expand even further, and not just in Test cricket, but you know, there's plenty of other competitive cricket going on at the World Cricket League level and I-Cup level, and I hope that sort of expansion continues, because it's important for the game globally, and obviously we're in a position where, for us, it would be nice to see us play a little bit more cricket as well. So good on Afghanistan and Ireland, and hopefully there's more opportunities to come.
Thank you very much, and good luck in the second innings.
Cheers, thanks.
Well, first up, Michael Rippon looked in a lot of pain. How is he doing?
He got struck right on the big toe, I think. So look, he's struggling a little bit at the moment, but we'll assess it. Hopefully he'll be fine and ready to go to have a bowl in the second innings.
Happy with the total on the board?
You know me, mate. I'm a coach. I'm never happy. I would have loved a lot more. But look, when you first looked at the wicket this morning, and with the conditions, overcast, a bit rainy, obviously, you know, getting sent into bat, you're always sort of not quite sure what a good target is. But I thought our players played really well up front, especially, and we worked hard, and we got enough, hopefully, to defend. 279 is always going to be a competitive score, I believe, on wickets and places like this.
Keeping an eye on the sky for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, didn't work too well for us the other day, did it? But look, that's something we can't control. All the radars say it's pretty clear for a while now, so hopefully we can get another good 50 overs in of cricket.
Thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of the game.
Pleasure, thank you.
Couple of changes in your team for today. Which ones are you the happiest with, the new guys?
I thought Chamo Chibaba was excellent with the ball today. He's got a lot to do with the bat, but you know, he was excellent. You know, most of them were batters that we brought in. I mean, Donny was extra seaman that we brought in, and he was good. I thought he was good up front today. Maybe lost it a bit in the back end, but yeah, it's more of our batters today, I think, that need to come to the party.
Yeah, confident that this total is manageable?
Yeah, we thought maybe 250 was par, so they probably got a bit more than that. So, you know, someone in the top four needs to bat the overs, hopefully get 100, and, you know, then we confident we'll chase that down.
Who will open the the batting for you guys?
Chibaba and Solomon Mira will open. Hamilton will just slot in at 3. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good luck. Welcome back to Voorburg, where the second innings has just started. Zimbabwe opening with Solomon Meyer and Chamunorwa Chibaba, and the new ball is taken by Shane Snater of Snater.
Free hit this ball. Doesn't go for runs. As Snater just hit the stumps with the ball in hand. Second ball of the innings. A bit of a delay as the lunch seemed to be a little bit shortened, which we were unaware of. So we're now into the third legal delivery of the innings.
That no ball is so far the only run on the board. The required run rate 5.62 for Zimbabwe, and I suppose it's up to the it's a task for the Dutch to get that required run rate up as fast as possible. Snater bowled well on Thursday.
Glorious cover drive by Solomon Meyer for 2 runs.
And Solomon Meyer had a great day as well with the bat on Thursday. Top scored.
Yeah, Snyder bowled a very impressive spell of new ball bowling where he bowled a fuller length and got the Zimbabweans in some early trouble. Didn't see him back at the rest of the innings, which was a bit of a surprise. And well fielded there by Paul van Meekeren at mid-on. And a lot of chat during the lunch break was about this wicket here, where especially the start of the innings there was a bit of steep bounce, where especially Wesley Baresi got hit on the gloves a couple of times. But yeah, after that it seemed to be a little bit lower and slower, but new ball is going to be vital for the Dutch if they want to have success. And it's a ball and a run into.
Is Michael Rippon on the field?
Well, he was in a lot of pain during the lunch break, and told me he was probably not going to field. And if I have a look around, I see Sakib Zulfikar there in the deeper backward square. So he now I would say Rippon is not able to field or bowl, which the Dutch will have to replace his overs by someone else. And from the pavilion end, we got Fred Klaassen here, the man on debut.
The wicket-taking, a bowler with wicket-taking ability.
Yeah, he bowls left arm over the wicket, and the ability to shape the ball back into the right-hander. Later on in the innings, he'll use a variety of cutters, where he's pretty handy and probably gets the field up behind the wicket, and we'll see to bowl across the right-handers. The rain has come back a little bit to Voorburg with slight drizzle, but the umpires and players seem content to keep going. This is Klaas's first ball, bowling to Solomon Meyer, and starts with a dot.
Four runs of that first over. As mentioned, no Tim van der Guchten in the Dutch lineup. He is back in England. And Fred Klaassen is his straight up replacement.
It's a nice little cut shot down the third man for Solomon Meyer with the bowling of Fred Klaassen. And any questions you've got to ask, don't forget the hashtag AskPiet. We've got Neil Patel asking a question if the rain is going to be a spoiler for the second innings, and so far there's a light drizzle here at Voorburg, and But the umpires just had a little chat, but they seemed content to keep going with this second innings here in the third match of the Zimbabwe and Netherlands series, where the Netherlands batted first after losing the toss and posted 279 all out. And Zimbabwe just started their innings and are 5 for no loss after 1 and a bit overs. A little bit short there by Klaas and pulled away.
Just protection.
And Chibaba gets off the mark straight away with a nice controlled pull shot out to the deep, where Sakib Zulfikar is fielding for the injured Michael Rippon, who just got a Yorker straight onto his toe and was limping already when he was batting, and is now sitting in the change room. A half volley is being dispatched by Solomon Mira, who just looks to continue his fine form from last Thursday. Cracking this half volley in between mid-off and cover for a boundary.
Takes Zimbabwe into double figures. I did have a look at the weather forecast during the interval, and that wasn't too bad, but it does appear that we are going to have a break in the action, and as you mentioned earlier, we've had an hour's late start, which means that we'll start docking over soon, and Duckworth Lewis will get into play. The umbrellas are being rolled onto the pitch. They were there already for a little bit during the interval, but it dried up in time. But the rain should not really persist long. There's a lot of wind about to blow the clouds away, and to be honest, the sky doesn't look that much different from the way it looked during the first innings when we didn't see any raindrops.
And just on that, just on the side of things, is that Peter Boren is having a chat to the umpires and is a little bit questioning the decision to put the covers on. There you see him walk away, and he's not a very happy man, because this is the perfect time to get the wickets with the new ball. And but Zimbabwe's got a good start here with already 10 runs on the board.
The Zimbabwe captain thought par was about 250, so the Dutch scored above par, and Peter Boren mentioned in the interval that he thought it was a defendable total, and so I think the Dutch coach had about the same opinion. I think for now we will just wait for a bit to see what's gonna happen. We will get back to you as soon as there is anything to report. You'll either see it on screen, or we will cover it. We will mention it from the commentary box. But for now, hopefully the rain disappears soon, and we can resume the action here in Voorburg. Yeah, welcome back. It was a pretty short break. The covers have already been removed. The umpires are replacing the stumps, which means we'll get a quick resumption of the match, which is good to see, because we all want a full game here in Voorburg today. Just a quick reminder, it is 10 for no loss for Zimbabwe. Solomon Meyer is on 8 and Chibaba is on 1. The target is 280 at about 5.6 and over. So they're currently above the required rate.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you got any questions on today's game, or any questions at all about cricket in particular, I suppose it's hashtag Ask Piet with P-I-E-T, as you can see on your screen now. If you got any questions whatsoever, more than happy to answer them if that's possible. For now, it looks like Fred Klaassen will have to finish off his over. Who's got last ball, just got cracked through the covers for 4 runs. And Zimbabwean batsmen are making their way onto the pitch. And as mentioned by Joep, is that Solomon Mir is betting on 8 not out, and Chibaba has only got the single to his name. Fred Klaassen to resume his first over in international cricket. And
That got low.
that ball just didn't get anywhere. Just seemed to stay low. And there's no pace behind it whatsoever. So that just bounced in front of Baresi. Just collected it quite nicely there. And, a lot of rags out on the field now, with a little bit of rain, a little bit of moisture onto the field. Fred Klaassen to finish the over. So bowled.
That's a good finish.
Net
2
balls.
serves over, 6 runs from it. Total indeed 10 for no loss.
Yeah, there was probably a little bit of nerve there. Fred, obviously bowling his first over, and now that's done and dusted, and hopefully he can work his way back onto his bowling he has had in the domestic competition so far. He's been quite impressive. Has a number of wickets to his name, and opening the bowling for VRA, and swings the ball nicely back into the right-handers, where he's in a shout for LBWs and bowls. And here from the other end we got Shane Snyder, who was very impressive on Thursday and had figures of none for 19 of his 6 overs. He was about to bowl the 3rd over.
4 runs of his first over just before the rain break, and a good start to his second one. Pretty impressive addition to the national team. 2 guys with limited Dutch national team experience opening the bowling for the Netherlands. Snater, of course, Zimbabwean born but Dutch qualified. Heath streak, that's a wide. Heath streak during the first innings mentioned how sorry he is that players like that are lost to Zimbabwean cricket. But what is a loss for Zimbabwe, I suppose, can be viewed as a gain for the Netherlands. 11 runs on the board.
Oi.
That's probably another wide. Not the kind of start to his second over that he would have hoped for. Good follow-up, yes. Hamilton Masakatsa has dropped down to number 3. He opened in the first 2 games, but Chamu Norwa Chibaba is the all-rounder. He bowled 10 overs and pretty good overs in the first innings, and is now opening the batting. 1 for 40, 8 in 10 for him. The only bowler to bowl his full allotment.
Yes, as I said earlier, the main chat during the lunch was about the wicket. They seemed to have a bit of extra bounce with the new ball, especially from the Brazilian end, and instead a bit lower from the end Sneyd is operating from at the moment. Oh, glorious cover drive, and that will make its way to the boundary for a boundary, and it's a nice shot by Chibaba. Leans into that cover drive and off the bounce over Myburg's head in the cover.
Score moves on to 16 for no loss. Chibaba to 5. Meyer is still on 8. No really early strikes for the Dutch, but maybe this ball. A little bit shorter from the bowler.
Yes, Sneyd is a sort of a skiddy bowler, likes the ball a foot of length and look to nick guys off. They're in the slip cordon at the moment. There's just a singular slip, and it's Peter Boren, the captain of the Dutch team, and Roelof van der Merwe is just operating in the gully, possibly because of that bounce in Newball's gut. So guys in gully are always in for a good shot, and there's a wild swing.
Yeah.
Big swing noting, and it concludes the 3rd over, which is scored 16 for the loss of no wickets, with Mira still on 8 and Chibaba after cracking that forward recover on 5.
Fred Klaassen, the bowler from the other end, 6 runs from his first over. Zimbabwe ahead of the rate, sort of. But it's very early stages in the chase. I don't think we had overs docked, did we? No.
No, it doesn't look like it. The rain break was very short, so players and umpires have decided just to keep going. Oh, it's a big
that is
shot.
a very useful shot. A bit of a chase on for the fielder, but he won't make it. And another boundary to the total for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, again, Mira just looking to continue his fine form. He scored a 80 odd on Thursday and looked to be in very impressive innings. He was striking the ball quite cleanly and quite hard, and is looking to continue that at this moment. Oh,
that
is
is
a big shot.
Pretty close.
Ooh,
No action from the umpire. No fingers being raised. So
yeah, Fred Klaassen here, just that's his main attribute, is looking to get bolts and LBWs with that slide shape in. It was actually quite a good shot.
it looked like it.
It's all bold, it's a good length.
Yeah.
It's played for a dot. Yeah, Freddie's quite a cool customer, very gentle guy, and doesn't mind to have the old word on the field. Actually, he, obviously the nerves are still running through his body. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of chats coming out of Fred. And, see if he can get a couple of.
That is out.
Oh,
I think
we don't know what's going on here.
he's claiming they caught him bowled,
Fred
and
looks a
the
bit
umpires
flustered.
are gonna confer.
It would be nice if we can get a side-on view now.
Well, let's have a look if what we can see from the front on camera first.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's
out. That's
Yeah,
out.
I think that's out. But the umpires don't have the benefit of
Using.
review or the pictures, but they are giving him out.
Yeah.
It is the first wicket of the international career for Fred Klaassen.
Very, very well bowled here with Solomon Mir advancing slightly towards him and just chipping it a bit straight up, and he holds on to a good catch.
And a very important wicket. It is the man in form for Zimbabwe who departs.
That will settle down some nerves for Freddie.
There's a good reaction from him.
Nice catch. We saw
And,
one.
he claimed it straight away. The umpires conferred for a minute and then decided it indeed was out. And that brings
Hamilton Mazakatsa to the crease. Another player who wears an arm guard, as Wesley Baresi did for the Dutch and got hit on the gloves a couple of times. And Hamilton Mazakatsa probably a little bit unsure with the unpredictable bounce of this wicket, so he wears that arm guard just for extra protection. But Fred Klaassen will he has his first wicket now. They will settle down a bit of the nerves. He probably got his, since he's being on debut at the moment, and he's
and it probably also is the important first wicket that the Dutch were looking for, as they want to restrict Zimbabwe in their chase of 280.
yeah, and then the new ball is always vital. I mean, it's a chance for, I would say, any team around the world. If you bowl, you look to get a couple of wickets with those with that new ball, of 2 new balls. It's new regulations, a new ball from each end. It's Fred Klaassen here bowling his first up to Hamilton Mazakatsa.
And we got him straight away!
Magnificent from
Fred
Freddie.
Klaassen.
Nice
Well,
full
you
delivery.
told me he was a wicket-taking bowler, and he's proving to be that in the second over.
Probably shaved a little bit back into Mazakatsa. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Nice and full, straight up. It's planned, as you can see here by Wesley Baresi and Peter Bourne. And it's magnificent bowling. Yeah, nice and full.
Klaassen.
Straight through the defences. And the Dutch got two balls here.
What a debut, and he is the second guy to be on a hat-trick today with the ball.
And wouldn't there be some story?
Hamilton, Mazakatsa, ball, Klaassen, no score.
Peter Moore. Well, he hasn't had much of a bat, so
Yeah, he's been quite decent behind the stumps in his 3 games, and this is the first look we're going to have of Peter Moore coming to the crease with the score on 20 now for the loss of 2 wickets in the 4th over. And Fred Klaassen on a hat-trick. Is Peter Bourne going to put some more catches in, see if he can create some extra pressure? Doesn't look by the look of things at the moment.
still just the one slip.
Now what a debut so far for Fred Klaassen. On a hat-trick, I mean, that's... How good is that? How?
Very special.
Yeah, and there is
an extra slip coming, right?
Yeah. Rudolf van der Meer just jumping into second slip, or just a third sort of slip. Fred Klaassen on his hat-trick.
Oh, that was not a bad attempt. The ball bended back in a little bit.
Yeah, that's good to
Blocked
see.
out by Peter Moore.
Actually, the only bowler so far to get a bit of swing in the air, and it's always good to see. And like I mentioned earlier, left arm over is always a wicket-taking option, as you don't get to see them as often as the right-hander. So
It is the end of the 3rd over. 20 for 2. Chamunorwa Chibaba. He is 5 not out. Then Peter Moore is yet to score. 2 men back in the pavilion. Solomon Meyer for 12 of 16 balls with 2 fours. and Hamilton Masakatsa. He did not bother the scorers. Bolt Klaassen. We're back with Shane Snater, and that's not a bad shout. It is an LBW. That's 3. Well,
all of a sudden it goes quickly.
that is pretty special from the Dutch attack.
Shane Snater looking at the ball full length. He's
Let's
rewarded.
have a look at it.
Oh, this is nip backs
Oh,
in.
yeah,
Yeah, and it's plumb.
that is right in front of the stumps. Big strides to the wicket. And oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, got wrapped in the pad.
caught. Not forward at all. And that means the end for Chamunowa Chibaba.
And Zimbabwe in early trouble. 3 down inside the first 5 overs. It's exactly what the Dutch wanted. Put some pressure onto those new batters. Like there hasn't been many that have been betting so far in this lineup. So, here comes Ryan Burrell to the crease, and as mentioned earlier, he was in some controversy in the last game, taking a catch whilst having his foot on the rope. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some words out there now from the Dutch team with, I see a couple of the guys having a good chat to Mr. Burrow.
His streak explained that he thought he had dislodged from the ball when he was behind the line, but and he is not the type of guy to cheat in that way.
No, he apologized in public, which is sort of the good thing to do. And, no one wants to be made out as a cheater, I suppose. And he asked the people around the boundary, and they said he took it cleanly.
Snater again, and it's a run.
Just worked away fine leg. Just worked off his hip. And he's off the mark straight away.
21 for 3, the score. The numbers 4 and 5 for Zimbabwe at the wicket.
Yeah, Peter Moore just had to face the hat-trick ball of Klaassen in the previous over, who's now on strike. And he'll look to make the most of this chance. I mean, he hasn't betted in the first 2 games and is now betting up to order, betting in at 4. And Peter Bourne shows an aggressive nature with 2 slips in the gully in place. No cover.
Boy, that was a good delivery.
That's the seed. That's exactly what you want to a new batter. See them make him play. Obviously there's no cover in place, so he's inviting Mr. Moore to drive, and there was a player miss on this occasion. It's been a good start so far by the Dutch bowlers here.
Very much so. Probably a period of consolidation coming up for the Zimbabweans. They will want to resettle.
Yeah, settle down the
Maybe,
dressing room.
but hopefully for the Dutch, a bit of doubt about the pitch has creeped into their minds. Although I don't think any of the dismissals were pitch related.
No, but it's only about putting doubt. It's putting doubt into the minds of the batters, and I'm sure the Dutch will let them know that they're not going to make it a nice 7. That's a good stop.
That's a beautiful stop.
Nice diving stop by Stefan Myberg. There, point. He's a regular in that position. Save 4 runs possibly. Yeah, so a good start here by Shane Snater, who's been very impressive in his first couple of games, and straight into the wicket today. So he's very delighted with that wicket. And finished over with a dot. Score 3 for 21.
1 for 11 from his 3 overs so far. Well, only one of the batsmen at the wicket has scored a run. That's Ryan Burrell. He's on 1. Peter Moore is yet to score, and we're going back to Fred Klaassen, who is 2 for 10 of his 2 overs so far.
Yeah,
so
Fred
Dutch will want to push on.
Yeah, he's made an immediate impact with his left arm seam bowling. He's so far the only batsman bowler who got something in the air. He's looking to swing the ball. He's now for Ryan Bull. There will be probably a bit more. No, it's just still a slip in a gully to shape it away for the left-hander and see if we can nick him off with the length. Fred likes the balls a little bit fuller length. Shape the ball back into the right or away from the left-hander, inviting Burl to drive. See if they can hold on to a chance in the slip cordon. Solid. Yeah, the nerves have settled after that first over. He's cricked away for 4 where he over pitched, and then 2 wickets in the second over, so it's a pretty good start here by Freddie.
You might even want to call it a bit of a dream start.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, he was on a hat-trick last over.
You mentioned he had a serious issue last season.
Yeah, when we played a game pre-season in Sussex, and we played against Guernsey. And Fred, as he described himself, bowled a gentle half volley, which was met with a powerful strike by the Guernsey batsman, and Fred attempting to stop the ball, and straight away it looked horrific with a double break, and actually the finger still looks not in great shape, but he missed pretty much the whole season last year. Decided to stay in the Netherlands, decided to work and see off the Dutch winter. He's been working very hard on his action and alignment.
Ooh.
And there we go. Another
A little bit of bat involved, I think.
yeah, that full pitch deliveries where he looks to shape the ball is looking to have the Zimbabwean batsman in early trouble. And now he's just decided to stay in Holland, and the hard work has paid off. I mean, the early season form where Fred produced a couple of good spells for his club of ERA. And
Pitches it a little bit further outside off stump.
yeah, he's caught the eye of Ryan Campbell and the selectors. And he's been waiting 2 games for his chance. Well, here he is, and straight away 2 wickets. And good on him. Fred is one of the well-liked players in the team. Gets along with everyone. Very, very nice guy. So everyone, I'm sure, is happy for him, and it's another good ball here.
Yeah, it's
Asking
definitely
questions.
a very, very good spell for him.
It's a maiden.
2 for 10 of 3. Great start to the international career for Fred Klaassen, and a great start for the Dutch. 21 for 3.
Yeah, taking the big wickets of Salomon Mera, the acting captain today, and man in form who just had a blistering 80 on Tuesday or Thursday, where he looked to be in great touch. And even now, early signs today, he was looking to take it to the bowlers and chipped it back, and great catch.
We're back with Shane Snater, also successful already. Got the wicket of Chibaba in his previous over. For those who are just tuning in, this is the 3rd List A international match between the Netherlands and Zimbabwe. The Dutch set Zimbabwe 280 to win, and after 3 overs, Zimbabwe are 21.
Big shout.
Sorry, after 6 overs, Zimbabwe are 21 for 3. That was a good shout, I think. Let's have a look at
Umpire
it
stays
again.
unmoved.
No,
There's a
possibly.
bit of bad involved. Like,
Inside edge, yeah.
I can see the reaction by Rudolf Lemur. Wasn't quite convinced. So he's getting the ball to nip in, and it's
Yeah.
with the ball staying a little bit lower now as the game has progressed. It's a good tactic, making the batsmen play early on in the innings. Ball's in another dot, and this is where, as a fielding side, you want to stay on the money straight up. And now if there's a chance for a lot of dots, put a lot of pressure onto the batsman. Energy nice and high in the field when you get a couple of wickets going. Boys in orange must be buzzing. See the balls flying to the keeper, and looks a good show so far.
And the economy is also pretty good thanks to those 3 overs, and that might come in handy later on in the game as Zimbabwe try and resurrect the chase. What is impressive is that the Dutch do manage to swing and move the ball a bit, and that's something that we did not really see the Zimbabwean bowlers do. Yo!
There's a lot of bit involved.
That was a little bit, yeah, but it was a beautiful delivery again.
And here you go, straight away. Peter Boren is seen as opening bowlers on the money and put in an attacking field with 3 slips and a gully, which is not, you don't see quite often in international cricket. But here with the ball darting around a little bit,
Yeah,
it's good to see some aggressive field settings.
it does feel a little bit like early English conditions, so the ball should really swing a little bit, I suppose. There's a run for Zimbabwe.
Pim van Lien signals leg byes. It's one of the few runs scored in these last couple of overs.
Peter Moore still on 0, Ryan Burrell on 1, Zimbabwe 22 for 3. There are 7 overs gone here in Voorburg. Let's quickly run through the scorecard. The first man to go was Solomon Meyer. He went for 12. Caught and bowled Klaassen with 16 balls and 2 fours. Chibaba, LBW, bowled Snater for 5 of 8 balls. Namto Masakatsa out first ball, bowled Klaassen.
Well, it's carved away over extra.
That is
cover.
Runs.
Yeah, just slightly over pitched here by Klaassen, and Moore just gives it the kitchen sink and hits the ball over cover.
And that is Moore off the mark. The wicketkeeper batsman for Zimbabwe.
It's a better length here by Klaassen, who just drags his length back just ever so slightly. It's well bowled and well played by Peter Moore, just elegantly drives it through covers for 2 more runs. Yeah, it's been a very good start here by the Dutch. There's a lot of extras being bowled. Just 2 wides by Snater, and this
An early no ball we had.
early no ball. Yeah, obviously he just hit the stumps with his hands. Now Fred Klaassen looking for his 3rd wicket on his debut. Yeah, Fred is just also pace-wise a little bit different than the other seamers we have seen. Just a little bit slower, which allows him probably to move the ball in the air a little bit more. And obviously the left arm variation is paying off so far. It's a good selection, I think, in these conditions. It's well played by Moore, just letting the ball come onto his pad and just works it away for 2, backward of square. Yeah, I'm wondering if Michael Rippon will get back onto the field. He hurt his toe pretty badly in the batting innings, where he got hit by a Yorker. Looked to be in some discomfort while he was batting, and Klein had a big bag of ice on his toe, so I'm not too sure how he'll recover from this, and if we're going to see him into the action. later on in this innings.
Peter Moore, 26 years old, from Harare, has got a very, very healthy test average, albeit from not too many test matches, but he's got an average there of over 35. In ODIs he's a little bit below 20. Ryan Burl has only 7 ODIs and is batting at about 21.5. He is from Marondera.
Still some attacking field with 2 slips in the gully. Snyder.
And I really like his approach to the wicket. It's very forceful.
Yeah, very nice rhythmical run up. He's got a lot of power at the crease and it all looks to run smooth. He actually last week when the Dutch were in Essex just caught the eye of the coaching staff of Essex, who have invited him to come over to play some games and see if they can sign him up and get him onto the box. Yeah, he's been impressive at the start of this year, early season at training. He was steaming in and bowling quite quickly, and hard work has obviously paid off for him. He's been at the Darren Lehman Academy over the winter in Australia and Adelaide, where he was there with Viv Kingma, who is injured at the moment, and young Saqib Zulfikar, who looked to have dividends of that, scoring quite a few runs early on in the season. So it's good to see that initiative taken by the KNCB of sending young players abroad and gaining some cricket and possibly some live experience in the Southern Hemisphere.
You know whereabouts in Australia that academy is?
Yeah, it's in Adelaide. And he was played a year before that, played some club cricket there, so he was well known in the area. And then this year,
Quick single.
Oh, and that's a misfield by Paul van Meekeren. We've seen a couple of those in the Zimbabwe innings as well. A couple of misfields, a couple of overthrows, and the trend seems to continue here with Paul van Meekeren just going down with one hand, which I've learned is for lazy fielding. But if you miss the ball, it looks a little bit village, so to speak, in cricketing terms.
Yes, the next step is stopping it with your foot.
Oh, that's dispatched. Yep. With some conviction by Ryan Bill, just pulls this away behind backward of square for another boundary into the Zimbabwean innings. And they look to have settled themselves in the middle. And looking to rebuild this Zimbabwe innings after the loss of those 3 early wickets. And now to seem to hit the ball a little bit better after those early losses. Bald.
Yeah, good comeback. That is the end of the 9th over in the Zimbabwe innings. 36 for 3. The number 4 batsman is on 8. And Ryan Burl is on 7.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of these two batting. Peter Moore, who hasn't been to the crease before this game. Both games were won with 4 wickets down. Ryan Burl was at the end of those games, batting down at 6. He's moved up to 5 and he's batting on 7 at the moment.
Still a lot of batting to come in the Zimbabwe team as Fred Klaassen starts his 5th over. Musakanda is a specialist batsman. Malcolm Waller scored a 90-odd in one of the Scotland games, and Sikandar Raza is a recognized mainstream batsman for the team. Yeah,
Zimbabwe got in today with a lot of all-rounders. Used 7 options in their bowling, and now bet quite deep all the way down to number 8. So and these two look to settle the nerves down in the dressing room. Must have been some running around for getting the pads and everything. Oh, that's a glorious cover drive. But now there's a fielder out on the deep cover boundary. Paul van Meekeren there.
I think Van Meekeren himself must be quite eager to have a go at these batsmen.
I agree. He looks the most potent bowler on Thursday. He was bowling with a good pace, and a lot of aggressive deliveries, and on this wicket, which has shown some signs of some bounce. And there's not a half-hearted appeal for an LBW. Oh, Baresi hits the stumps, but bro, quite convincingly making this run. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Paul would get into the action quite quickly. He's obviously on the books at Somerset County Cricket Club after some impressive performances at the World Cup, and then went over to England to play some club cricket and played some second 11 cricket. Took a 5-wicket haul in one of his second 11 games, and was enough for the Somerset coaching staff to sign him up, and actually told me yesterday he extended his contract for another year, so that's good signs for him, and ultimately also for the Dutch cricket team, with some 3 of the players now playing county cricket in England, and the more the better, I suppose. It's a high level of cricket, so and it's a great shot by Peter Moore again. Just
this time the fielder on the boundary doesn't have a chance.
no. Over pitched by Fred Klaassen once again, and Peter Moore just confidently driving that over the covers for 4 runs.
So that's the 10th over. 42 for 3 the score. Peter Moore has moved on to 13. Ryan Burrell is on 8 as Zimbabwe rebuilt their innings after these 3 early strikes by the Netherlands. These 2 came together with the score on. Let me quickly have a look. I can find it quickly. There is a bit of an appeal in the meantime. Oh, the score was 20 when those 3 wickets fell. So a stand of 22 between these 2.
Oh, cut him in half.
Cut him in half, yeah. It was a very good delivery again.
And it's Ryan Burrell. Bowled. Getting a good length here, Shane Snyder. So bowling with plenty of energy, as he has been doing over the course of this week. Looking to be at you all the time. And has looked very impressive in actually all of these games.
In his 6th over. 1 for 17 of the first 5. Looks like a real find for the Dutch 11.
Dutch national coach Ryan Campbell will be on the mic soon, explaining his views on today's game, where to go with Dutch cricket, and it'll be interesting to hear what he's got to say about today's game and what he thinks of debutant Fred Klaassen. Obviously, must be quite happy with the wickets and the way he bowled at the moment. It's 4 dot balls in this over so far. and a good one.
Oh,
yeah.
gone!
But do the Dutch claim it? Yes, they do.
They claim it, and the batsman walks. The Dutch strike. It's the 4th wicket. Shane Snater.
Yeah, and that just jagged away. Yeah, it's a clean catch, and it's a great catch by Wesley Barazi in the one hand. And that's awesome.
That's the end for Ryan Burrell. Out on 8. Getting back to the pavilion, and the Dutch pack another one back.
Ryan Burrell, 4. Boresi, bowls Snater.
The partnership broken. And what is interesting, the required run rate is inching towards runnable, which may not sound like a lot, but it might be on this pitch.
Yes,
And I get the impression that the Dutch bowlers use the pitch a bit better than their counterparts did. Shane Snater, his 2nd wicket, 2 for 17, with I think 1 ball left in the over.
New batsman is Tarik
Yeah.
Busukanda.
Yeah, even this ball just jagged away ever so slightly, and Ryan Burrell just slightly following the ball and getting the edge through the Wesley Barazi, who takes a fine catch, diving to his left. And the ball got nicely stuck into those big gloves the keepers have.
Tarisai Musakanda makes his first appearance of the series, probably a lot earlier than he had hoped. It is 4 wickets down in the 11th over.
Yeah, the Dutch again with 3 slips and a gully. Shane Snater's got his tail up.
Yeah.
And a bit of football skills.
Oh.
Concludes the 11th over. A wicket maiden for Shane Snater. Second maiden for today. And this one with a wicket in it as well.
2 for
Impressive
17 of 6, very impressive.
start. Yeah, Shane Snater, every game he has bowled has been good. I think he was with Paul van Meeken to pick up the bowlers on Thursday. And we've got Paul van Meeken into the attack as we speak. And he'll be looking to bang away on it back of a length and hopefully to get a bit of extra bounce out of this wicket, which hasn't been the same as we have been playing on at VRA. So a little bit of invariable bounce. And well, we'll get to see what Paul van Meeken's got in store for us today.
Peter Moore on 13 not out, and he is the top scorer of the Zimbabwean innings with that.
Oi.
Van Meekeren. No, that's not a bad start.
Gets an edge first up. Yeah, spoke to Paul yesterday when we just had some downtime and just reflect over the last couple of days or the early start of the season. He wasn't bowling as well as he would have liked, but when I saw him running in on Thursday, I was quite impressed with the pace he got and got a bit of extra carry and a lot of aggression. First game he didn't bowl that much, he was a bit full, and yesterday Thursday he banged away in a length. Exactly what a type of bowler he is. This was a little bit full, but wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of deliveries making sure the Zimbabweans smell a bit of leather.
Well, the Zimbabweans still seem to be confident.
And there we
against
go.
the fence, and that's in the air,
Oh,
but it drops safely. But already creating problems for the Zimbabwean middle order.
yeah, and here we go. There's that steep bounce of Paul's height. He's a very tall man, well above 1 meters 90. We say in Holland. And what is that? Around about 6 foot. 6 foot.
6. I haven't got a clue. I'm terrible with the old measurements. They should just switch to normal.
Oh, that's well fielded by Logan van Make a point.
6'2" or something.
Oh,
6'4" even.
Peter Moore comfortably getting forward. good to see is the better who's got his confidence and straight away in strides. Musa Kanda looked a little bit troubled by that short ball early on. Length. Still played. For ball. It's good cricket all around.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the Dutch start. Of course, the wickets tell the story, but in general, they've been on the mark with their deliveries and have caused a lot of problems. Basically, after the first 2 overs.
Yeah, maybe that just that rain break. Just got the Dutch to collect their thoughts, and then it got straight from their 4 wickets. 3 wickets fell on 20, and then just a little bit of a partnership between Burrell and Moore for 22, and Moore still betting on 14 at the moment, and joined by Musa Kanda, who's just on the single so far.
Two wickets each to Shane Snater and Fred Klaasen. And Paul van Meekeren was reasonably close to getting one of his own. Finishes his first over. And we have 12 overs gone.
And there's a question at the hashtag AskPiet from actually one of the Dutch players, Quirijn Gunning, who asked who does the camera work at the game. He's been very impressed and wouldn't be surprised if he watches this game with a couple of silkies. So Joep, who's been doing the camera work?
It's the guys from sportsbroadcasting.nl who have been filming the games on Thursday and today, building up the camera positions in their spare time. Really impressive, good work by them.
It has been good, hasn't it?
And I think it is a great addition to Dutch cricket to have these live streams. As mentioned, the viewing figures for the first game were pretty good, and I'm sure today on a Saturday maybe even more people are watching, and as it gains more, that more people learn about it, I think it can grow a lot further. Shane Snater in his 7th over, 2 for 17. What would you do next, Logan van Beek?
Yeah, probably. I will look to keep going with the seam, be right up there with the, just keep the Zimbabweans under pressure. And yeah, Shane is his 7th over. Fit young man, he's still batting good pace. Well, yeah, it's been good. I would be surprised if they would get Roelof van der Merwe on or Peter Bourne. I would say they would say that for a little bit later in the game, but maybe Peter Bourne will decide that the Dutch will attack just from the one side with pacers running in from the pavilion end and banging away hard away from a length, and then Roelof van der Merwe doing the containing job from the other end, making sure to get the overs in nice and quickly. Oh, that's
no, that's very close and gone. Shane Snater strikes for the 3rd time.
And Musa Kanda stays a very short one. Looking here, hitting on the... Oh, yes, it's out.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one, unless there's a bit of bat involved. But I don't think so. Batsman looked very guilty as he looked down. 5th wicket down, 3rd wicket for Shane Snater. Everything is going the Dutch way. 44 for 5, the score here in Voorburg.
And how impressive has Shane Snater been? He's bowling good gas. Seems to nip the ball back into the right-handers, which is a very dangerous ploy. And he's got his tail right up, bowling with, like I said, good control and good pace. And got his 3rd wicket of the innings. Yeah, quite happy for him. Was after the game on Thursday, he was, I wouldn't say angry, but disappointed not to get back into the attack. didn't get a wicket, and well, he probably deserved one, and now he's got 3 already, and probably blew off some steam, just collect his thoughts, and today he's been right on the money.
32-year-old Malcolm Waller, right-handed batsman from Harare, is the next man in, averaging just over 20 in test matches, just under 20 in ODIs, but he did score that 92 in the first game against Scotland. So
And he probably knows his work quite well. He's played at VCC, so he should know what to expect.
mentioned earlier, his father, a former top cricketer from Zimbabwe and a former national coach, wasn't called upon to bowl, but will want to survive this.
And clipped it nicely. That's 4 runs.
Well, that is some start.
Well, there you go. And at the end of this over, Ryan Campbell will come to the mic. He probably's got a lot to say, as he always has. Yeah. He's not shy of a few words, the coach. Former Australia and Hong Kong international. And he will be quite pleased with what he's been seeing from his Dutch opening pair so far. Shane Schneider to finish his 7th over. And it's a good finish. Changing commentary with Ryan Campbell joining Joep.
13 overs gone, 48 for 5. I am sure the Dutch coach will be delighted. There are much worse moments to come and sit in a commentary position than with this score on the board. Nothing decided, of course, but...
Oh, a long way to go, as all coaches will say. But, Ryan Gamble, come on, lads. Who's down there in the truck? Let's get that right, hey?
We're not betting here.
Yeah. Look, fantastic opening spell from Shane Schneider, of course, and Freddie Klussen in his first match. A couple of wickets there. I just, I guess going back, and we spoke about that at halfway point, I think our openers did a fantastic job getting through that new ball period on a wicket that was, looked like it was providing plenty of life. So, look, that was a really important moment, important 10 overs probably, not just a moment. But, look, we were confident with this score, and like I say, there's a long way to go, but I'd rather be us than them at the moment.
Absolutely. And one of the differences we noticed is the Dutch bowlers are getting a little bit more out of the wicket, the seamers at least.
Yeah, well, we spoke about that at half time, that I think that we needed to be a little bit straighter than the Zimbabwean bowlers, because I just felt there was a little bit of variable bounce. Just if you watch towards the end of that innings, there was a little bit of variable bounce. So if you make your line a little bit straighter there, it gives you, I guess, half a chance, and that's another boundary. Just guided away through the point area. So I felt the other day our bowlers in the second match probably, especially to the 2 best players, I felt in Irvine and the other lefty for Zimbabwe, just we bowled too straight to them, and they played a lot of balls on the onside, and I just felt that we missed a trick there. We needed, Sean Williams was the other guy who actually is a very good player. Yet today against right-handers, it's a whole different story. You can be a little bit straighter. You let the ball swing a little bit. Freddie Klausen is that sort of guy who can swing the ball. And as you were saying, Shane Schneider has been, very impressive, I think, even in all 3 matches, even though, in the 2 losses, I think he's been a standout performer, and he has been in the whole pre-season and, in A-Tours, and hence why we spoke about him earlier on, that he just literally deserved his place. He gave us no option but to pick him, and I think you've seen in these 3 matches that he's got a pretty bright future for the Dutch.
And some debut for young Fred Klaassen.
Out.
Gone! That's 6 for the Dutch. as they move closer to a win.
Well, it's a good wicket. It's we saw a cut shot just previous to that, and then this time, there was actually an extra fielder went into that area, and there it is. They really stacked up that offside just behind point, and a plan comes together. And Peter Boren, he would be pretty happy with that decision to really load up that backward point area, and Paul van Beekeren gets a very, very important wicket because they're very dangerous, the Zimbabwean players. Raza will probably come in now. Waller was a good player who we just seen just go in. So there's a lot of good players still to come. So, but again, I would have thought that the lads out in the middle would be very, very happy right now.
Nice overcast conditions for the bowlers.
Well, Moore is still in there, who we've seen play a lot of good innings. It was Waller who was the man out, and this is Raza, who's a very good player. We've seen that in the first couple of games as well. So a lot of work still to be done, and I guess people will be almost getting sick of me saying that in my short spell here, but I guess that's the grouchy coach you've got on board.
But we can, without risk, say that it is advantage Netherlands in
massively.
the game.
Yeah, massively. Yeah. It's been a very, very good first 13, 14 overs from our bowlers up front, that's for sure. Like I say, even Freddie Clausen, he got a little bit of stick, but got those two important wickets, bowled nice and straight, just swung the ball enough. The wicket of Mazzucato was just massive. He's a very good player. Just swung enough, and it's funny because we spoke about him particularly, before this series. He's got a very big high back lift and hits the ball very hard, but sometimes you've got to back yourself for those guys to early on bowl full and straight and make sure he's on his game, so to speak. And if you're just a fraction late early, you can see what can happen. And that happened today. And it's a big moment for the Dutch guys and the Dutch team when we have a debutant like Freddie Clausen. People talk about associate cricket and playing all the different countries, but we're playing a full member here. So to debut against Zimbabwe is a big thrill for him.
Schneider continues.
It's a beautiful shot down the ground.
But the importance of wickets is clearly shown in the Duckworth-Lewis score.
Yeah.
187 is the total that Zimbabwe need to have sort of at the moment if they were to win, although we still need a couple of overs before we have a legal game.
Well, it was interesting, in the game on Thursday when we were rain reduced, as he tucks around the corner for a single, maybe two, and good running there from the Zimbabweans. Yeah, we had a big appeal just before the interval when it started raining, which rightly or wrongly was given not out. We dropped a catch early on, so suddenly when we go off a rain it's 3 down, not 1 down. That score of ours would have been actually adjusted a lot higher, so it would have put a lot more pressure on the Zimbabweans when we came out to play. So, wickets are everything in this Duckworth-Lewis system.
Let's that one go through to the keeper. Both young bowlers, still relatively inexperienced at the international level. And so it must give some confidence to have guys like that. And even if Tim van der Gucht is not available, you still have a very, very good pace attack.
Well, we spoke about that the other day, didn't we? My whole goal is to have a squad of 7 fast bowlers, perhaps 8 even. That's over point, going to go away for probably 3. Or probably settle on 2 on the onside. But, you've got to have 7 or 8 fast bowlers ready to go. Because they do break down. There's lots of injuries. It can be a long season. Obviously, playing county cricket with Tim van der Gooten and Van Meekeren, we have to be very careful with our bowling stock. So, look, Viv Kingma is another one who's waiting in the wings, so to speak, trying to get back to full fitness. So hopefully there's, and he has shown at international level that he's a very good bowler. In fact, speaking of the Zimbabwe lads, they actually spent a lot of time in their pre-discussion of this tour about Viv Kingma because they felt he was a very, very good bowler.
What makes him special?
Well, he's a big, strong lad. He gets good shape. Pace is solid enough, and he's a bit of a workhorse too. So he can bowl all day long for you, and has been shown in our I Cup matches. Just very important period here. Obviously, the Zimbabweans will be trying to just hang in there as we're going to take a drinks break after 15 overs. But it happens so often in this sort of form of the game that you get 5 or 6 down and you think you're through it. Balls get a bit softer. The next bowlers come on just a little bit off the mark, and all of a sudden the partnership gets rolling, and things can get a bit more interesting. So hopefully for our lads, drinks have come at a good time. We could sit back, regroup, have a chat. What are our goals here? And that would be to bowl through the channel, through the corridor, get as many balls through to the wicket keeper as we can, and hopefully with the run rate starting to go up, and obviously I don't think it's going to rain too much. I had another look at the radar and it looks like it's pretty good for the rest of the day, so which is a good thing. We want to get to the end of this match, and hopefully the boys in orange will be smiling, as Peter Seeler is all the time. He's always got something to say, hasn't he, Pete? I heard him just before on air trying to have a nip at the coach. Yeah. That injury of his might last a long time. You better hope, because I've got a long memory.
Well, if he doesn't make it as a player anymore, he certainly has found a new future.
Yeah, I must admit, he's pretty good on the old mic. He does talk. I actually said to the lads after Thursday, it'd probably be the best time to hang out with Pete, because surely after 7.5 hours on air, he might have been a bit tired and not wanting to talk as much, but he's proved us wrong, because as soon as he saw us, he was yap, yap, yap for the next couple of hours. But he's doing a good job. Everyone is. It's fantastic to have this live stream. Let me just say from the bottom of my heart and the KNCB, thank you so much for getting involved. And also, as mentioned the other day, I want to thank so much the volunteers that have worked so hard to put these matches on, both at VRA and here at VCC. And I'm pretty sure we'll be back here against the UAE. We'll play a couple games down here and one up at VRA next month. How about you, mate? How are you going? Are you embracing the game? You're ice hockey. You're all sorts now.
I love my cricket.
Yeah.
Always have. But the first top 6 are back in the hut. We have Malcolm Waller and Sikander Raza at the wicket. Raza is yet to score. Waller is on 13. And the required run rate is rising, but it is still 6.3 is still pretty manageable.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's... I guess that's what T20's done to us, isn't it? We're all scared of everything. You think 8 and over, it's walk in the park nowadays.
100 runs of the last 6 overs, still danger. Yeah,
still nervous.
Yeah. No, it has been lovely to be involved in the commentary. I've really enjoyed Thursday and today, and it is also nice to do commentary on a game where the Dutch have a good chance to maybe win the match. As Paul van Meekeren starts his 3rd over, I think. He's 1 for 6 so far. Good experience for him, bowling against a team like Zimbabwe.
Shot off his pads, looking for maybe one. I actually felt the Zimbabweans fielded beautifully. Quick to the ball, good arms. I think you saw that with that final run out from Mia. Mate, absolutely silky fast. Got it into the hands out. Bowler didn't have to even move to take the bails off, which is a fantastic piece of work.
Yeah, we discussed it earlier. It looked a lot better than it did on Thursday, especially early on. They were a lot sharper. They got a couple of young guys in that want to prove themselves, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, hashtag Ask Pete. Plenty of people on Twitter.
Good.
They love Pete. Who does the camera work? It's been absolutely hashtag silky. There you go. That's from...
Yeah, they're nice compliments. For these guys, cricket, at least I've been playing cricket for a quarter of a century. But for the cameraman and the director, the sport is all new. And they told me during the interval that they are actually starting to understand the sport better.
Yeah, fantastic.
And that cricket is a much more better and more fun sport than they expected.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Cricket has a long way to go in the Netherlands, despite the fact that it is about the oldest organized sport in the country in general.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, you know, again, I'm the new guy here, and I've, you know, spoken to a lot of people and hearing different opinions. You know, not having cricket on TV. It used to be on BBC, I think.
Yes, until 98 or something.
Yeah, so,
when,
you know,
Channel 4 took the rights.
Little things like that where kids don't get to see. You know, they happen to be walking past the TV and go, oh, what's that sport? And, you know, not being exposed, I guess, as youngsters, it does hurt. And so, you know, things like this, getting it, streaming it, getting people to watch all around the world, and more importantly, even in the Netherlands, you know, that's just those next generation of kids that look at the sport and go, gee, there's my country playing that. You know, how do I get involved in that? That would be fantastic.
I think in theory it would be very nice if one of the sports broadcasters would pick up one of the 2020 leagues. The T20 World Cup was on Eurosport, I think, in the past, and they also did the Champions League. But so there is occasionally cricket on some of the channels, but the sport definitely deserves more attention, especially as you guys are moving towards your qualification tournament, which I hope will be televised.
We hope so too.
Where is the tournament?
Well, who knows? Rumour has it the qualifiers were going to be in Ireland and Scotland. There's also rumours of it. It was supposed to be in Bangladesh originally because they thought Bangladesh were going to be one of the teams involved, and you know, I guess it's thought that the bottom two full member nations who are in that sort of drop zone gets the opportunity to host it. So of course Bangladesh did so well at the World Champions League that they're not in the bottom. It's now Zimbabwe and the West Indies. So you know, perhaps it could be in one of those two countries. I wouldn't mind if it was in the West Indies.
No,
I'm sure you could come. Yeah,
please take me.
We'll go stream. We'll go stream from the West Indies, downtown Indies. Jamaica.
West Indies, of course, in a test match right now with India, as the Dutch have a bowling change. It is Logan van Beek taking over from the, well, we called it the cow end, but...
I actually saw a tweet there asking Pete that someone was saying how great it was that in The Hague there actually is a cow corner because there is actually cows here.
Yeah, cows, sheep, horses.
Very clever. That's Craig White. The cricket ground in The Hague actually has a real cow and sheep corner. Tremendous.
Logan van Beek must be another guy that has really impressed you, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he hadn't played for the Netherlands for between 2014 and 2016. I'm not sure 100% why. I know he was injured for a little while and then wasn't selected for a bit. But, you know, I just think when I look at Logan van Beek, I see the perfect package for the Netherlands. You know, big, strong, athletic man, bowls fast, bats well, fields like a gun. Tick, tick, tick. Selected.
Great genes with a test-playing grandfather. And as Peter mentioned earlier, a very natural athlete.
Yeah.
Who will probably be good in any sport that he takes up.
Yeah, I could see him playing a bit of rugby when he, of course, plays first-class cricket in New Zealand. Was with Canterbury, but now is moving to Wellington, I think. Was not traded, but was a well sought-after player in their contract system, and so a new start for him, which will be fantastic.
That comes back, and Stumps are down. It's 7 for the Dutch.
Well, it's a beautiful piece of bowling. Like I said, we wanted to bowl nice and straight and make most of any use of the wicket, and there's a little bit of nippage in that, and that's beautiful bowling off the seam. Didn't quite get up, probably needed to try and get himself forward, but a very big wicket there for the Netherlands.
Sikandar Raza is the man out.
Well, it opens up an end now because I reckon the real tail enders starting to come in. The bowlers will come in now.
Strick mentioned that Tirupano is still considered an all-rounder.
Okay.
Earlier. Raza, just 2 of 5 balls, 6 balls maybe. And Logan van Beek, we were just...
singing his praises.
Exactly, that's the terminology I was looking for. It is so nice to be a native speaker.
Well, as long as you don't, next time we stream, you ask me to speak Dutch, because then I'll be up against it, because my vocabulary is not very large.
Thanks to cricket, I can swear in at least 3 or 4 different languages, but
Perfect.
I don't speak language Gujarati and Hindi and all these languages. Long live rainy days, Sundays. Well, 7 down for the Dutch. And Logan van Beek, the 3rd bowler, or even the 4th bowler, to take a wicket at least. Wickets shared around, and I'm sure Roelof van der Merwe must be very eager to get his hands on the ball.
Well, I think everyone wants to have a bowl now. But it's going to be Van Beek to continue. Again, nice and straight.
We're unlikely to see Michael Rippon, I think.
Michael was taken to hospital. Got struck on the toe. I'm sure you guys were talking about that. In fact, he got struck on the toe twice in 2 balls towards the end of the innings. We're just going to make sure that everything's okay. Obviously, he'll need to return to New Zealand and back into pre-season training for his Otago. But hopefully, he'll get the all clear. No structural. Of course, getting hit on the toe, it's one of those things. It's not very well protected, even with cricket shoes. It's one of those places that you get hit. Guy bowling, 130, 135 kilometres an hour. It's not pleasant, that's for sure.
Another over gone. 65 for 7. The numbers 7 and 9 are in. Malcolm Waller is on 15. And Tirupano is yet to score. The DL rate, in case necessary, is now on 188. And we need 3 more overs to get a result in this match, a guaranteed result.
Well,
but as Ryan said, there's not much rain.
I promise
around.
you, if it starts sprinkling, I'm going to go out there and tackle the umpires and don't let them go off to those end of those 3 overs. Let me tell you.
That's also important for you as a coach to get an international win under your belt.
Absolutely, got to keep the wolves at bay. Got to keep the bosses happy. But yeah, no, again, I think it's been a fantastic series for us. Going up against. People say around the world say, "Oh yeah, it's only Zimbabwe." Well, Zimbabwe are a very good cricket team. They're test status. They're a full member. So for us, who are just a minnow, well, it's a good shot through the covers. Fantastic cricket shot from Waller, hitting on the up there and just stroking it through the field. All the Zimbabwe supporters having a good time. Plenty of singing, plenty of dancing going on over there, although they're probably a little bit disappointed with where they're at. But yeah, the series has been awesome for us. It gave us a chance to bring the whole squad back together for the first time since Hong Kong, really. We were tested obviously on the first day. We were very poor. We got knocked over on a wicket that gave the bowlers a little bit of life, but really there was no real excuse. It was just very poor batting on our behalf. But I felt we bounced back fairly well on the Thursday. Posting 291. Again, rain didn't really help us because with the Duckworth-Lewis system, when a side is facing 17 overs and only needs 6.5, 7 over, but with 9 wickets in hand, you can kind of peel the ears back, so to speak. So, but there was lots of positives out of that. We also knew there was a few negatives. We should have scored more. We know that. We lost our way in the middle a little bit. But, today, when we're sent in on quite a tough wicket early on, especially after it had been under the covers for quite some time and a little bit of rain on it, I thought our opening batsman, really battled very hard. Wes Barassi may score a lot more runs than that on a different occasion, but his 20-odd was the most important innings of probably my time here, that's for sure, because his batting of 23 overs really saw off those new balls, and I think as a pull shot there, just short of the fielder. He protected our middle order, and that's what we spoke about. Our strength is our middle order. The guys like Rippon and Van der Merwe, Byron, we've seen Logan Van Beek, Sikandar, Zulfikar, all hitters of the ball. But it's very hard to hit when you're suddenly 7 for nothing and, facing new balls and it's swinging and it's seaming around. So, the openers did a very good job for us. Obviously, Steph Myberg was disappointed to get run out, but I felt he as well over these last 2 days has got back into his rhythm and should have another big series against the UAE next month.
For you, it was a great chance to get to know the entire team, to indeed have everybody together, to practice together, to get an impression of all the characters and all the...
Well, yeah, it's obviously I hadn't had anything to do with Van der Gooten, Van Meekeren and Van der Merwe until now, and same with Rippon until he came a little bit earlier so I could play in Essex. And it's not just watching them on TV. I've seen all the highlights, the videos and all that, but it's actually getting to know them and getting to know what makes them tick. And, as part of the coach, sometimes it's not about teaching someone how to cover drive. It's how do you get them up for the occasion? What makes them tick? How is he different to the next person? And, because the facts are, cricket is an amazing game where there's 11 people on the field and it's a team sport, but it's actually a very individual sport as well. It's, you batting on your own with a mate. If you can do well, then the team does well, and then, you're always thinking of the team situation and never selfish, but, it is quite an individual game. Bowling, you're running in on your own. There's no one there to help you. Obviously, the fielders are there to take the catches and support you, but generally it's just you against the batsman. So, it's been fantastic to see that, and those guys are very positive when they come back. They want to teach the other guys. They want to show them how to be a professional sportsman, because they are full-time professionals in county cricket. Our blokes aren't. They play once. They might not play another 4 months. And that is quite frustrating, but we're getting there and we're pretty happy. We've got a long summer of cricket ahead of us. It's been a good series so far, and we've got a couple more to go, and we're pretty happy in our preparations for Kenya later in October.
Yeah, the Zimbabwe coach actually hoped you guys would actually visit Zimbabwe as well this winter, and I suppose as teams like West Indies and Zimbabwe and Ireland get a lot of cricket over the winter, it is important that you guys get a full program as well. It's Logan van Beek in his second over. He took, of course, a wicket in his first.
It's a good single there. I just quickly, as some people may have just tuned in, the Netherlands made 279 and Zimbabwe are 7 for 70. Mia was out for 12. Caught and bowled Klassen. Chibata was LBW to Snater for 5. Mazakatsa was bowled by Klassen. He was on a hat-trick, which was unfortunately didn't come through, although the hat-trick ball was right on the money.
It's a beauty.
Moore was caught in the gully region by Van Meekeren for 18. Burl caught by the wicketkeeper Snater for 8. Mazakanda LBW to Snater for 1. And Raza was bowled Van Beek for 2.
That leaves Malcolm Waller and Donald Tiripano at the wicket to see if they can get their team back in the match. I'm just having a quick look at the run rate, the required run rate. That is still edging up. It's just over 6.5 now. Oh, that is very close. But the umpire is not interested.
Oh, that looks... well, he's saying they're going down leg.
No.
Let's have a look. We'll tell him it is...
Yeah, possibly, but I think it might have slammed into leg stump.
I think that's banged into leg stump personally, but anyway. Did nip a little bit off the wicket. But looked not too bad if you're a Dutch fan.
Well, this tells you there's still a lot left in the wicket for the bowlers to use. That one popped up a little bit, but played well by the batsman.
Yeah, another good over there from Logan Van Beek. Like I say, bowling nice and straight. Little bit of movement off the wicket. And plenty of action, that's for sure.
Peter Boren sticking with his pace attack from Mekeren, getting his 5th over, 1 for 13 he is. And he has, just like he did on Thursday, looked impressive.
He's another big, strong lad, isn't he? Big Dutch boy. I figured there might be about 20 or 30 of those hanging around. Everywhere I go in Holland, everyone's tall.
I do remember when one of our Kiwi club coaches walked around the city centre just pointing at people. That would be a great fast bowler. That would be a great fast bowler.
Mate,
Yeah.
everyone seems to. Mind you, I'm a short ass, so everyone is tall towards me. But yeah, there's some tall people in the Netherlands, that's for sure.
Tallest people in the world. I'm always happy when I get go abroad so I can feel normal again.
That's why I felt like enjoyed living in Hong Kong. I was actually not a bad size there.
It is flying, but it drops well before the fielder. Zimbabwe keep the scoreboard ticking a bit, but it is that wicket column that is currently the most important, as they're chasing 280 for victory. They still need over 200 runs for the win, and we've had we're in the 20th over. But it's important from a Zimbabwe point of view to keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard running, don't get bogged down too long, don't let the run rate get out of hand. As mentioned, Malcolm Waller scored 92 not out against Scotland, so he's well capable of making the big score.
Plenty of tweets still coming in for hashtag Ask Pete. You're happy to know that Michael Rippon is just tweeting in. Can you please get someone to pack my kit away? He's up, mate. Oh, he made a few runs, did he? Yeah, it sounds like Michael won't be coming back to the ground. That's hopefully he can let us know what's going on with the scans.
Oh, a wide, and it goes for 4. That helps the scoring along a bit for Zimbabwe as they move into the 80s and bring the deficit down below 200 runs.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a slower ball there that got away. More questions? Anyone at VOC knocking on the door for the Dutch side? There's a couple of good players down there. Obviously, Peter Saylor, who's sitting next to me, he's not going to be knocking on the door. Of course, Max O'Dowd is a VOC boy. He's 13th man in this match, so he's been captain of our A team quite often, and will continue to push. Dirk has been in the A teams and is trying to find his way as a natural all-rounder. Thought Umar, the off-spinner, bowled very well. There's 4 runs. That's a good shot through the offside. Smashed it through cover. Just over pitch there, Paulie van Meekeren. Yeah, Umar, the off-spinner, bowled very well in the Pro Series and actually batted quite well as well. So there's a few floating around, that's for sure.
What do you do on a Sunday? Do you focus on one game or do you travel between grounds?
I generally try and go to 2 grounds on a Sunday. I've tried to make my way to most of the cricket grounds. Tomorrow I'm going to Excelsior. That's probably the last turf pitch that I haven't seen. And of course Excelsior have just everything going their way. I think they're on the streak. Everyone talks about the streak. Are they up to 15 or 16 or something? They're going beautifully. So they're up against VRA tomorrow. Both, I think VRA will have all their national players available. Excelsior, good young team. Tommy Hegelman's got them in really good shape. And they just keep finding a way to win.
Logan van Beek in his 3rd over. 1 for 6 after 2. And Zimbabwe move on to 88.
Timmy Cutler, my old mate Timothy, he's tweeted in saying about the qualifiers. He believes it's Ireland and Scotland, like the World T20 qualifiers. They were great hosts, and the production from the ICC was fantastic. So yeah, there's plenty of options.
So it will probably be in spring or summer.
Oh, obviously,
our
if it's
the
the
planet.
Northern Hemisphere, we'd hopefully it'd be June, July. Again, that's what we would be hoping for, because obviously if it goes into the Southern Hemisphere, we're out of season, and it's bloody hard work to get the players out of their hibernation of winter in the Netherlands when they're cozying up to the fire, so to speak, rather than hitting cricket balls. Or half a chance, no.
In the air, but doesn't carry.
He's an aggressive player, this fella.
You of course must hope that your county guys are available if it is in summer. That is the disadvantage.
Well, yes, but in saying that, we do have very good communication lines with their counties, and obviously we'll be speaking to them way in advance soon as we find out, and hopefully they'll understand the importance. And they're very good, I must admit. The county teams have been very good. Somerset and Glamorgan, really keen to get their players and my players into our team. And again, it's 2 sides of the coin. For instance, with the UAE series, I won't be bringing my county players back because I feel it's also a great opportunity for me to blood some more youngsters and give them a great opportunity. Again, the 4-day fixture against Ireland will probably go with our local players and not all the international guys. So, again, I'm trying to... That's a great cover drive.
There was a shout of catch it, but that is just for the people on the boundary.
So, I guess I've in that situation where I do have to weigh up exposing my young players to more cricket so they're ready and the next generation are ready, and also balancing that with obviously winning cricket games and making sure we're gelling well as a unit, and the confidence levels are up. So, I'm trying to find the happy medium, so to speak, but I'm very keen to get some youngsters playing, that's for sure.
The end of the Logan van Beek over. 92 for 7 as Ryan Campbell says goodbye. And
again, thank you very much for the coverage, and I look forward to plenty more.
Hey, thanks for joining us twice in a couple of days and chatting with me.
No problem whatsoever.
That brings Peter Saylor back in the chair. They ask Pete #guy. As the Dutch hunt for 3 more wickets to win the game, to finish this series against Zimbabwe with a win The quiet run rate still around 6.5. So Zimbabwe are keeping that under control. Tiripano has now moved to 10. Waller is on 27. And that is a pretty quick delivery by Paul van Meekeren.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like Malcolm Waller is betting on a different serve than everyone else. He looks to be in great touch, timing the ball nicely off his middle of his bet, and looks to be in a very confident mood. And Paul van Meekeren here is still battling with a lot of hostility and aggression, which is good to see.
Would you as a player prefer the qualifiers to be in the Northern Hemisphere?
Well, Ireland and Scotland tend to get a lot of rain, which is obviously not ideal, but as we have seen in qualifiers in 2015, they were excellent hosts. Everything was very, very well organized, and they know exactly what they're doing. So, well, actually, it's sort of similar to our conditions, as where the country that was first mentioned was Bangladesh, is a little bit different to the conditions we've got over here. So, no, actually wouldn't mind it at all if it's up there. So, will be good for us.
You guys play a bit of domestic cricket against the Scottish as well on occasion, right?
Yeah, we used to have a pro series played with a couple of domestic teams in Scotland, which they were highly competitive games. And it was very a very good series, I thought, and even the Scottish guys were also very happy with the way we got some more cricket under our belts. But obviously the funding hasn't been able us to play these games as much anymore, and possibly there will be a final of the winners of Scottish domestic North Sea cricket play against the winners of our pro series, which were the Southern Seafarers this year, and we've actually have played for that team, and we've been winning the series quite regularly. So hopefully we'll get a final up later on in the year, and possibly be broadcasted again. It would be nice, but yeah, it's been a very good series, very competitive, and great series to be part of.
Yeah, and also pretty important for the elite Dutch players to get cricket in at a level that is above the domestic league.
That's exactly right, and that's when you see when we had a couple of guys performing really well, like Roel Verhagen last year scored a half century in the semi-final or in the final. Some other performances which were really good. So, and that's the way, the only way to get more exposure, I suppose, is playing your counterparts, and it was very good. So hopefully we'll be able to get that back into our systems and get the guys from Scotland and Holland to play some more cricket.
Van Meekeren with a wide, maybe trying a little bit too hard to get the next breakthrough. The hashtag is still at Ask Pete. You have to hurry up because the game could be over in 3 balls.
Yeah, we've got a question here from Gene Austin. He's asking what the news of Michael Rippon is. Well, he's now in the hospital, and actually asked me to collect his bag for after the game, so surely he'll be there for a while going for scans, which is never a good sign. His toe looked quite blue at lunchtime, and I'm sure the swelling has gone up a little bit more. So when we get an update, and I'll let the viewers know what the news is on Michael Rippon. And we've got a question here from Taco asking if Colin Ackerman is playing cricket on a Dutch passport. Is on the radar. That's something I don't know. He has been playing his cricket in Holland for a little bit at Dostie Cricket Club for the last 2 or 3 years, where he played actually very well. I don't know if he was still playing his cricket in South Africa, but obviously now he's on the county circuit. So if he would be able to play for the Dutch, question is whether he wants to, and if Ryan Campbell get in touch with him and convince him to play. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Taco?
In the meantime, a bowling change for the Dutch as we get Roelof van der Merwe replacing Logan van Beek, who bowled 3 overs, 1 for 12. Oh, that turned a little bit.
Yeah, it's straightened up nicely, and Rula van der Merwe is a guy who likes to be involved, and probably asked skipper Peter Boren for the ball. Actually, Peter Boren's gone off the field by the looks of things, because I see Max O'Dowd with his long hair, very noticeably standing here backward point. And Rula van der Merwe sings was wide and looks out the cover. And Jerome Paida Matondo asking who's my favorite Zimbabwean cricketer. Well, I've seen a couple of games of the Zimbabweans, and there's a couple of good players, but yeah, who's my favorite one? Well, oh, that's very close. Very close. There was a bit of bet involved, the umpire says straight away. Yeah, my favorite one. Well, by the looks of things now, Malcolm Waller is right up there. He looks to play a very nice innings here with his side in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, I can't deny that Greg Irvine has been in great touch of late, and looks to be a very composed cricketer, so I'd probably have to say him. He's a very good player.
Well, Zimbabwe had some sensational cricketers in the past, genuine world-class guys. Oh, there was a chance. Got a hand to it.
Stefan Marburg at cover. Just couldn't quite hold on to that one. It's a sharp chance. Away for 2 runs towards long off. Now it's been impressive so far, with now these 2 batters in Malcolm Waller and Donald Tiripano looking to be in good touch. So Donald Tiripano betting on 10 and Malcolm Waller moving on to 31 with a score 97 for 7. Yeah, it was, as mentioned, the new ball was going to be vital, and it was so good to see that the Dutch were straight away on the money and hitting that length. They wanted to very hard. It's, you know, with the bowling stocks at hand now, there's a lot of strong seamers in the Dutch setup, and now with Rula van der Merwe bowling his left arm tweakers, yeah, it looks to be a very decent bowling unit, and the batting has improved from that first sort of flop to posting 2 scores of well into the 200s, whereas today I thought the par score would be 280, and Kramer said about 250, so then sort of likes to say that his bowlers weren't quite up to the mark, and there was a ball carved away by Waller down to 3rd man for a single.
Van Meeker in his 7th over. A long spell for him. Run rate still edging up a little bit, just over 6.6 now the required rate. As the Dutch will look to turn the screws.
Yeah, obviously the Zimbabweans got a lot of work to do here, with being already 7 down in the 24th over. But the Dutch just have to keep their disciplines up, don't go away from what they have been doing over the last 20 or so overs. So I assume they won't change much. Paul van Meeker steaming in.
Well,
batting wide.
I think when I have to name my favorite Zimbabwe cricketer, it would be Edo Brandis. He gave us some of the greatest cricket quotes of all time. I will not quote them here, but just look them up online. They are very funny, even for people who don't know cricket. And well, his performances, especially against England, are not easy to forget, as he really helped put Zimbabwe on the map. Oh, there was one extra slip necessary.
Just edged away, just past Rula van der Merwe at 2nd slip. That's 100 up for Zimbabwe. Into the 24th over. So they're just going just above 4 and over.
But for a relatively small country, Zimbabwe have produced quite a wide range of world-class players. Andy Flower is, of course, one of the great wicketkeeper batsmen in the history of cricket. Well, his streak was among the great bowlers of his generation, as Zimbabwe give their fans a reason to cheer. That's a good shot by Malcolm Waller.
Yeah, carved this one nicely away over point, and as mentioned earlier, he looks to be betting on a different track. He came in and hasn't looked in any sort of trouble with timing the ball nicely, and well, it's sort of giving Zimbabwe a bit of a chance, or at least showing some fight into the innings, where the Dutch pretty similar to the Dutch first innings on the first game, where they were in early trouble. Oh, and it's hit nicely through mid-off. Big chase with Sakib Zuvika, the ball not quite making it for 3 runs. And umpire Huub Jansen signaling a 1 short.
Well, there's another thing that should not happen in
No,
professional cricket.
if you talk about doing the basics well, that's keeping your foot behind the line, and when you run, tap that bat over the line. Silly mistakes.
Graham Hick, another great player from Zimbabwe, although he scored most of his international runs in an England jersey. He did represent Zimbabwe earlier on in his career, then spent time qualifying for England. Scored a very famous 401 in first class cricket. And another prominent former Zimbabwe cricketer is Henry Olonga, who made a career of out of commentating on the game and is all over the world as a commentator. It's the end of the over. Zimbabwe 107 for 7. Waller 38 and Tiripano is on 12.
This partnership now worth 42. And between these two, it's looking nicely, as we can see the Zimbabwean dancing, probably to keep themselves warm.
Yeah, and I think the liquid in those plastic cups might play a part in the party atmosphere as well.
They don't mind having a few silky ones, which is always great to see.
But it's been
Oh,
great.
and
That's
turned and
gone. Rudolf van der Merwe, he strikes, and Donald Tiripano has to head back to the pavilion.
very nicely bowled by Rudolf van der Merwe.
A little bit of flight.
Just straightened up a touch, and Tiripano just fending it straight to slip, where Peterborough holds on to a regulation catch.
It is the breakthrough the Dutch were looking for, I suppose. Donald Tiripano, his innings comes to an end. He scored 12 runs with 1-4.
Yeah, the Dutch now probably looking to finish this game off quickly. 8 wickets down, and brings Christopher Mpofu to the crease. And they're looking to have a nice early finish here.
Yeah, we are now really in the bowlers. Now there are no really bad batsmen left in cricket. Everyone can have a smack. There's no Phil Tufnells around.
Chris Martin.
Chris Martin, yes.
Yeah, he used to be a proper number 11.
And there's an Indian cricketer whose nickname was the Bombay Duck. Well, I have sort of forgotten who that was. But yeah, nowadays it seems like even number 11s can smash the ball around on occasion.
Yep, it's definitely true. Another involvement in the game of cricket, where people take a lot more pride in their batting and not just wanting to be a bowler. Same goes for us in our team, you know.
Well, there is a say in the 70s and 80s, if you wanted to be a professional cricketer, you basically had to be in England. But there's professional structures everywhere now, and all these 2020 leagues, they help. There's a lot more players making good money in cricket than there used to be. Even the KNZB has players under contract, which is something that you wouldn't have seen in the early 90s, mid 90s.
No, definitely not, and it's a good development for Dutch cricket with guys, and I'm one of them to be able to play your sport professionally and full time. And hopefully, if things go
that
away,
is
there's a big
close.
shout.
But the umpire Van Liemt says no.
Just to play your cricket full time is a good sign, and hopefully we can get more guys on contract. When
How long have you been playing? Been full time, sort of?
well, this is now I've had a contract for about 2 years and lost it due to that's
that is true.
that's
Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
And
No Hawkeye necessary.
Yeah, Mapofu just showing his bit straight away, but not too unhappy walking off.
The Dutch
See
are
here.
closing in on victory over a full member.
Humble, no, that bit was
There
nowhere near.
I don't think there was an inside edge
No, he
there.
just slammed the ground. Then sort of wanted to show it. And
Olaf van der Merwe, his second wicket. Chris Mpofu doesn't bother the scorers. He is gone for naught. LBW, Bolt, van der Merwe.
yeah,
And I think even Ryan Campbell, if he were sitting here, would now probably be able to say that the Dutch have a great chance at winning this game.
I must say Ryan is a bit of a, I wouldn't say scared, but you have to be professional and
Exactly, you have to
you
be
have to be the
tactical.
coach, and it's like it's only over until the fat lady sings, so to speak. So
In ice hockey, every coach is looking at newspapers to find nice quotes they can put up on the dressing room door. Look, this is what your opposition is thinking of you, to motivate the guys to play a little bit harder.
yeah,
I'm sure cricket is not much different in that regard. If you don't show respect, your opposition will punish you.
yeah, and showing respect is going hard at them for as long as you can. Obviously, in this format, you want to go hard for over 50 overs. Now it's just a case of probably getting Malcolm Waller off strike and have a good hard go with Richard Nagara and see if we can get his wicket nice and early. With Logan van Beek returning from the pavilion end, replacing Paul van Meekeren, who just pulled a nice aggressive stint of bowling, with leaked a bit of runs later on in the spell. It's now
One
Van Beek.
for 37 in 7 for Van Meekeren. But he did get one of the more important breakthroughs as he got Peter Moore, who seemed pretty set as a batsman.
Correct.
And let's not forget that Zimbabwe did win the first 2 matches in this series and have therefore won the series. And I noticed while walking around downstairs that there is actually a cup.
Oh.
So I'm sure there will be a presentation afterwards. Netherlands versus Zimbabwe Cup.
Yeah, it would be quite random if they didn't, otherwise it would be quite useless to have the trophy down there. So, but before we not sign off before the game is over, I just get a question here from my mate Mitch Lees, wicketkeeper at VRA, asking where I go to commentary school. I must say it's I guess it just comes natural, but I can talk a lot of crap, if that's a word I can use. As Ryan Campbell mentioned.
I can honestly say it has been a pleasure chatting with you for 2 days. You've made my job a lot easier. And there's not that much crap involved. Most of it makes sense.
It is. It's no. Comedy of errors. With Ben Cooper having a shy to stumps and Stefan Weiberg trying to stop it with his foot. He has to do a long chase and 3 runs. What was all happening there? Logan van Beek asking Ben why he just had this wild throw. These are things Ryan will still be quite anal about, that he wants these chances taken and make sure it's a nice, full, complete performance. But
we are on Nelson, which would be a great moment to finish the match. But it's good to hear so many people involved with cricket responding and asking questions.
oh,
That is,
sharp bouncy here.
Yep.
Malcolm Waller getting out the way.
showing who's boss.
Yeah, the Dutch have been all over the Zimbabweans like a rash, and it's been a pleasure to watch this spell of bowling, especially early on with Fred Klaassen moving the ball and getting 2 back-to-back wickets, which was great to see, and then Shane Snater bowling with a lot of skill and discipline from the far end, and got his couple of wickets in, so it's good to see. Where Malcolm Waller cuts his way to cover point for another single, and he will hold strike. Oh, there's a couple more balls to go on his over, sorry.
112 for 9. Malcolm Waller may still hope for his half century. He's reached 40, but Richard Nagarava is yet to score, and he's on strike now against Logan van Beek. Plays that ball nicely into the gap for a single.
Yeah, the Dutch fielding has also been alright, except for that just a little bit of comedies happening just a little bit early in this over, but they've been up and about, and there's been a lot of chat, a lot of noise, and it's great to see the Dutch just all over the Zimbabweans in this third match of this series. Carved away of a point by Malcolm Waller. It's a great shot for a boundary.
Yep, moving to 44 he is.
Couple of words from Logan van Beek there, is probably telling him that he's not a fan of that shot.
By a long distance, the top scorer for Zimbabwe in this innings. The number 2 is Peter Moore, who scored 18 before he was bowled Van Meekeren caught Van Beek. So Logan van Beek also involved in this game.
And on the Twitter, it's still going with Marcella Spark saying that Ajit Agakar was called the Bombay Duck. Oh, and it's
That's the one.
amazing shot.
That is beautifully played.
Yeah, he was
6.
great
That
shot.
takes him to a well-deserved half century,
Yeah, playing on his
showing
ground.
composure and quality on a day that Zimbabwe as a collective have not performed as well as they probably hoped they would. But Malcolm Waller, a well-deserved 50, very much in control all day long, and isn't that just a magnificent way to reach 50? First that 4, and then this 6.
Yeah, and an interesting question from Knuster asking why Snater is pronounced in English and, for example, Van der Guchten or Van Beek in Dutch. Because, well, I suppose Van der Guchten and Van Beek are real Dutch names, and Snater obviously is probably, I don't know.
Yeah, it is just our choice. we did discuss it on Thursday, to be fair, that it should be Snater. But I suppose he himself will probably pronounce it that way, but I don't think Van der Guchten will pronounce his name exactly in that way.
It's always quite funny to hear Tim saying his name in his own name. He just falls over a bit with the ha ha ha. And it's, just probably call him Vender G,
So
or something like that.
we will on occasion try and call Snater by his Dutch name. As Van der Merwe
Oh, big shot.
continues, and Zimbabwe are going for some big shots.
Yeah.
Loudly cheered on by their fans,
Yeah, tail enders when the
who have
balls
sort of started a, well, I'm not sure if a Polonaise is something they do in in Zimbabwe, but it looks like that. It's a bit of a tradition in the south of of the Netherlands. But apparently Zimbabwe have their own version, yeah.
After that shot played by Nagarava, long on goes back. Rulle van der Merwe obviously not happy being hit for 4 runs. Yeah.
Into his third over, 2 wickets already. Yeah. Conga is maybe a better. Oh, that can't have been too far away.
What is that? Did that
Beat.
miss everything? Is that ball
Yeah,
reaching the boundary? It's probably not. Malcolm Ruller running
Beat
hard.
Beat the batsman and the bowler.
Yeah,
And the keeper.
that will be called bias. Wizzy Barazi's not going to be happy with that. Knowing him quite well, he'll be quite disappointed. Yeah. As you can see on screen. Yeah, Malcolm Waller plays nice, isn't he? He's just to be a class apart for the Zimbabweans today.
There is on occasion discussion among Zimbabwean fans whether he deserves a spot in the team, but
And that's another edge.
yeah, that's gone.
And there's 3
That
wickets
is
for
the end of the
Manila.
game. The Dutch win the 3rd List A international match in the series. Another classic dismissal, edge to first slip, and Peter Boren does not make a mistake, holds on to it and gives Holland a win by a massive 149 runs. Great comeback for the Dutch after the defeats on Tuesday and Thursday, and a great win for Zimbabwe in the 3-match series. So both teams have something to cheer about, but the Dutch did really, really well today with the ball. They got a lot out of the wicket, they swung the ball, they moved it around, and in the end the experience of Rulle van Merwe cleaned up the tail. And that gives the Dutch a huge win over a full member, and that doesn't happen very often in 50 over games. Do you remember the last one?
Over a full member? I don't know if we've beaten a full member in a 50 over game. We've played Bangladesh, we played ODI in Scotland where we beat
You had
them.
Bangladesh over here a few years ago when you won the series, right?
Yeah, that was a couple of 2020s back then, and played at ODI in Scotland where we beat them in Glasgow. So yeah, the Dutch a very comprehensive victory, and they have been a lot better since that first flop, and a lot of improvements as Ryan mentioned earlier, and signing off here with a victory at Voorburg. Played on a difficult wicket, and the Dutch bowling was just a little bit better than the Zimbabweans today.
Let's quickly run through the scorecard as we await the presentations that are about to happen. Solomon Meyer, Kortenbold Klaassen for 12. Chibaba, LBW, Bolt Snater for 5. Masakatsa, Bolt Klaassen for a duck. Moore, Kort van Beek, Bolt van Meekeren for 18. Burl, Kort Baresi, Bolt Snater for 8. Musakanda, LBW, Bolt Snater for 1. Waller, Kort Boren, Bolt van der Merwe for 50. Sikander Raza, Bolt van Beek for 2. Tiripano, Kort Boren, Bolt van der Merwe for 12. Mpovu, LBW, Bolt van der Merwe for 0. And Nagarava not out on 8. The bowling stats: Snater 3 for 30 in 8. Klaassen 2 for 24 in 5. Van Meekeren 1 for 37 in 7. Van Beek 1 for 28 in 4.1. And Van der Merwe 3 for 10. Sorry, what did you say, Norbert? All right. I just heard we're not going to show you the presentations. It's a bit too difficult to film, which means that me and Peter Zeelaar will say goodbye to you after just summing up the game one more time. It was a an impressive bowling performance after a good batting performance. Is that an analysis you agree with?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Dutch were put into bed by the Zimbabweans, and there was quite some testing time, especially with the new ball, where Wesley Baresi and Stef Myburg got the Dutch off to quite a good start, and a little bit of a miscommunication and forced a run out, where later on some good batting by Michael Rippen, who had to unfortunately leave the field a little bit injured, and he wasn't able to field in the second dig. And other than that, all small contributions there, with Van der Merwe adding 32 and Peter Bourne 29. Possibly the 280 was above par according to Graham Kramer. I still think 280 was alright. The wicket played alright during those middle overs, and later on it just got a bit slower and lower. And then obviously the Dutch came out and bowled with a lot of discipline and aggression towards the stumps. As Ryan mentioned, there was a game plan to bowl nice and straight, and that results in 130 all out, where I think Shane Snater or Snater, whatever you prefer, I suppose, was the pick of the bowlers, and Klaassen getting his 2 wickets on debut, which we'll be very happy and proud of, I'm sure. And Van Meekeren bowled with a lot of pace, but lost a little bit of discipline later on, and Van Beek and Van der Merwe just finishing off, which has been a good all-round performance by the Dutch, and got their consolation win over the good Zimbabwean side, who now will travel with a lot of confidence towards Sri Lanka for their 5 ODI series and a single test match.
It has been a great 3-match series. 3 very different games in character. Zimbabwe will accept the trophy, and we were very happy to bring you these 2 of these games, and hopefully we will be back soon with more live cricket from the Netherlands. My name is Joep Meissen. I was very, very happy to do the commentary in the last 3 days, and I was equally impressed by Peter Zelaar as my co-commentator. I'd like to thank Ryan Campbell for stepping in twice. Heath Streak, all the guys that did the interviews after the game on Thursday and during the intervals, all very impressive discussions. Zimbabwe, all the best in Sri Lanka. The Dutch, the next, the stopklasse tomorrow. Then the UAE will arrive here for a series. But for now, it's goodbye from both of us.
Yeah, it's been a great pleasure doing a bit of commentary. It's been new for me, and it's been an awesome experience. Thanks to all the viewers and everyone involved, and it's been a great experience. And hopefully we can get a little bit more of this. For now, goodbye from Voorburg.